Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 161. Deep in the Southern Desolation. Screams, cursing, chaos. Xiao Chen spread out the immortal wings and quickly chased after several women, and found that the clothes were all in the hands of Kanas and Hai Yunzu, so he shot immediately. Two hazy rays of light turned into huge dragon claws, grabbing towards the waists of the two. Kanasi was so angry that she waved her hand and shot a pink light. Hai Yunzu also shot a green light. The two girls just wanted to escape from here, but they lost their size in embarrassment. Xiao Chen chased after them without knowing the reason of the clothes in their hands. There were several crashing sounds, and two hazy rays of light successfully swept the graceful and beautiful Hai Yunzu and the young and beautiful Kanasi, and captured them back. Let go, go away. Give me back my clothes. Xiao Chen grabbed the two girls, but the posture was a little indecent. The two dragon claws transformed into dragon light tightly wrapped around the willow-like waist of the two girls. Although there was no real contact, the two girls blushed and gritted their teeth in anger. Xiao Chen, I'll fight with you. Kanas kept struggling, and the snow-white bathrobe slipped off, revealing a piece of white and soft chest. The beautiful arc is very confusing. It's all gone, Xiao Chen said indifferently, freed up a hand to pull the bathrobe for her seriously, and said, it's very connotative. You, Kanas, a beautiful blue-haired girl, fainted directly. Miss, can you change my clothes for me? Xiao Chen showed a mouthful of snow-white teeth to Hai Yunzu, and smiled brightly. The beautiful woman from Nanwang snatched his clothes. No matter how she heard it, she felt that the smell was not right. Hai Yunzu has a slender figure, graceful curves, and her delicate body is undulating, extremely graceful. She is only a punch shorter than Xiao Chen, and her graceful body is much slender than ordinary beauties. It can be described as extremely good, and she is a veritable super beauty. The long wet hair exudes a burst of fragrance, the snow-white skin is as smooth as stagnant jade, a pair of misty eyes seem to be shimmering with mist, the bright red and moist lips under the straight and slender Chong nose look extremely sexy, and the snow-white teeth bit her lower lip lightly. She whispered to Xiao Chen, let me go. She had already thrown Xiao Chen's clothes on the ground. She was really afraid of the tough man in front of her, but even in this situation she was calm and not too wild. Before Xiao Chen was allowed to let go, Hai Yuntian's excited voice came from outside the flower and tree forest in No. 2 VIP area. Xiao Chen, I'm here to watch how you collect the stolen money. The voice was very hurried. Hai Yuntian seemed to be flying towards him, but then the voice stopped abruptly, and then came a desperate cry. Xiao Chen, I will fight with you, how dare you molested my sister. Hai Yuntian had already passed through the flower and tree forest and rushed over quickly. If it was someone else, they would definitely feel that jumping into the yellow river would not wash them off, but Xiao Chen was very calm, removed the dragon-shaped light claws, and stepped forward to support Hai Yunzu, saying, be careful not to fall down. Hai Yun was in extreme weather, and shouted, Xiao Chen, you. What are you? Don't guess randomly, it's not what you imagined, ask your sister if you don't believe me. Hai Yunzu broke free immediately, and then said to Hai Yuntian, it's nothing, I'll go back first. Even if there was something, she couldn't possibly say it, let alone it seemed that there was really nothing. Seeing that both of them were so calm, Hai Yuntian looked at this and that suspiciously, until Hai Yunzu's back disappeared. He came back to his senses, and said to Xiao Chen viciously, I was absolutely right. You want to harm my sister. Xiao Chen, I warn you, we are familiar with each other, but if you dare to think of my sister, I will work hard with you. It's a very challenging question. Let me challenge it someday when I have nothing to do. You dare. Having said this, Hai Yuntian looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, and said, what are you doing? At this moment, Xiao Chen was proficiently laying out the pen and ink, dipped the ink on Kanasi's small snow-white hands who had fainted on the ground, and pressed his fingerprints on a piece of white paper. It's okay, she owes me money, let her leave and I owe you. Hai Yuntian was dumbfounded. In the rear, Zug Kun and Hoffman were dumbfounded. This Xiao Chen was so fucking arrogant, even the beauties were not spared. He was really, equal treatment. Even the precious girl of the Monde family dared to treat her like this. What made their mouths dry was that Xiao Chen grabbed Conassee's slender hand and pressed not just a piece of white paper, but one after another, a total of 8 or 9. Let's go, it's okay. Xiao Chen didn't seem to notice it was too much. He finished all this skillfully, got dressed, and walked away with KK and the little stubborn dragon. Hai Yuntian chased after him. Many people from the hot spring wonderland were rushing here. Xiao Chen easily avoided everyone and left here. On the way back, when Hai Yuntian heard what had happened, he had the urge to vomit blood. Brother Xiao, are you too fierce? You can't play like this. Are you afraid that the Zug family or the Reagan family will jump out and kill you? When Hai Yuntian heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he had an unbelievable expression, and said, "You, who told that? There is a certain limit for older people not to take action. The premise is that you can't go too far. I'm really speechless. I advise you to run away quickly, or you will die. Let's have a date, I'll help you and find someone to intercede for you." After saying this, Hai Yuntian ran away. However, soon Hai Yuntian returned to Xiao Chen's residence, and when he came in, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Chen, you are so mean. Brother, can't you? I really didn't do anything to your sister. I didn't use much force when I grabbed her, and I held her waist gently. Xiao Chen, I'm fighting with you. Where did you catch my sister? Why did you help her waist?" The beautiful Hai Yuntian immediately became anxious again. Xiao Chen felt a little speechless, and it seemed that there was no need to explain. This guy didn't seem to be asking the blame for his sister's affairs, so it seemed a bit self-deprecating. It took a long time for Hai Yuntian to calm down from his excitement. And until this time, Xiao Chen was surprised to learn from Hai Yuntian that he seemed to be misunderstood by some people, and some people thought that his identity was extraordinary. "You come from the deepest part of the southern wilderness," Hai Yuntian said dissatisfied. "It's so uninteresting, I was in vain with you, and you didn't even tell me your real identity." Speaking of this, Hai Yuntian lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Since you come from the deepest part of the most terrifying and unfathomable southern wilderness, then the little stubborn dragon must be a dragon king, right? It must be their descendant." Xiao Chen quickly digested the information, understood his own identity, more or less, and said to himself, "Yes, I come from the deepest part of the southern wilderness, this identity is now, and it will be in the future." When Xiao Chen was talking to himself, it was as if a tsunami had occurred in the southern wilderness sea. A tall and burly young man held an iron sword and slashed at it with a sword. The turbulent waves hit the shore, the rocks pierced through the sky, and thousands of waves rolled up. A terrifying force burst out, and the sea was separated, and the sea water poured to both sides. "I, Dugu Sword Demon, can leave the customs." It was the strong Dugu Sword Demon who had returned from Dragon Island and practiced penance for more than a year. Not far away, there is a young dragon king with the body of a liger and the head of an ancestor dragon, roaring furiously to the sky. It is the red dragon king who follows Dugu Sword Demon, and is the most ferocious one among the 11 little dragon kings. The blood-red scales were shining brightly, and the blood-colored rays of light danced all over his body, like a burning divine flame. The roaring sound was as deafening as rushing thunder, and its strength was obviously much stronger than when it was in Longdao. At the same time, in the primeval forest in the middle of the southern wilderness, ferocious beasts roared and savage beasts fled. A black-haired young man's body was cast like steel, with the upper half of his bronze-colored body naked, covered in blood, rushing to kill among the savage beasts. Wild, the 7 or 8 meter long ferocious beast was like a scarecrow in his hands. It would be torn in two if he stretched out his hand, and he chopped and chopped several times at random, breaking several huge wild beasts. Full of magic, it was wild and frightening, the bronze-colored skin gleaming with Baohui was completely stained red with blood, and the eyes were more ferocious than wild beasts, shining with a cold light like a blade. As if it could shrink to an inch, the blood-stained bronze demon body left afterimages in the wild forest. Wherever it passed, waves of blood gushed out, and the herd of ferocious beasts kept fleeing, leaving a huge dead body on the ground. The blood mist dyed the forest red. Killing full. Finally, the terrifying demon body passed directly through the body of a 10-meter-long beast, and he stopped killing. When he came to a big waterfall, the torrent that descended thousands of feet hit his tall bronze-colored demon body. His icy eyes seemed to be able to cut through the water curtain, and 2 terrifying rays of light shone out, looking in the direction of Tiandi City. "It's time for me, Yu Wenfeng, to go back." With a fist blast, the waterfall that made the sound of rushing thunder unexpectedly flowed backwards in an instant. To the north of Tiandi City, in the barren vein 800 miles away, a young man sits quietly cross-legged on a rocky mountain like an ancient stone sculpture. He couldn't feel any life fluctuations on his body, his long gray hair fell off in the wind like withered flowers and plants, and his body was full of dust, as if it had been completely petrified after endless years. Until the dark clouds in the sky drifted away, the light drove away the darkness, a ray of sunlight shone on his body, and the melodious birdsong in the mountains and forests sounded, and he burst into vitality in an instant, dust flying all over the sky, bursting out from him. The withered gray long hair was all blown away by the wind, and the water blue long hair instantly grew to the length of the shawl, shining with a bright blue luster, looking extremely healthy. This is an unusually handsome young man. He stood up, looked towards the direction of Tiandi City, and said to himself, Wu Xingfeng has already learned the lesson, who should be next? Chapter 162 I am a dragon. In the southern wilderness, there are many secrets hidden in the mountains of the Million Yuan Mountains. Endless myths and legends have flowed here, leaving many beautiful or terrifying stories for future generations. At this moment, the three top young masters of the southern wilderness almost ended their cultivation process by coincidence, and set foot on their way home in three directions, aiming at Tiandi City. A Wu Xingfeng came from the Northland, and there are gossip rumors that two other peak youth powerhouses from the Northland have also come to Tiandi City one after another, and they want to fight against the strongest young generation of southern desolation. Yu Wenfeng, Dugu Sword Demon, and that handsome blue-haired man came out for them. The beast fighting contest is approaching, and it is also the time for the young generation's top cultivators to face off. In addition to the southern wilderness and the northern lands, there may also be young leaders from a wider area of the longevity continent. Undoubtedly, there will be a hurricane engulfing the Tiandi City, and a beast fighting competition that moves in all directions may evolve into a competition between cultivators. Fighting originated from people, and the beast fighting competition started because of people, and beast fighting is also fighting people. The young generation is the most vigorous generation, and their confrontation will be particularly eye-catching. Some young strong men will live as short and beautiful as meteors, while some young strong men are destined to be as long-lasting and bright as stars. Their fall and rise are unstoppable. The current winner may be the king of this land decades later, and the pattern of great power in a few decades may begin to emerge now. Hai Yuntian has already left. Xiao Chen thought for a long time alone. What Hai Yuntian revealed surprised him very much. He has decided to make peace with each other, let them misunderstand, or he should take the initiative to mislead them. Having such an identity is very important. Although the layout of the residence is small, the garden-style layout is still pleasing to the eye. Xiao Chen was walking, passing by several pavilions in the middle courtyard, passing through a vine trellis, and walking onto the small white marble bridge. Clear springs flowed from the mouths of several stone beasts and merged into the pool under the small bridge. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes froze, and he was surprised to see the little white turtle running away. Under the small white marble stone arch bridge, a small white-shelled tortoise is swimming happily chasing a group of goldfish. What surprised Xiao Chen was that the fist-sized tortoise really didn't look like a turtle at all when swimming, but looked like an elf wearing a tortoise shell, with very light and natural movements. In the end, what made Xiao Chen even more dumbfounded was that it was swimming comfortably on its back in the pool with its belly upturned. The four little tortoise claws were very light and agile, without any clumsy appearance. Is this a turtle? Xiao Chen seemed to be in disbelief of what he saw. This thieving little turtle is too weird. It wasn't until he stared at it for several minutes that he unconsciously smiled. When Xiao Chen tried to fish it up, he was taken aback. The little white-shelled tortoise disappeared like a flash of lightning, and after a slight shake, it rushed up. The speed was unimaginable. Kiki and the little stubborn dragon tried to catch it several times but failed. It can be described as no shadow. And what shocked Xiao Chen was that the black iron god chain no longer locked it, and fell off the turtle shell into the lotus pond. The little tortoise with a white shell was looking at him treacherously, as if he was smiling, yes, just smiling, not nervous or scared at all. How did this happen? What happened? Xiao Chen didn't understand what happened until the three skeletons came and gestured continuously. The last time the little stubborn dragon was seriously injured, the little turtle with a white shell drank a lot of blood from the little stubborn dragon, and then ran away like a thief. When it reappeared, the chain fell off. Xiao Chen was very surprised, thought for a while, and then, as if talking to a person, asked the little turtle with a white shell that was leisurely on the stone arch bridge, saying, "You are free, little thief, why are you running back?" Although Xiao Chen looked calm, his heart was full of ups and downs. After all, according to speculation, this might be a sealed dragon. Now, the body of freedom has been obtained, but but the original appearance of the dragon body has not been restored at all, so don't worry about its tyrannical destructive power. With a slight shake, a small white-shelled tortoise with the size of a fist appeared in front of him as if traveling through space, and then engraved 3 ancient characters on the stone slab. This made the snow-white little beast Kiki's big eyes stare round, and then stretched out the furry little beast's claws to rub her bright big eyes vigorously, and the little stubborn dragon also showed a surprised look. Jaw-dropping. Looking at its ancient stroke shape, it resembles the legendary ancient divine script. Xiao Chen only knows the character, dragon, that has never changed since ancient times. After observing and pondering for a long time, Xiao Chen said in surprise, "I am a dragon." When Xiao Chen suspiciously guessed the meaning of the other 2 words, he immediately revealed an inconceivable expression. Although his state of mind was quite different from the past and had improved a lot, he still couldn't help being shocked. The original conjecture was confirmed. With a slight shake, the small white-shelled tortoise left an afterimage on the small stone arch bridge made of white marble and disappeared. In the early morning of the second day, someone came to visit. He was an old man with white hair and a childlike face. It was hard to guess his age. He might only be in his 50s or 60s, but he looked more than 100 years old. Although he was an old man, his eyes were as deep as seawater. This old man is very extraordinary, this is Xiao Chen's direct perception. He guessed that it might be the patriarch or elder of a certain powerful force, most of whom came here for his identity. After the old man explained his purpose, Xiao Chen found out that he guessed wrong. The old man didn't come for him at all, but came for King Qinguang, King Yama, and King Reincarnation. I am a spiritualist, and I have a lot of research on life spirits. I want to communicate with these 3 skeletons often. The old man was very kind, and expressed his intentions tactfully. Although he said he wanted to communicate with the 3 skeletons, Xiao Chen felt that the old man seemed to want to accept apprentices. He seemed to love talents, yes, he loved talents. That look is undisguised. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. Why did the old man fall in love with the 3 skeletons? The light of the soul was flickering, and the old man was able to have a direct soul conversation with the 3 skeletons. The result is no suspense, the 3 skeletons want to practice with the old man. Don't worry, if you want to see them, you can go to the Beidou Academy opposite at any time. I live deep in the academy. The old man said with a smile on his face, their souls are very powerful. These days, every late at night, when I meditate alone, I can always feel the fluctuations. I found this place out of curiosity. After listening to the old man's brief narration, Xiao Chen already understood what was going on, and he couldn't stop it. This is a good thing. According to the old man, the 3 skeletons may regenerate one day in the future. This is an opportunity. After the old man left with the 3 skeletons, the fat Zhuge Liang came here with a smile all over his face. He looked at the back of the old man when he left, and muttered, "Brother Xiao, who is that old man? Why does he look like a portrait in my home?" Later, the handsome Hai Yuntian also came here. When they heard what Xiao Chen told about the old man, the fat man was so startled that he almost fell over. That old man is still alive. This must be him, the person in the painting of my house. Fatty's tone was very certain. Who is it? Xiao Chen was aroused by him. I only know that he lives in Beidou Academy. He is a spiritual master who studies life and spiritual art. He once saved the life of my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Hai Yuntian was a little dizzy from being surrounded by him. How old was his grandpa's grandpa's grandpa? While Xiao Chen was deeply surprised by this, he was very happy that the 3 skeletons seemed to be following the right person. Xiao Chen, you'd better be careful. This was Hai Yuntian and Zhuge Liang's advice to Xiao Chen. Although Hoffman and Zhuge Kun were reprimanded by their father and they were not allowed to cause trouble until they knew Xiao Chen's identity, how could these 2 scumbags listen to the advice and secretly summon their party members to attack Xiao Chen? Then the 2 left. Afterwards, Xiao Chen took Little Stubborn Dragon and KK to the mountains outside Tiandi City. He wants to continue to practice, and prepares to deal with the 2 scum after he comes back. This decision almost suffocated Hoffman and Zhuge Kun to death. It was finally arranged, but no one could be found. It was like clenching a fist hard, but found that it was hit in the air, and lost the trace of the opponent. Unable to use their strength, Hoffman and Zhuge Kun were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood in the next few days, they were too depressed. In the barren mountains and forests, Xiao Chen let KK and the Little Stubborn Dragon rush into the primitive mountains, and he sat quietly under a huge waterfall with his upper body naked, letting the thunderous 3,000-foot torrent fall from the cliff and hit his bronze-colored body. The 3,000-foot waterfall hangs in front of the cliff, and the white torrent is like a galloping army, which is deafening. At such a height, the downward impact is unimaginable, but Xiao Chen remained motionless like a rock, and the gigantic waterfall like a giant hammer kept hitting his body, and bursts of crystal brilliance shone from his bronze-colored body. 10 days, stand still. Xiao Chen is not only training his body, but also training his mind. The center of the deafening waterfall is like still water, and his spiritual consciousness is condensing and sublimating. On the 11th day, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His sharp eyes were as aggressive as a blade, his bronze-colored body shone brightly, and with a clear whistle, his long black hair danced wildly, and the falling waterfall unexpectedly flowed upwards in an instant. Chapter 163 The Suspended God Island. The waterfall around Xiao Chen flowed backward for a short time, and then seemed to be still again. The spiritual energy from all directions gathered, condensed in the water waves, and blended with the water mist, forming a holy radiance. Breaking through the water waves, Xiao Chen leapt into the mountains and forests. In the past 11 days, he has gained a lot of insights, his spiritual consciousness has been further condensed, his physical body has become stronger, and he has made further progress towards the legendary treasure body. He feels that he is infinitely approaching the peak of the 9th layer of transformation realm. Yes, even though the physical body and spiritual consciousness are stronger, they still haven't broken through the realm of the 9 heavens. The legendary, Great Realm Plane, has been blocked in front, and it is difficult to rush past it at once. There are 5 realms of transformation: knowledge of Tibet, imperial sky, nirvana, and longevity. Each realm is divided into 9 heavens. Every time you rush to a heaven within a certain realm, it is like climbing a higher mountain from a shorter mountain. Although it is difficult, it is by no means impossible to climb. Every breakthrough can feel the rapid improvement of cultivation. However, it is very difficult to advance to the great realm. The difficulties encountered in being promoted from an ordinary master to the threshold of transformation are unimaginable. Although Xiao Chen has been promoted to the 9th heaven of transformation realm, which seems to be adjacent to the realm of knowledge of Tibet, but this time it is by no means as simple as rushing to a higher mountain. Now he has to cross a large plain that is as high as the mountain of the 9 heavens before he can really break into the realm of knowing Tibet. From climbing a mountain to crossing a great plain of the same height, one can imagine how far the road has to be traveled. The Great Plain can be understood as a giant mountain, or many peaks. The same is true of the 9 heavens of every great realm, a very difficult level. If it is someone else, they may be frustrated and disappointed if they cannot break through this great realm after a long period of practice, but Xiao Chen's spiritual perception is very keen. Although he cannot break through to the realm of knowledge, he still feels the improvement of cultivation base, which is purely from the spirit and body, and no longer focuses on strength. This not only does not make him depressed, but also makes him happy. What is more exciting than the sublimation and evolution of the spirit and body? This is the only way of transformation. Only the accumulation of quantity and the potential change of quality can truly break into the realm of knowledge and storage. The ever-elevating 9 heavens peak master is so strong that he can stand in the forest of young masters in the southern desolation, and he has a limited number of good trees on the top. After resting in the wild forest for a while, Xiao Chen found Kiki, who was sleeping soundly with a lot of heaven and earth spirit essence in her arms. I have to say that the little snow-white beast is too spiritual, and all the heaven, material and earth treasures that accumulate essence can hardly escape its eyes. Compared with it, the huge southern wasteland is simply a cornucopia. This is a scene that makes the heavens jealous. Bursts of colorful lights are constantly flashing, and the drooling Zijin King Ginseng, colorful Shenji, and golden immortal orchid fruit almost drown KK, and the bursts of fragrance are refreshing, and it is as peaceful as a sleeping child. Afterwards, Xiao Chen spent several more hours to find the little stubborn dragon who was covered with scars. For the Dragon King of the 9 heavens realm to suffer such trauma, one can imagine what kind of fierce battle it has gone through. However, Xiao Chen was relieved, knowing that there were no tyrannical beasts in the nearby mountains that could absolutely kill the little stubborn dragon. Zhuge Liang once gave him a map of the barren veins around Tiandi city, and many forbidden areas were marked with red crosses as warning symbols. This is the little stubborn dragon training plan formulated by Fatty Zhuge Liang. It is completely a battle to the death in the wild, not confined to the arena. I have to say that this fat man has a good eye for fighting beasts, and also has a lot of research, knowing how to maximize their potential. Fatty Zhuge believes that the little stubborn dragon is different from ordinary fighting beasts, and only in this way can it truly help it continue to transform. After resting for a day, Xiao Chen flew back to Tiandi city with KK and little stubborn dragon. The home has been flipped over, obviously patronized. Xiao Chen thought it was probably Hoffman and Zhu Kun. Yes, it was the work of their henchmen. The two scumbags were almost suffocated by Xiao Chen in the past 10 days. Xiao Chen didn't care at all, and walked out with KK and Little Stubborn Dragon, but found that something seemed to have happened in Tiandi City. There were a lot fewer cultivators, and even Hoffman and Zhu Kun couldn't be dealt with, and they disappeared. After inquiring, I found out that there was a sensational news from the depths of the southern wilderness. Someone discovered a ruins of the Tianshan Palace, and there were actually 2 young holy beasts wandering there. In 10 years in the huge southern wasteland, only 3 or 2 holy beasts could be found. This time, 2 of them appeared at once, and they were the most precious holy beasts that could be safely raised. Can the young holy beast wandering around the ruins of the Tianshan Palace be compared with ordinary holy beasts? Maybe their ancestors are related to the gods, or maybe even the so-called gods. The so-called ancient gods are not necessarily human gods, as long as they are strong enough to make ordinary gods tremble. They are rare holy beasts with noble blood, and even the spirits of plants and trees can be called that. If that's the case, the 2 young holy beasts are definitely the most powerful among the holy beasts. Legend has it that there are several species that are alien species that can rival the dragon clan. Back then, Kiki was considered by Monk Yijun to be a cub of one of those races. If the 2 young holy beasts were really of such a race, if they could be subdued, it would be unimaginable in the future. The strongest race, just thinking about it makes people's blood boil. Many big forces in the southern wilderness have taken action, and some old masters can't sit still, and many young children have followed the masters in the family. Many masters from other places who came to participate in the beast fighting competition also went to the Million Mountains deep in the southern wasteland. There is no doubt that many people will die for this, and perhaps the blood will stain the barren hills red. You must know that when the ancestral dragon divine ship returned, it triggered a bloody battle that lasted for several months. The beach on the shore of the southern wilderness sea was stained red with blood. When Xiao Chen returned a few months later, there were still people fighting fiercely at the beach. Dragon Island has the power to restrain the gods, so the old masters dare not land in person, but the Nanwang Zongtian temple ruins have no such restrictions, and many masters rushed away immediately. Of course, it can attract some old immortals to run away, and the ruins of Tianshan Palace are also the main reason, and there may be amazing discoveries in the ruins. Let's go, let's join in the fun too, just follow behind. The most important thing is to watch the show, not to participate. Almost all the younger generation in Tiandi City ran away. Xiao Chenyan had no reason not to go. He believed that many wonderful things would definitely happen. The goal, deep in the southern desolation. No need to ask people, there are obvious traces left on the road in that direction. The southern wilderness with a territory of thousands of miles, millions of mountains, forests of wolves, towering ancient trees covering the sky, monkeys singing and tigers roaring, all kinds of ferocious beasts rampant, and there are many alien species of heaven and earth, ancient beasts of the prehistoric. Xiao Chen walked unhurriedly in the primitive mountains. At first he did not spread his immortal wings to walk against the sky. Because, he didn't want to compete for those 2 young holy beasts who were most likely to be the descendants of gods. Doing so would kill people. The Dragon King battle lasted for several months, until all parties agreed on the final ownership. These 2 young alien holy beasts of heaven and earth cannot simply decide their ownership. At least several big forces in the southern wilderness have to send people to compete. With Xiao Chen's current strength, they cannot be shaken at all. It was very smooth, and there were no accidents along the way. Sometimes Xiao Chen flew, sometimes walked in the mountains and forests, and after a few days, he entered the depths of the barren veins. Of course, the so-called deep is a relative term. It is only 2,000 miles away from Tiandi City. It is impossible to really enter the legendary forbidden area. No one dares to really enter the deepest part of the southern wilderness. The ancient trees are towering, and the old trees are hundreds of meters high, covering the sky and the sun. There are also vines as thick as water tanks, which are enough to wrap around half the mountain peak. The most primitive scenery, it is impossible for people to visit it on weekdays. The ruins of Tenjin Shrine appear. A huge broken stone stands in the wild forest, with several very vigorous ancient characters carved on it. Each stroke seems to come through time and space. It is the breath that has been accumulated for endless years. It's a pity that Xiao Chen doesn't know those words at all, but he can be sure that they are absolutely contemporary with the words on the black chain that locks the little white-shelled tortoise. They are exactly the same font, and they are ancient divine characters. When we arrived in this area, we could obviously find that there were figures shaking in the primitive old forest from time to time, indicating that we were infinitely close to the destination. After turning over several mountains, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the destination. The scene in front of him surprised him. An island was quietly suspended in the air. Although it was only 5 or 6 square kilometers in size, it was so abruptly suspended in the primitive mountain range, which seemed particularly incredible. The taupe brown island looks like a huge meteorite, without any breath of life on it. It is only more than 100 meters above the ground, and it is far less high than the nearby mountains. Xiao Chen soared into the sky and looked down at the suspended island not far away. There was no greenery on it, and there was only a deserted ruin. It is expected that it should be a magnificent palace a long time ago. This should be the residence of the gods in the past. It should be the so-called God Island. Endless years have passed, and it is hard to imagine why it can still be suspended in the air. The ground below the island of God was also in ruins, apparently being turned over by someone, but there were not many people left at this time, and everyone went to hunt down the 2 young holy beasts. Xiao Chen landed in the sky, brought KK and the little stubborn dragon to the ruins on the ground. Broken rubble, broken boulders, everything shows that there used to be a magnificent building here. I don't know if those people gained anything, or if they found anything in this ruins. Xiao Chen didn't worry about gains and losses, and walked here in a loose manner. Suddenly, trembling from the soul, an abnormally terrifying aura instantly enveloped Xiao Chen. All this was so sudden that it happened in an instant. A gust of wind blew up all the rubble on the ground, and a terrifying black whirlwind blew up near the ruins, rushing towards it at an alarming speed. Xiao Chen was very shocked. The speed of the black wind was too fast. He rushed over all of a sudden. He raised his strength to the limit in an instant, but before he could make a move, he heard Kiki's angry cry and the roar of the little stubborn dragon. The black gale, wrapped in rubble and broken trees, unexpectedly swept away KK and the little stubborn dragon, passing by Xiao Chen, but did not touch him. The target was only the 2 little beasts. In an instant, Xiao Chen only saw a huge beast shadow in the black fury, and the gleaming black scales, and saw nothing else. Extremely shocked, it seemed to be a terrifying beast, Xiao Chen immediately spread out his immortal wings and chased after it. Beyond his imagination, the black gale was too violent and fast. After collapsing the mountains and forests for several miles, it actually broke away from the ground, and then rushed to the distance at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and then changed several directions and disappeared completely. Too fast. Xiao Chen didn't even catch up with the immortal wings, and he didn't know where the black fury swept. Damn it! Xiao Chen was so angry that he actually swept KK and the little stubborn dragon away. Who did this? Walking in the air, after the undead sky wings unfolded, Xiao Chen's speed was raised to the limit, and he crossed the mountains, trying to find the shadow of the black whirlwind. But he was disappointed and couldn't find it at all. He actually snatched KK and the little stubborn dragon, which made Xiao Chen very angry. Thinking of the tranced glance, he slowly calmed down. The huge beast shadow and the gleaming black scales seemed to indicate that they were not human beings. He thought of a lot, and the matter may be very complicated. Chapter 164 Flinder Drill. Xiao Chen was extremely disappointed. The 2 little beasts were swept away just like that. He stood silently in the void, scanning all directions. Having been with the 2 little beasts for such a long time, the sudden separation made him very disappointed. The black beast shadow, the cold scale armor, Xiao Chen kept this little information firmly in his heart. He secretly made up his mind to practice hard. If he could achieve something someday, he would definitely come here to look for the 2 little beasts. Right now he didn't count on it, and it was obvious that the madman in the black fury was not something he could deal with. Xiao Chen landed on the floating island of God, quietly looking at the distant mountains. Although he didn't have any hope, he still wanted to wait here for a few days. It would be great if the old undead who entered the barren vein faced that madman. Although the hope of winning was very slim, there was always a slight possibility. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt very strange. The package on his back was trembling, and when he opened it, it turned out to be a long black cloth, not because it was not clean, but because it was stained with blood, and it was dark because of its age. It turned out to be the Shroud of Surenshi. Of course, the blood-stained cloth obtained from Longdao cannot be completely identified as the Shroud of Surenshi. This is just the devil's inference and Xiao Chen's conjecture. If the conjecture is true, there is no doubt that Surenshi is already dead. However, there are many legends on the Longevity continent, all of which point to one place, that is the southern wilderness, where it is said that the Suiran family has been living in seclusion. Looking at the black blood-stained cloth, Xiao Chen was amazed. Since he got it, he has never seen anything abnormal, even when he was sailing in the Taboo Sea. And this seemingly ordinary blood cloth unexpectedly fluctuated abnormally for the first time today. When he grasped the black blood cloth in his hand, it turned on its own without wind, and then shook with a crash, waving in the air like a large black flag. The mountain forest was very calm, there was not even a slight breeze, and there was no abnormal energy fluctuation on the suspended island of God, but the black blood cloth was shaking violently under such circumstances, as if a pair of invisible hands were waving it. Xiao Chen tightly grasped one corner, allowing it to vibrate, cautiously and carefully observing everything around him, letting out his consciousness and scanning all directions. There was no abnormality, no one approached, except for the roar of beasts from time to time. There was nothing wrong here. What happened? Is there someone peeping in the dark? Something to do with the shroud? After silently scanning the surroundings for half a quarter of an hour, Xiao Chen denied this conjecture, and thought of another possibility. Could it be the reason for this place? Could the floating island of God be related to the Swearing clan? The dark brown island of God is like a meteorite, without any breath of life on it, only the broken rubble seems to tell the glory of the year. Crash! The shroud suddenly vibrated violently, as if he was about to let go. Xiao Chen hurriedly grabbed it, but his body followed the direction in which the shroud was vibrating. Target, the center of the ruins. The blood-stained black cloth was like a spirit, guiding Xiao Chen towards the center of the ruins step by step, leading him in one direction. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was beating violently, and the shroud of the ancestral god guided him forward, as if he was about to have an extraordinary encounter. He never thought that the ordinary shroud could be spiritual, and he always thought it was just an ancient immortal cloth stained with some holy blood. When Xiao Chen came to the center of God Island and stood on top of the ruins, the blood cloth suddenly shook violently, forcibly escaped from his control, and flew out of his palm. Then a gust of wind blew up in the center of God Island, the black cloth of God shook violently in the air, and the rubble in the ruins was blown up by the wind, flying in the sky. The ruins were cleared out of an empty field. The blood-stained black cloth was straightened like a javelin, pointing straight at the foundation of the ruins. The foundation is entirely made of hard rocks, but they have all been polished, the edges and corners are not rough, and they are neatly piled up, making the foundation look thick and solid. Xiao Chen has confirmed that there is definitely something down here. It's just that he didn't know if there was any danger. After experiencing too many things, he became more and more cautious, because ancient ruins like this are the most prone to evil things. After experiencing the catastrophe of the dead city, whenever he saw ancient buildings such as castles, he always felt lingering fear. As the strong wind surged, Xiao Chen split the foundation through the air, and the immortal sky wings had already unfolded, and he was suspended in the void. If there was any abnormality, he would evacuate here immediately. The boulder collapsed, and the foundation was cracked by him. The black soil layers on both sides were all swept away by the energy waves to the distance. The foundation was exposed, and there was nothing special below, and there was nothing abnormal. However, at this moment, the black divine cloth trembled more violently. After a violent gust of wind, it suddenly stopped, and then fell quickly as if it weighed more than 1,000 catties. Just like that, it sank among the rocks and covered a foundation. After watching quietly for a while, Xiao Chen didn't notice anything wrong, so he landed in front of the cloth and grabbed it. With a crash, the blood-stained black cloth wrapped a stone wedge out of the foundation. A very ordinary stone, taupe in color, very rustic in appearance, with the thickness of 2 fingers, the length of a palm, and a pointy end. It looks like a stone diamond as a whole. Of course, it was more like a stone wedge. It was originally used to fill the gaps between the foundation stones and boulders, but it was wrapped up by the blood-stained black god cloth. Xiao Chen didn't care about it, thinking that there were secrets under the foundation, but after lifting the boulder, he found nothing. Instead, the shroud kept trembling, covering the ordinary stone wedge. Stone wedge. This. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. Could it be that this spiritual cloth trembled because of this ordinary long stone? This is just an ordinary stone. The kind that can be seen everywhere in the mountains, and the people who built the foundation of this palace obviously regarded it as an ordinary stepping material. They didn't regard it as a big material at all, but used it to fill the gaps between the foundation stones. How did that happen? Xiao Chen couldn't figure it out. After observing for a long time, he didn't find anything special. His keen spiritual sense didn't detect any energy, and there wasn't any abnormal fluctuation. Obviously Xiao Chen was the last person to arrive here. Many cultivators had already arrived before him. The ruins of the Tianshan Palace had already been turned upside down. If there were any treasures, it would be difficult to hide from those old immortals. What good things can be left in the place that has been carefully searched by everyone? However, the shroud pointed directly at this ordinary stone shaped like a diamond. Even if it was ordinary, Xiao Chen couldn't really put it in the ordinary stone. Hold it in your hand, turn it over and look at it. After careful perception, you find that it seems to be lighter than ordinary stones, to the point that it looks like sunken wood. Wood. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that if it was a piece of wood that had been polished at one end, it would look very similar, and the more it looked like an ancient gray-brown wood. It's so strange and fast, why can't it be distinguished from ordinary stones? Like stone and wood, it is difficult to distinguish. He smashed hard at a huge boulder, but the expected boulder cracking did not appear, and the stone strips shaped like stone diamonds collapsed not far away. There was nothing strange about it. Xiao Chen put it away carefully, although he didn't see any use for it for the time being, but he guessed it should not be Fanpin. Near the island of God, no cultivators appeared, and everyone chased after the two young holy beasts. Xiao Chen said with some self-mockery, "You are fighting for the holy beast that is suspected to be the strongest race in front, and I am picking up stones here." After waiting quietly near Shendao for 2 days, but Kiki and the little stubborn dragon did not come back, Xiao Chen's illusions were shattered, and he decided not to wait any longer, and went to the depths of the barren veins to have a look. In the next day, he saw the shadows of some cultivators, those who were looking for the young holy beast. Of course, these people are all weaker ones, falling behind, and those strong ones have already disappeared in the depths of the barren veins. At the same time, Xiao Chen accidentally discovered some aborigines living in the mountains and forests, living a very primitive life, just like savages. But in such a small tribe, when he saw a certain scene, he was immediately struck by lightning. He saw someone in this small primitive tribe using hardwood branches to drill wood into rough wood to make fire. At this moment, it seemed as if a bolt of lightning illuminated Xiao Chen's heart, making his blood boil for a while. The seemingly ordinary stone and wood obtained from the ruins are no longer ordinary. He knows what it is. How did the Suiran family get the way? From this this seems to be a sacred object for him to attain Taoism, the flinder drill. Now thinking about its shape, and its material, which looks like stone but not stone, and wood but not wood, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of the Sui Ren drill, the ancestor god who attained the Tao. All human beings know that the ancestor god drilled wood to make fire back then. But it seems that there has never been a description of this holy object, as if no one has ever classified it as a holy object, and it has no power. The ancestor gods never used it to deal with opponents back then. But this is an extraordinary artifact after all. Just when Xiao Chen's mood was ups and downs and it was difficult to calm down, the sound of dragons roared from the depths of the primitive mountains. It's the little stubborn dragon. Xiao Chen was so pleasantly surprised that he spread out his immortal wings and rushed forward like lightning. In the primordial forest that covered the sky and the sun, the roar of dragons echoed. Right in front, Xiao Chen quickly rushed through the forests and arrived there. I saw that the little stubborn dragon and KK were both safe and sound. Besides them, there were actually 3 little beasts following them. It turned out to be the 3-headed little dragon king. But these 3 little dragon kings are definitely not what Xiao Chen has seen on Dragon Island before. Xiao Chen will never admit his mistake, he must have never seen them before. Xiao Chen couldn't bear to look at his own eyes. This was a thing that made him dumbfounded. The little stubborn dragon and KK abducted the 3 little dragon kings from nowhere. It's so speechless. Chapter 165. The 3-headed dragon king that has never been seen before. They are like little stubborn dragons. Not only the head of the ancestor dragon is so obvious, even the tail of the ancestor dragon has already transformed. What is going on? Obviously only 11 little dragon kings were brought back from Long Island, and with the addition of the little stubborn dragon, a later evolutionary, there are only 12. Why are there 3 more? Xiao Chen was puzzled, but in an instant he fully understood what was going on. Legend has it that there may be several ancient savage dragons living in seclusion in the deepest part of the southern desolation. They escaped the seal of Dragon Island and are the kings of the dragon clan. Now it seems that the legend may be true. No matter whether those kings are still alive or not, they must have left blood, and it is a very noble blood. The origins of these 3 little dragon kings are really too great, in a sense even higher than the little dragon kings on Dragon Island. Their backgrounds are too profound. The first thing Xiao Chen thought of was to keep it for himself. It is hard to understand without going through a series of events. The 2 cherished young holy beasts have already been beaten to death by the cultivators, and they are fighting frantically, not to mention the 3 dragon kings. The idea was good, but it was too difficult to operate in practice. Xiao Chen clearly felt the hostility of the three little dragon kings. The powerful dragon pressure frightened the nearby beasts so that they did not dare to howl, and the forest became quiet. The three little dragon kings roared at KK and the little stubborn dragon, showing deep hostility and fighting intent, and then the three of them also looked at each other hostilely and rushed into the primitive old forest in three directions. The speed can be said to be as fast as lightning, leaving three afterimages in the primeval forest and disappearing in the blink of an eye. It seems that they were just ordered to send off the two little beasts, and now they left without any regrets. Although he felt regretful, Xiao Chen couldn't do anything about it. The origin of the three-headed little dragon king was too unusual, and he didn't want to make trouble. Up to now, Xiao Chen has roughly guessed who took KK and little stubborn dragon abducted. For the departure of the three little dragon kings, Kiki and the little stubborn dragon didn't care, but kept looking in a certain direction. The little snow-white beast looked very cute. It seemed that it had lingering fears. It shrank its neck, showing a rare look of fear, and looked back secretly. It was obvious that it had been eaten up for the past 2 days. The little stubborn dragon also had a strange expression, looking back from time to time, as if knowing that someone was watching them not far away. Thinking of the black raging wind, the tall beast's shadow, and the gleaming black scales, Xiao Chen knew exactly who it was, so he didn't ask any more questions right now. He didn't want to be troublesome, and quickly left with the two little beasts. It wasn't until they walked 100 miles away that the two little beasts relaxed and returned to their previous state. The holy beast's spiritual sense is the keenest, and Xiao Chen knew that the untouchable existence behind him had really left. What's going on? Xiao Chen only started to ask now. Kiki immediately babbled and gestured, seeming very excited. It took Xiao Chen a long time to understand. The expression of the little beast is very interesting. If you understand it according to its thinking, it is a big monster, a super big devil. It seemed that the expression was not clear. KK described it with dancing, as if it was an evil existence that could cause a heinous disaster. The little stubborn dragon behaved strangely, as if thinking about something. No matter how Xiao Chen asked, it remained silent. Xiao Chen had no choice but to learn about the situation from KK, and the information he got surprised him a little. The little snow-white beast told him that the Super Demon King was very powerful, and he had threatened it several times during the past 2 days, and even taught the little stubborn dragon a severe lesson. According to the little snow-white beast's understanding, he was a big hateful bastard. Kiki complained angrily about her grievances and kept making gestures. The big demon king can fly, and he took them to a faraway place, and entered a forest that exudes sunlight, where there are many heaven and earth spirits that make the little snow-white beasts drool, and then saw 3 little dragon kings there, and a fierce battle broke out between them. Kiki had no suspense to fix the 3 dragon kings, but it was imprisoned by the big devil again, and the little stubborn dragon fought with the 3 little dragon kings respectively. The big devil gave the 5 little beasts a hard lesson, and finally sent 2 of them back, and let the 3 little dragon kings send them off for a ride. Half a day later, Xiao Chen returned to the ruins of Tianshan Palace with the 2 little beasts, where he had found a flintstone. This was a surprising discovery, and Xiao Chen decided to look for it more carefully. It's just that the 2 little beasts didn't have any interest in this, and soon rushed to the primeval forest. The little stubborn dragon went to find the fierce beast, and Kiki went to look for the spirit of heaven and earth. The breeze was blowing gently, and there was a rustling sound from the primitive old forest. Xiao Chen found nothing on the island of God, and came to the ruins on the ground and searched casually. At this moment, his keen spiritual sense caught a ray of cold killing intent, and silently, a figure came to the ruins like a ghost. The whole figure seemed ethereal like a shadow, standing there quietly looking at Xiao Chen. At the same time, there was a strange aura in the air, a gray mist floated in, a figure was hidden in the space, floating in the air, only 2 cold lights from his eyes passed through the gray mist, staring at Xiao Chen coldly. In an instant, 2 murderous auras surged in the forest, and 2 figures covered by blue hazy lights slowly stepped forward, and the 4 trapped Xiao Chen in the ruins from the air and the ground. A huge pressure enveloped him in an instant. Xiao Chen was shocked. It was a very terrifying aura, a kind of domain, had covered this space, suppressing him. His body seemed to be bound, and he couldn't spread his immortal wings soaring into the sky. He was trapped in a field. Cold sweat flowed down. Xiao Chen knew that he had met a master, and the 4 of them were all extraordinary people. Together, they actually set up a field to seal off this space. This kind of cultivation has steadily surpassed him, at least he currently does not have this ability at all. Brush. A dead light swept down from the mist in the sky, swift as lightning, without allowing Xiao Chen to make any extra movements, it swept him away viciously. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he was wounded in one blow. It is obvious that the spiritual masters in the air have to surpass him, and it is not something he can compete with. The three people on the ground had already surrounded him. The people in the shadows were invisible, as if they were invisible. The person in the shadow waved his palm and slashed at Xiao Chen. The spiritual energy in the air seemed to be drained, and then all of it suddenly affected Xiao Chen's approach. Boom! Kuangba's power is omnipresent, and Xiao Chen is not allowed to dodge at all, and directly blows him away, making him spurt blood. Standing up slowly from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Chen glanced at the four people coldly, and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" "Damn you," said the person in the gray mist above you coldly. "Take care of you slowly." The two people on the ground who were full of green energy stepped forward together, and shot at the same time. Two blue lights intersected and blasted towards Xiao Chen. Although he couldn't soar into the sky and was imprisoned in this special field, Xiao Chen could still take some action, just like jumping in a muddy pond. Xiao Chen struggled to dodge, and at the same time, the cracking style in the hands of the four major players violently hit, and the dazzling brilliance was directly torn out. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how exquisite and mysterious the magical skills are, it is difficult to parry. The enemy's cultivation base is much higher than that of Xiao Chen, and the two intersecting blue rays of light directly knocked Xiao Chen away. Vomiting blood again, Xiao Chen felt as if his internal organs were shattered, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. The cultivation bases of the four of them surpassed him, and they didn't seem to want to end his life immediately. Xiao Chen couldn't resist the four masters with such a cultivation level attacking him at all. The four enemies are definitely in the realm of knowing Tibet, so it is not difficult to kill him. The person on the ground, who was always in the shadows, was really like a ghost. He acted silently, and suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen like a ghost, grabbed his long hair and slapped him away fiercely. Shame, an absolute disgrace. Xiao Chen felt his blood surge. Not only was his body injured, but more importantly, he was so aggrieved that he wanted to roar. The figure in the gray mist in the sky, the cold light in the eyes is like two sharp swords. The figure flashes, and it appears in front of Xiao Chen as quickly as light and lightning, and stares down. Although Xiao Chen tried his best to dodge, and the rebellious style in the hands of the four great sands was pushed upwards, he still couldn't resist. The powerful spiritual art turned into energy light and protected the man's right foot, breaking through Xiao Chen's block directly, and kicked him out fiercely. The two people on the ground, covered in blue light, stepped forward together again, and stepped on Xiao Chen's body fiercely at the same time. Click, click, with two crisp sounds, they broke Xiao Chen's arms with great force. Naked humiliation could kill him quickly, but the other party wanted to torture and humiliate him slowly. The gap is too big. Xiao Chen knew that these four people were too powerful. They were not at the same level as him at all. At least they were masters in the realm of knowing Tibet, and it would be effortless to torture and kill them. It is absolutely impossible to be the same age. Even if the younger generation has a peerless genius, it is impossible to beat him so easily. Four mysterious masters who know the state of Tibet and are unpredictable, put Xiao Chen in a life and death danger. Boom! The person in the shadows on the ground stepped forward like a ghost, and kicked Xiao Chen fiercely on the breastbone. The power of the field trapped the seriously injured Xiao Chen like a quagmire, making him unable to break free and escape. As if hearing the sound of sternum shattering, Xiao Chen's body was kicked and flew upside down, leaving a bunch of blood in the air. Humiliation. Xiao Chen felt the threat of death, and his heart was extremely angry. This failure was due to the gap in time, because the other party was a generation older than him, and the years of cultivation far surpassed him, so his strength was far superior to him, but he couldn't do anything about it. The person in the gray mist in the air landed on the ground and pressed forward with the three people on the ground. The four pairs of eyes shone with cold light, and the sneer echoed in the ruins. In your eyes, I'm already a dead person, so you don't need to hide it anymore. Can you let me see your true face? Let me understand. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at them quietly. What are you? You don't deserve to see our true face. You know what you have done. The man in the shadow stepped forward and kicked Xiao Chen, who was imprisoned by the increasingly powerful field, and flew out. Then he took a step 7 or 8 meters away, and stepped hard on Xiao Chen's arm. Click, the sound of fracture came out. Then, the two men who were shrouded in blue radiance also stepped forward together, grabbed Xiao Chen, shot at the same time, broke his shoulder blades with 2 clicks, and made his arms hang down weakly. Boy, let's kill you as easily as crushing a bedbug. The two slapped him away viciously. Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a sneer, so you are from the scum family, today is to avenge your unworthy children. If I guess correctly, you are all middle-aged people over 40 years old. Your cultivation is only at the level of knowing Tibet. How dare you brag in front of me? If you go back 20 years ago, when you were about my age, the four of you together would not be worthy of lifting my shoes. You are very stubborn. The spiritual man who descended from the sky, protected himself with a wall of energy light, rushed over like lightning, grabbed Xiao Chen's long black hair, and slammed his knee hard, causing Xiao Chen to spurt blood from his mouth and nose, and flew out backwards. The four of you are nothing but trash. The combined age of the four of you is hundreds of years old, but you can only join forces to deal with me, a junior. You will never become real masters in your lifetime, and you can only act in such a dark way. Although Xiao Chen was constantly being hurt, there was undisguised contempt in his eyes. All this was just to delay the time, so that the four people would torture him out of anger, so as not to kill him immediately. Chapter 166 Repaying the other with the same way. This kind of gaze made the four of them very uncomfortable, and Xiao Chen's body was severely injured again. What kind of thing are you? You think you are invincible? Today I will torture you till death. A vicious voice echoed in the ruins. Xiao Chen sneered while coughing up blood. My cultivation base of the ninth heaven is nothing, but can your family find a young master at my age? I can sweep away everyone in the younger generation of your family. Give me a few more years, and even you will be vulnerable in front of me. Xiao Chen's failure was not due to his own cultivation, but because the enemy was too powerful, a generation higher than him. He kept contradicting the four of them just to delay time. It seemed that the pain was touched, and the four of them once again attacked Xiao Chen viciously, humiliating Xiao Chen, and his bones shattered in several places. The older generation can't easily attack the younger generation. Are you really disregarding those rules? Are you really going to carry shameless to the end? Xiao Chendao's eyes were full of contempt. HMPH, rules are dead, people are alive, who will find you now? There are no people within 10 miles, only beasts. If you die, you will die in vain. Well, everyone will think that you died in the southern wilderness in the process of fighting for the cub of the holy beast. You are really shameless. 4 middle-aged people deal with the next generation like this. What kind of scum is really from some kind of family? A sneer echoed on the ruins, and the four of them stared at Xiao Chen with cold eyes. You can use your tongue, we will torture you slowly, and see who is more painful. Although I was tortured by you today, the four of you are also dead. Xiao Chen sneered, and said, didn't your family always doubt my identity? I can tell you now that I come from the deepest part of the southern wilderness. Impossible. The middle-aged man in the deep shadow was obviously taken aback, and said, we have already investigated carefully, you are from the human world, not the deepest part of the southern desolation. You can go to the depths of this barren vein and ask. Someone must have seen me appearing in the forest with 4 little dragon kings. Those are the little dragon kings from the deepest part of the southern wilderness. Xiao Chen said in a cold voice, do you think it's nothing to humiliate me? Just wait and see, you will definitely die. Hearing these words, the four of them stopped involuntarily and stopped making moves. The spirit man soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the depths of the barren veins. The other 3 stood quietly in the field, silent. In just a quarter of an hour, the spiritual man flew back, nodded to the other 3, and said, someone has seen him have brief contact with several little dragon kings. I killed 2 of them, but according to those 2, there are 2 others who have also seen it. They have been gone for a long time and have not been found. The eyes of the 4 were extremely cold, they looked at Xiao Chen together, a little hesitant, a little decisive, constantly changing. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly shouted, stop the 4 of them. When the 4 of them heard the words, they were about to attack, but the brilliant colorful light covered the sky and covered the earth in an instant, and the 4 of them were all imprisoned in the brilliant glow. KK, the little snow-white beast, came back, hugging an old golden ginseng tree that was more than half a foot long, and was staring at them angrily. Okay, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said, KK, you just stop them for me first, and I will take action myself later. The field, set up by the 4 masters of the realm of knowledge of Tibet has disappeared, completely overwhelmed by KK's supernatural power, and completely replaced by the colorful prison. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen struggled to sit up, and then began to adjust his breath. Bursts of brilliance shot out from his body, and the bone made a cracking, crunching sound. After a short period of running the profound art, the broken bones were temporarily connected, and Xiao Chen was barely able to move. Pulling out the jet-black broken knife, Xiao Chen staggered forward and cut off 4 left palms without hesitation. "Aha eh, aha eh," screams echoed over the ruins. "Don't worry, I won't let you die anytime soon." The 4 of them never imagined that the little snow-white beast beside Xiao Chen would have the ability to imprison them, which is simply unimaginable. The bloody severed palm made them break out in painful cold sweat. "You 4 seem to like to humiliate people very much. Today I will serve you well, so that you can enjoy this kind of fun yourself." Xiao Chen really hated these 4 people now, swung the black broken knife again, cut off 4 left ears, and at the same time, the hazy light shrouded in 4 people disintegrated, revealing their true faces. All 4 of them had blonde hair, were all around 40 years old, and their faces were full of pain. It turned out to be a member of the Reagan family. At first I thought it was a member of the Zhu family. I will definitely not let Hoffman go this time. All 4 showed resentment and stared at Xiao Chen fiercely. "I don't like your look very much. If you beg for mercy or cry out in pain, it will somewhat alleviate the resentment in my heart." Speaking of this, Xiao Chen swung the black broken knife in his hand again. Puff. Blood splattered, and Xiao Chen chopped off his 4 calves. Now he doesn't have any compassion or intolerance in his heart. He was tortured by the 4 people just now with many bones broken in his body, and he has already suppressed the anger in his stomach. "Aha eh, aha eh." The severe pain forced the 4 of them to scream, and it was simply unbearable for them to bear the pain. "I slapped Hoffman. That's what he deserved. He killed and set fire and raped female students. He has done all the bad things. If I didn't care about your family, I would have wanted to shave him alive that day." Xiao Chen's words were serious. Xiao Chen swung 4 palms in succession, cracking the bones of the 4 people in many places. Since they are mortal enemies, of course there is no mercy at all. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Xiao Chen made up his mind not to let them go, raised the knife in his hand and dropped the right calf of the 4 of them. The blood splashed very high, staining the ruins red. "Xiao Chen, you must die." The 4 cursed viciously. "Didn't the 4 of you say that dealing with me is as easy as crushing a bedbug?" Xiao Chen swung the knife again, and the arms and legs of the 4 were all cut off, blood gurgled, and blood mist filled the forest. Xiao Chen carried the 4 of them, and threw them directly beside an ant nest. The poisonous ants in the forest were extremely fierce, and they crawled all over their bodies in a short while. The miserable cry made one's scalp tingle, and it sounded extremely painful and shrill. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chen walked over and said, "Let me give you a good time." With the knife raised and lowered, 4 black lights flickered, the heads of the 4 people were chopped off, and they flew obliquely to the treetops in the distance, and the blood mist floated in the forest. Xiao Chen left here with KK and the little stubborn dragon, and then began to heal on a hidden cliff. Broken bones are not such a terrible injury to Xiao Chen, who is in the 9th layer of Transcendence realm. He is practicing the art of precious body. If he wants to cultivate his body into a precious body that can resist divine weapons, his body is the strongest. However, within 3 days, the bones were completely connected. During this period, the joints were crackling, which was extremely scary. In the past 3 days, there has been quite a commotion in Wangmei. The heads of 4 masters of the Reagan family were beheaded and hung on the treetops, attracting many people's attention. After resting for another night, on the 4th day, Xiao Chen took KK and the little stubborn dragon back directly to Tiandi City. He was not interested in the 2 young holy beasts that might be the strongest race, and he didn't want to wade into the muddy water there anymore. When he came back, he just entered the Tiandi City and met an acquaintance. The tall Dugu sword demon was confronting people with an iron sword. He was a young man with a demonic nature, giving people a wild feeling. There was also a blue-haired young man in the outside field watching all this with a smile on his face. Many practitioners gathered around. Dugu sword demon and Yuanfeng are going to fight. Someone beside them whispered. When Xiao Chen approached the field, Dugu sword demon, Yu Wenfeng, and the blue-haired youth looked at him at the same time as if they had sensed something. Xiao Chen felt a strong pressure, and the power in his body was instantly stimulated. Boom! The 4 masters all released powerful energy fluctuations, and a field appeared in the scene. At the same time, Wu Xingfeng, the leader of the north, and the other 2 also appeared here, and at this moment, they also released the strongest energy fluctuations. Boom! The invisible field that appears is further strengthened. Interesting. A rebellious voice came from not far away again, and someone walked towards the arena from different directions at the same time. At this moment, the field, inspired by the young peak powerhouses suddenly became stronger. Chapter 167 Different Ways. The sky and the earth suddenly became completely dark, as if the realm of the netherworld was about to return to the earth, and the area within 100 meters was pitch black, and a terrifying field enveloped the place. At this moment, everyone caught in this field is deaf and blind. Their ears and eyes can no longer hear or see, as if they have become deaf and blind. The ordinary cultivators trapped here are very terrified. This feeling is the most inappropriate for cultivators. They are deprived of hearing and vision. This was entirely caused by a few top young masters. Although each of them could not release the field, several people gathered together, were hostile to each other, and released the strongest spiritual consciousness and power, which created the terrible scene in front of them. You must know that they are all outstanding figures from all over the world, and they are rare in the same generation. They will all be famous figures in the future, and their potential is unlimited. The fields that appear now are the dormant potential in their bodies, the advanced manifestation of the supernatural powers they will have in the future, and the embryonic form of the potential supernatural powers that will be stimulated. The field surged violently, like the undulating sea, and then violently turbulent a few times, throwing out all the ordinary cultivators. Immediately afterwards, several figures moved quickly in the pitch-black field, as fast as ghosts. When Xiao Chen raised the broken knife to block, his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and the opponent's body trembled for a while, and then left an afterimage and receded. Dugu Sword Demon, with an iron sword covering the sky, it is powerful and heavy, overwhelming the southern desolation, and it is difficult to find a rival in the same generation. It was just now that he held the iron sword and fought with Xiao Chen, and the surrounding space was distorted and blurred, as if deformed by being squeezed by life. Boom! As if the mountains were shaking and the ground was shaking, someone rushed towards Xiao Chen, and after the footsteps landed, the ground cracked, like a demon made of steel, so violent that people couldn't help but be horrified. That figure was slender and tall, but it seemed to weigh more than 10,000 junctures, colliding like a mountain. Kang! The space seemed to be torn apart, and the air flow was flowing at high speed, making an extremely piercing sound. The person who came punched Xiao Chen's head fiercely, with indescribable arrogance and domineering, as if he wanted to put the world in his eyes, including Xiao Chen of course. It turned out to be Yu Wenfeng, that wild and devilish young man from the southern wilderness. He ignored everything, as if he was the only one in the world, and he was respected for him. Xiao Chen held down the restless Kiki with the knife-holding hand, and calmly punched with the other hand, shaking the force with force, and striking the strong with force. The body is a treasure, and the fist is a treasure for protecting the body. With one punch, the strong wind blows in all directions, and a bright light seems to tear the dark field, and the intense energy makes the surface of the earth continue to crack. When the two punches wanted to collide with each other, but there was a sound like a metal impact, which was as deafening as thunder, causing many cultivators to buzz their eardrums and become deaf for a while. Yu Wenfeng retreated with one blow, and rushed to the next opponent without delay. Xiao Chen remained motionless, standing in the field, ready to receive the strongest blow from the next person. It is very rare for these top young strongmen to gather together. Now, in this dark and strange field, everyone is looking for an opportunity to make a move, wanting to test the cultivation of the future enemy. Since they are the strongest in various places, then they must look at the world next, and these people are destined to confront each other. Kai! A dazzling ray of light tore through the darkness and swept towards Xiao Chen. This is a powerful spiritual man, and this is a very rare supernatural power of the light of destruction, which is specially designed to deprive people of the power of life. The terrifying light is like the sickle of death. However, it was impossible for him to reap Xiao Chen's life with one blow. The black broken knife swept forward, and the bright light of the knife rolled out like a torrential river, colliding with the dazzling light of destruction, as if the ice and snow had melted, and the two forces collapsed in the air instantly. Call! Another terrifying beam of light swept towards Xiao Chen, and another beam of killing light rushed from the other direction, and it was another terrifying young master. Xiao Chen is not afraid, and calmly responds to all changes, and fights against people who are coming from all directions. In the gloomy dark field, no one really knows how many young masters there are. At this moment, the figures inside are jumping, as fast as lightning, terrifying spiritual skills, and bright sword lights, tearing the darkness from time to time. In a short moment, the leaders from all over the world had already had the most thrilling collision. Time seems to stand still at this moment, but it seems to speed up suddenly in an instant. Boom! After a loud noise, the dark field collapsed, and it was unknown who rushed out first, and then the figure leapt and rushed towards all directions. Everyone in the field retreated in an instant, and when the dark field completely disappeared, only Xiao Chen and the two little beasts were left in the field. The breeze was blowing gently. Xiao Chen stood quietly in the field, his tall and straight figure was motionless, only his black hair was dancing with the wind. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and Xiao Chen stood still for a long time before wiping off the blood, and then his body suddenly burst into a burst of dazzling light, and the slight injury was healed in an instant. He knew that those people were also injured, and after each launched the strongest attack, no one was safe and sound. I hope that no one can break into the realm of knowledge and storage in a short period of time. Xiao Chen said to himself, these people have already reached the 9th heaven of Transcendence realm, just like him, just one step at the door, and the last step will enter an extremely vast new world. But these people all know that it is very difficult to rush over. There is a huge barrier in front of them blocking them. It takes not only time but also great opportunities to break through. Walk. Xiao Chen unfolded the immortal wings, took KK and the little stubborn dragon soaring into the sky, and flew towards his residence. Until then, many cultivators watching the battle exclaimed, "Dragon King, that's a Dragon King. A Dragon King I've never seen before. Isn't there only 11 Dragon Kings, but 12? Xiao Chen doesn't want to wrong the little stubborn dragon anymore, a dragon is a dragon. There should be no pretending to be sloppy. It should be restored to its original appearance, and its spirit cannot be concealed. Want to hit little stubborn dragon's attention? Go and ask the big devil in the deepest part of the southern wilderness first." He believed that the news had already spread in a small area, and some people with enough weight had gotten the news that the 3 little dragon kings and the little stubborn dragon in the southern desolation lived side by side. If they thought they could fight against the existence in the depths of the southern desolation, they could make some crooked ideas. Otherwise, they could just stay bored and pretend not to know. It has been less than 2 months since the start of the beast fighting contest, and almost all the people who should come have arrived. Now Tiandi City has gathered many masters, cultivators from all walks of life gathered in the southern desolation, and a huge storm is about to rise into the sky. Xiao Chen has been closed for 3 days, and has been practicing for a few days, wanting to step into the realm of knowing Tibet in one fell swoop. The sight of the 4 masters of the Reagan family torturing him stimulated him all the time, and Xiao Chen wanted to break into that wider field as soon as possible. He knows that the leaders of the 9 heavens, like him, want to be the first to break into the realm of consciousness and treasure, and coerce the younger generation. "Xiao Chen, are you crazy?" Hai Yuntian looked at him suspiciously, and said, "You are digging your own grave by doing this." Hai Yuntian is a cultivator, and he is very clear about all kinds of taboos in the process of cultivation. When he heard that Xiao Chen was going to take the essence of heaven and earth to break through, he immediately objected fiercely. "I'm normal, I know what I'm doing." Xiao Chen was very calm. "You really don't know, or do you pretend?" Hai Yuntian looked at Xiao Chen puzzled, and said, "Shortcuts are the most taboo in the process of cultivation, but all practitioners who want to achieve great achievements must break through from themselves and practice hard without relying on external forces. This is the crystallization of the wisdom of the predecessors." Hai Yuntian said, "I don't believe you don't know these truths. Tian Saidibao may be able to give a person great power in a short period of time, but what he gains is bound to be lost. When he obtains the power he dreamed of at that stage, it also means that he will forever lose the qualification to be the strongest. The power obtained from the outside world restricts the development of his own power, and it is a shackle that he will never be able to break through. Doing so will block his own path. Do you really not understand the crystallization of the wisdom of these predecessors?" "Of course I've heard of it." Xiao Chen replied calmly, "But my Tao is different. Is your practice method special? Do you think you surpass all predecessors?" "It's not because of practicing exercises." Xiao Chen didn't seem to want to say anything more. Seeing Xiao Chen's obsessed look, Hai Yuntian shook his head and said, "If it's someone else, I won't persuade him at all. You are an extraordinary person. If you insist on going your own way, you will burn yourself with fire. A strong person must not only have a superb physique, but also have an unyielding heart. If one day your cultivation can no longer improve, how can you endure the suffering of never having hope, and you will eventually destroy yourself?" Hai Yuntian sighed, and said, "The experience talks in the cultivation world are all the crystallization of wisdom, and some words are more true than the truth. The strong are not afraid of loneliness, but they are afraid of being stagnant forever on the road of pursuing strength. If you really want to go your own way, sooner or later you will understand the meaning of this sentence. I just want to walk a path that the predecessors dare not walk. Why do I have to follow the path that the predecessors have walked? Xiao Chen looked at the cloud and said, I have heard what you said, and I know that there is nothing wrong with going on like that. But I want to say that my way of cultivation is not wrong. I am speaking from the facts. I have also taken some heaven and earth spirits. Indeed, in a short period of time, my path of cultivation has indeed been closed. However, I don't think it is a dead end. Cultivation is like a river breaking its embankment, unstoppable. All the way through the pass, breaking the so-called shackles, breaking through the so-called cage, and reaching a new peak. You are too obsessed. Hai Yuntian felt helpless, tried the last persuasion, and said, as far as your cultivation base is concerned, there are few rivals among your peers. If you continue step by step, your future is limitless. Why are you so anxious to break through? You still don't believe what I said, but you have to understand that my metaphor is not wrong. Xiao Chenai explained. The so-called shackles are like a river dam that cannot be broken away. It is an indestructible and impenetrable dam that cuts off the river and blocks the way of the river. The most likely result is that the river changes its course, washes away the upstream embankment, digs a gap, and flows away. This is what you call self-destruction. However, if it is not impossible to be able to hold on to the body, rely on the mighty indestructible river, and aim at the unbreakable dam. Breaking through the solid barrier is not impossible. At this time, if the accumulated torrential water rolls down, it will not only break through the barrier of the dam, but also break through some of Hanoi's own checkpoints downstream. Hai Tianyan was completely speechless. Of course, this was not because he was persuaded, but because he felt very helpless. Knowing that no matter how much he tried to persuade him, there would be no result, he said, you are doing crooked ways. There is no so-called evil way, there are 3,000 ways, why bother to walk along a single road? If everything follows the trajectory of the predecessors, it will be difficult to surpass the first person who walked out of the way. Of course, the Tao I practice now is definitely not the only Tao in the future. It is constantly changing, because I believe that many people have practiced this Tao. What I have to do at this stage is to dare to take a different road, and cultivate a different Tao. You still practice crooked ways after all. The way I want to practice is not a little way for one person. The way I want to practice is the great way that covers everything in the world. It is not limited to the small world of a person, but to grasp the whole big world. Xiao Chen said very casually, small as a grass or a tree, as big as a long river, a giant mountain, and a vast sea. Myself, the Tao of the predecessors is a road that rushing out of the avenue of heaven and earth, but my Tao covers the entire world, embraces everything, and accommodates everything. The so-called Tao should ultimately be that everything in the world is integrated. Hai Yuntian was too lazy to say anything. Don't worry, I can't build a giant dam all at once. I will slowly build small dams one after another, rush slowly, and break slowly like before. There is no problem in letting Fatty Zug buy the heaven and earth spiritual cuisine. As far as his contacts are concerned, he will definitely be able to find some good things. Xiao Chen had hundreds of thousands of gold coins in his hands, all of which were handed over to Fatty. Even the whole world is against this matter. Xiao Chen also has a staunch ally, that is KK, and the little beast happily holds up 4 little beast claws in favor. It has to be said that Fatty's work efficiency is very high, and a batch of heaven and earth spirit essence was delivered the next day. Of course, the cost was astonishing. 80,000 gold coins were spent at one time, and half of the gold coins had already been spent. It can be seen from this that if you want to practice like this, it is impossible to have no money. Among these batches of heaven and earth spirit essences, the most expensive Zijin old ginseng tree is estimated to be very old and cost a total of 50,000 gold coins. It's outrageous. Zug Liang, have you been tricked by someone? People don't sell a single gold coin. It is said that this old ginseng is very evil. The old aborigine who dug up the mountain ginseng told the seller this time that the old ginseng king and a white turtle were unearthed at the same time. You must know that the people who dig the ginseng are the most particular about these things. If they can dig out the living things that guard the old ginseng, it may be a snake or a mouse, which is enough to show that the old ginseng is a rare spiritual creature. What's more, the rare long-lived white turtle. I didn't understand this, so I sold the white turtle to someone else. Otherwise, the seller said that if the white turtle is still there, it won't be sold without 100,000 gold coins. Xiao Chen was in a daze, and then his mood was ups and downs. Where is the white turtle guarding the old ginseng? It is clearly a dragon. In this way, isn't this old ginseng a rare treasure? Not only Xiao Chen understands, but the little stubborn dragon can also hear what is going on. It is no longer as cool as before, a pair of long eyes have softened, and together with Xiao Chen, he looked at the pile of heaven and earth spirits. Only to find that the old ginseng king had disappeared, and suddenly turned around to find that the little snow-white beast KK was extremely intoxicated, hugging the old ginseng king tightly and swallowing, with a look full of happiness and satisfaction, and seemed to pass out with joy. Xiao Chen hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" The little snow-white beast was already ready to bite. When it heard this sentence, it looked back suspiciously, but still couldn't help the temptation. Kai bit off a small piece. In an instant, a colorful light shot up into the sky, and the courtyard was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Of course, little beasts won't eat alone. Chapter 168 The Power of Dragon Ginseng. The snow-white little beast was full of happiness and satisfaction. The half-foot-long purple gold old ginseng held in its arms was almost as long as its body. It wrinkled its cute little nose and bit it down with a bite. In an instant, a colorful light rose into the sky, and the courtyard was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. This kind of abnormality is too amazing. The colorful brilliance actually enveloped the whole yard, as if a colorful sun was held in KK's arms. The refreshing fruity aroma makes people intoxicated, and the rich and fragrant aroma is too strong, as if it penetrated into the bones of people in an instant, making people completely intoxicated. The old ginseng is purple gold on the outside, but the inside is colorful and glittering. There is no ginseng meat in it. It is a viscous liquid like honey. At this moment, everyone on the street smelled this intoxicating fragrance. Xiao Chen, KK, and the little stubborn dragon all began to enjoy it intoxicated. This is really worthy of the heaven and earth spirit guarded by the dragon clan, which is too different. The viscous colorful liquid droplets melted in his mouth. The taste was indescribably wonderful. Xiao Chen felt that the pores all over his body were opened, and his whole body was extremely comfortable. When the liquid droplets were in his mouth, they turned into thousands of tiny rays of light, rushing into his limbs and veins. Gulu. The fat man swallowed hard, really wishing he could rush over and grab 2 bites in his hand. Hai Yuntian, who was usually very particular about his manners, was not much better at this moment. He forced himself to turn around, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Whoever sees it has a share, you two should come too. Xiao Chen greeted Fatty and Hai Yuntian with a smile. The snow-white little beast Kiki was a little unhappy. It was willing to share with Xiao Chen and the little stubborn dragon, but it would not be so willing if it was someone else. It squinted at the two of them with its big black eyes, and then swallowed a big mouthful of multicolored liquid drops. It was beautiful in an instant and closed its eyes involuntarily, humming continuously as if intoxicated. Forget it, I will never borrow external force on the way of cultivation. Hai Yuntian refused. The fat man swallowed hard, and said, I really want to eat it, but I'm not a cultivator. I'm afraid I can't bear this kind of heaven and earth spirit. I usually eat only bastard stewed, and my nose bleeds violently. I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy such good things. He swallowed again regretfully. Seeing how greedy he was, even Kiki showed a look of contempt. Xiao Chen laughed, tore off a small piece as big as a fingernail from the old ginseng and handed it to him, saying, try less. Okay. Fatty was very straightforward, took it and swallowed it in one gulp. He ate crisply and poured crisply, and he fell to the ground almost at the same time, yelling, I'm so hot, I'm so hot. The soup made by 1,000 bastards is on top, I can't take it anymore. Looking at the fat man again, the nosebleeds were rushing violently, and his whole body was red, as if he had been cooked. Hai Yuntian hurried over to help, but at this time Xiao Chen also had an accident. Of course, it's not like the fat man who is weak and unreplenishable, but a huge gravitational force has been generated in his body, swallowing the essence of the 5-color liquid droplets. The long-lost acupoint deification phenomenon reappeared. The Baihui acupoint on the top of the head is the most important acupoint in the human body. At this moment, it is like a bottomless pit, frantically plundering the huge aura that has just been produced in Xiao Chen's body. The endless life energy is like 100 rivers converging into the sea, all concentrated in one direction. Finally, a bright spot of light was condensed, and Baihui acupoint was quickly deified. Compared with the past, the time for the formation of several great acupoints has been shortened a lot. Xiao Chen felt a little helpless, and something like this happened again. The huge aura couldn't operate according to his will, and all condensed into one point, deified a certain acupoint. The matter didn't stop there. A dark vortex appeared in the Laogong acupoint of Xiao Chen's left and right hands respectively, frantically depriving most of the old ginseng king in his hand. KK and Little Stubborn Dragon acted fairly quickly, and finally snatched half of the plants, and the remaining parts directly turned into bright brilliance, rushing in along the black vortexes in Xiao Chen's left and right palms. The Laogong acupoint is located in the center of the palm, and its position is very special. At this moment, Xiao Chen's hands, against the background of the black vortex, seem to be indescribably evil like the hands of a ghost. Gathering the essence quickly, all the colorful droplets turned into rays of light and merged into it. The dark vortex gradually faded, 2 bright colorful light spots stopped in the left and right palms. The Laogong acupoint of both hands was completely deified. Compared with other acupoints, it was like a bright light in the dark night. KK and Little Stubborn Dragon shared half of the old Ginseng King, and the other half was completely stripped off by Xiao Chen's 3 acupoints. The 3 light spots are perfectly condensed with the acupoints, the light spots are the acupoints, and the acupoints are the light spots, completely deified. Compared with other ordinary acupoints, it is like 3 bright moons rising in the dark night sky. Half a plant of colorful old ginseng actually deified the 3 major acupoints. One can imagine how huge life energy it contains. You must know that the dragon eggs of the most powerful dragon species such as Tyrannosaurus rex and 8-armed dragon can only deify 1 acupoint. This is simply a dragon ginseng. Xiao Chen once again deeply felt the mystery of his own formula. The huge energy was not refined by him to improve his own cultivation, but it condensed with the acupoints to form a bright divine point. Xiao Chen was not so disappointed. After all, the massive energy of heaven and earth was gathered in his body and was not lost. At this moment, it seemed that mysterious veins appeared, connecting the acupoints on his body that had been deified. Shangqiu point on left foot, Shangqiu point on right foot, Zongding point on chest, Zhangjing point on left shoulder, Zhangjing point on right shoulder, Laogong point on left hand, Laogong point on right hand, Baihui point on top of head, the 8 major acupoints condensed into bright spots of light. Kiki and the Little Stubborn Dragon who were closest to him were startled, and the 8 major acupoints seemed to be connected by an invisible vein. There are life essences surging between the 8 major acupoints. You can't see that connection under the condition of inner vision, but you can really feel it. The endless flow of life energy circulates among the 8 acupoints. Life essence is extremely strong. Xiao Chen felt that he seemed to have 9 lives now. The exuberant life essence made his skin glow with brilliance, and his flesh and bones were also filled with rays of light, as if they had undergone some tempering, shining with the brilliance of life. Every inch of skin was full of strength, and his body seemed to be cast from fine steel. Xiao Chen vaguely felt reborn. Treasure body. The deification of acupoints promoted Xiao Chen's practice of treasure body. Although this time he didn't get the huge energy and broke into the realm of knowledge, Xiao Chen's body has undergone a transformation, and it is difficult for ordinary sharp swords to hurt his body. The tyranny of the body has reached an unimaginable level, and there are few people in his generation whose body is stronger than his. Life Jingyuan is even more surprising. If he is injured now, he can recover in the shortest time. The body is a treasure body, containing treasures inside. No one knows how many secrets the human body hides, and no one knows the potential of the human body. Recognize hidden treasures, dig out your own treasures, and open the sealed door of human potential. Xiao Chen seemed to have looked up at a splendid precious light, and the treasure of life was waiting for him to explore and excavate. The price of acupoint deification is too harsh. After leaving Dragon Island, Xiao Chen felt that it would be difficult to have that kind of opportunity without dragon eggs, but today he saw another way of hope. There are 365 main acupoints in the human body. If each of the main acupoints is condensed into a light spot, and the 365 main acupoints are completely deified, what kind of changes will occur? Xiao Chen waited more and more for that day to come. When everything calmed down, there seemed to be traces of divine flames beating in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the divine light was shining brightly. When quiet, the body is like a mountain, standing still. When it moves, it seems like a star falling to the ground, destroying all obstacles. Xiao Chen's body swayed and disappeared from the courtyard. After images appeared in all directions in the sky, the space seemed to be torn apart, and he seemed to be walking in broken void. The fat man with nosebleeds had finally stopped bleeding, and he said with an annoyed look, "It's unreasonable. People eat old ginseng to jump around, and I eat old ginseng to jump around." Hai Yuntian's eyes became hot for a while, and he felt that Xiao Chen's condition seemed to have improved again. "Have you improved your cultivation?" "No, it's just that the body is stronger, and the strength and speed have also been greatly improved." "Isn't that considered advanced?" "Never mind. Recognition of Tibet is to open your own treasures. I haven't opened any doors yet." Speaking of this, Xiao Chen said to Hai Yuntian and Fatty, can you find out the residences of Dugu Sword Demon, Conasi's perverted elder brother, Yu Wenfeng and others for me? Xiao Chen made a brief statement, and the two understood that he actually wanted to find the strongest of the younger generation, not just those in the southern wilderness. The strongest of the young generation who appeared in Tiandi City 3 days ago once gathered together for a short time and inspired an unpredictable field. Xiao Chen's target is these people. Are you crazy? Hai Yuntian looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, because he had already seen the overwhelming fighting spirit in the other's eyes. I urgently need a fierce battle. I have already looked up to a new world, and now only through an extreme death battle can I rush into that world in the shortest possible time. You don't need me to investigate everyone if you want to challenge, right? Hai Yuntian looked at him suspiciously, and had some bad premonitions. Finally, Xiao Chen's words made Hai Yuntian's suspicion come true. I'm not going to challenge, I'm going to kill all of them. One battle after another, 10 battles in a row, I may eventually come back here with serious injuries. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen said to KK and the little stubborn dragon, don't go anywhere tonight, just stay at home and wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back to retreat before dawn. If anyone wants to break into this house by force, come and kill 1 for me, and 2 for me to kill a pair. This is crazy. Hai Yuntian was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 169 Hell Evil Corpse. Xiao Chen's decision was very crazy. Not to challenge, but to kill everyone, 1 battle after another, 10 battles in a row, wanting to surpass oneself in the ultimate life and death battle, promote to a wider world, and realize the transformation and sublimation of the body and mind. However, if he is a little careless, he may perish in the Heavenly Emperor City today. Evening came soon, and Fatty and Hai Yuntian sent people to find out where most of the people lived. Xiao Chen has been standing in the courtyard, looking at the afterglow of the setting sun. After the First World War, he may open the treasure door of his body, or he may be seriously injured and dying. Like this setting sun, it will not last long. He urgently needs this battle, he doesn't want to do nothing within the limited time, it is not easy to achieve longevity at the age of 45, there is no time for him to squander, limited life cannot be wasted, he wants to become the strongest in the shortest time. Whoosh! The airflow in the courtyard was flowing quickly, and a white light came through the air. The little white turtle was like a human being, with a vivid expression on its face. It seemed very angry at the moment, and ran around the courtyard quickly, as fast as the wind. Then a pair of piercing black eyes fixed firmly on the old ginseng skin on the ground, and slowly crawled over, full of unwillingness, regret, and anger. Then, it stood upright, like a palm-tall villain, and its eyes quickly swept over the faces of several people in the courtyard, including KK and the little stubborn dragon. Hey, a little white-shelled turtle, isn't this the spirit turtle that guards the old ginseng? The fat man was very surprised when he saw the strange little turtle, and said suspiciously, when I bought that old ginseng, the seller said that the white-shelled turtle had been sold separately by the ginseng diggers. How could it appear again? What a pity, if this little white-shelled turtle and the old ginseng are stewed together, it must be a great tonic. Whoosh! The little tortoise with a white shell was as fast as lightning, jumped up, and then stood in the air like a person, twisted its waist, bent its arms, and threw out 2 punches quickly. Bang bang! Ah! Both punches hit Fatty's eye sockets. Fatty Zoog screamed in pain like a wolf, and shouted angrily, fuck, what kind of turtle is this, how can it punch? Fatty's eyes were pitch black and completely swollen, like panda eyes. Damn it, I actually got punched by the Tortoise King. The fat man was really annoyed, it was completely unimaginable that such an incredible thing happened to him. Xiao Chen and Hai Yuntian laughed, and Kiki, the little snow-white beast, was already laughing. Only the little stubborn dragon stared at the little white turtle without blinking. I'll hit, I'll stomp. The angry fat man stepped on the little turtle standing upright on the ground. Whoosh! Ah! Fatty Zoog was punched again, and the little white-shelled tortoise leapt up, swift as the wind, swung his fist violently, and hit the fatty on the nose. Damn, it's bleeding, and I got a nosebleed from being beaten by a turtle. The fat man howled in pain. He felt a little unbelievable at the unimaginable thing in front of him. He glared at the little turtle on the ground, and the little white turtle was also staring at him angrily. The scene is a bit unbearable. You bastard tortoise, where did you come from? Damn, I've never seen such a weird thing. Speaking of this, the fat man glared at Xiao Chen and Hai Yuntian, and said, you two are still laughing, hurry up and catch the tortoise. This is a monster. Damn it, I was actually beaten by a tortoise, and you still come to help me clean it up. Okay, I recognize this tortoise. Although you were beaten by it, it's not embarrassing. Xiao Chen knew that this was definitely not a tortoise, but a dragon. No, it can't be done like this. The fat man insisted. Hai Yuntian looked interesting, and wanted to grab the little turtle, but there were two bangs, and he was punched in the face twice. The speed of the little white-shelled turtle was so fast that people were dazzled, and couldn't catch its moving track. Monster, it's really a monster. Even Hai Xiaobailian was beaten by a little turtle. The fat man was so shocked that he really didn't know what to say. Xiao Chen was also very surprised. The speed of the little turtle has indeed reached an unimaginable level. If the strength also keeps up, then this little turtle will definitely become a very terrifying existence. The little white-shelled tortoise circled around the courtyard a few times in anger, and finally looked at those old ginseng skins very unwillingly, then looked at the little stubborn dragon and Kiki, and finally left at lightning speed. After being disturbed by the little turtle, the sky was already dark. Xiao Chen had adjusted his body to the best condition, and then took off into the sky, flying at extreme speed in the night. The first goal, Prince Li's mansion. There are Wu Xingfeng, Li Daoyuan, and Lu Ziliang, 3 Tianluo leaders, who are the 3 strongest young masters under the age of 25 in Tianluo Kingdom. Overlooking the heavenly emperor city in the sky, the lower part seems to be enveloped in heavy dragon aura, as if it is really a natural city of emperors. The lights of all families are brightly lit, and the dragon clouds are shining brightly. Moving like the wind, Xiao Chen cut through the sky, leaving behind a few afterimages, and entered Prince Li's mansion. It has to be said that Zhuge's family and Hai's family were so powerful that they had completely figured out the layout of the palace. Xiao Chen went straight forward according to the information he got. He fluttered like a flying leaf, and landed silently in a courtyard. The night orchids sent out their fragrance in the wind, filling the courtyard with fragrance. Pick off a flower leaf and engrave 4 characters on it, come out and fight. Then Xiao Chen shook his hands and broke into the light place. Brush. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out of the house and appeared in front of Xiao Chen like a ghost. Xiao Chen shot straight into the sky, followed by the shadow trail behind him, and flew into the sky. At the same time, another figure sneaked into the dark sky in the darkness. Already far away from the ground, a sneer sounded in the sky. Xiao Chen, have you come here to seek your own death? The light of death at the city gate failed to kill you 3 days ago, and you came to the door so impatiently 3 days later. I was just trying to find you. The person who spoke was Li Daoyuan, one of the 3 young strongmen in Tianluo Kingdom, and he was a spirit warrior with terrifying strength. Stop talking nonsense. Today I am here to kill people, and I will not go back without seeing blood. Xiao Chen is fighting for the battle today, so he didn't say anything more, unfolded the immortal wings, turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Coming up is a cracking pose. The 4 major Sanshou contain the imprint of the Supreme Way. It is a unique skill that shocks the past and the present, and its power is unparalleled. Click. The skill is close to the Tao, and the energy rays of light are torn out, like hundreds of lightning bolts dancing wildly. HMPH, in front of the light of death, all your so-called strongest killing techniques are as embarrassing as a chicken and a dog. Li Daoyuan sneered again and again. His figure rushed up like a ghost, and shouted, the light of destruction. In the dark night sky, a dazzling ray of light tore through the darkness and swept towards Xiao Chen. This is a very rare ability of the light of destruction, which is designed to deprive people of their life, and it is as terrifying as the scythe of death. There was a silent collision, and then the energy surged violently. The sky seemed to turn into a pool of boiling water, and the whole sky shook. A powerful wave of energy lifted Xiao Chen and Li Daoyuan away. The dazzling light in the night sky is like a sun hanging in the sky. The moment Xiao Chen flew back, he quickly stabilized his figure, and then his whole body and the broken knife in his hand merged into one, and passed across the sky, smashing all obstacles, passing through the waves of energy, and went straight to Li Daoyuan. The gorgeous sword light seemed to fall from the Milky Way, and a huge and bright horse fell down. The sword light slashed down, cutting towards Li Daoyuan's head, as if it wanted to split him in half. Li Daoyuan was amazed by Xiao Chen's speed. He flashed towards the general quickly, the light of destruction rushed out, the thick breath of death spread, and the sky seemed to be covered by a piece of sticky stagnant water. Xiao Chen was unafraid, opened wide and closed, with a broken knife in his hand and swept across all directions, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. Where the bright horse training passed, all the lights of death collapsed. That's all. Xiao Chen calmly spit out these 4 words. Li Daoyuan didn't have any emotional fluctuations. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with bloody red light. The pupils and the whites of the eyes disappeared. Only 2 terrifying red lights came out, which looked extraordinarily strange and terrifying in the night sky. The power from the nether hell merges into me. Li Daoyuan's voice was very low, but very dull, as if echoing in the nether hell. It was indescribably eerie. The black mist quickly surged from all directions, and surrounded Li Daoyuan heavily. In the endless darkness, only 2 spots of blood came out, staring at Xiao Chen coldly, without a trace of human emotion, only the breath of destruction and death. It seems that they are no longer human eyes, but a pair of eyes of death from hell. Li Daoyuan let out a low roar, like the roar of an evil ghost in hell, and rushed towards Xiao Chen quickly. The endless fog wrapped him, and the whole person was already in absolute darkness. The black mist billowed violently. Li Daoyuan seemed to have turned into a corpse. He even gave up all kinds of spells of a spirit warrior, and rushed forward like a warrior to fight Xiao Chen close to death. When, boom, clang, his body was stronger than fine steel, as if he was no longer a body of flesh and blood. When his arm collided with the broken knife in Xiao Chen's hand, there was a sound like metal clashing. The black mist was surging, and Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not detect Li Daoyuan in the black mist. He could only see a pair of blood-red eyes looking at him coldly through the black mist. This kind of scene is very strange. Xiao Chen can't feel any life fluctuation in the other party. It seems to be just a cold corpse, an evil corpse from hell. Dang dang dang. The sky-shaking knife kept ringing, and Li Daoyuan's cold arm kept hitting the side of the broken knife. Both his and Xiao Chen's speeds were at their peak at this moment, and they saw a cloud of hazy black mist and a slender figure constantly changing directions, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Cold as a corpse. After Xiao Chen put away the broken knife, he kept bumping into Li Daoyuan with his fists, and found that his body temperature was unimaginably low, and he couldn't feel the flow of blood at all, which was the characteristic of a corpse. This is a fierce battle of equal strength. Xiao Chen doesn't care whether he is a man or a corpse. What he is looking for is a strong opponent in the same generation. At this moment he is not disturbed by the strength of the enemy. On the contrary, he is more and more motivated to fight. Dancing wildly, shooting like lightning. As soon as he stretched out his hand and raised his leg, there was a sound of wind and thunder, and the vitality of the world seemed to be surging because of him. God-killing style. Thousands of small materialized swords were no more than 3 inches long, all piercing the cold evil corpse in front. The sky was trembling, and the void seemed to be shattered. Today's god-killing style is much stronger than before. After all, Xiao Chen's cultivation is improving every day. This is a fighting spirit from the soul, entrusted in countless knives and swords. Chi-chi. The sound of piercing the sky was endless, and the black mist shrouded in front of Li Daoyuan surged and condensed into a black vortex, like an ancient evil beast opened its huge mouth, swallowing countless rays of light into it. 2 strange lights shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. This time he really saw clearly, although Li Daoyuan's movements were lightning fast, but the joints and other parts seemed very uncoordinated, really stiff like an old corpse. What's more, the space around him was actually cracked, and black air gushed out from the small cracks, as if they were really connected to another world of the nether hell. What kind of supernatural power is this? Xiao Chen had to be surprised that he was able to borrow the power of hell, but he was not afraid. Such an enemy was really a powerful opponent worthy of his all-out fight to the death. Ha ha. There was a loud laugh not far away, and the black shadow that had followed Xiao Chen and Li Daoyuan earlier and sneaked into the air revealed his true body at this moment. He laughed and said, Li Daoyuan used the forbidden technique of hell evil corpse. It seems that he is really motivated to kill. Xiao Chen, you are dead. Xiao Chen glanced back coldly, and found that it was a curse master who had attacked him at the gate of the city 3 days ago. This should be Lu Ziliang, another of the 3 masters of Tianluo Kingdom. Lu Ziliang didn't intend to stand on the sidelines, put away his smile. 2 icy rays of light shot out from his eyes, and then struck fiercely. 9 huge thunderbolts with the thickness of the mouth of a bull violently blasted towards Xiao Chen's back along with his spell, and the attack was ruthless, wanting to take Xiao Chen's life when he came up. He didn't realize that it was a shame to besiege Xiao Chen. Instead, he laughed coldly and said, Xiao, I've wanted to kill you a long time ago, but I haven't had the right opportunity. Now Li Daoyuan has completely turned into a fighting corpse. If you add me, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Brush. Xiao Chen's immortal wings spread out, as fast as lightning, leaving behind an afterimage, unexpectedly leaving Li Daoyuan behind, and then rushed towards 9 bull-thick lightning bolts. Shock in the terrifying thunder. There is infinite killing intent in his eyes. Another chapter tonight. Comma 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 comma. Make an advertisement for others. Legends of the Seven Demons, merged East and West, and Zhang Hun got the soul of the seven demons and became the descendants of the seven demons. Chapter 170 Indomitable. Li Daoyuan seemed to have really turned into a corpse, completely dominated by his fighting instinct. His other consciousness disappeared, and he followed Xiao Chen reluctantly and killed him. 9 bull-thick thunderbolts drowned both of them, and they shared the burden. The 8 acupoints on Xiao Chen's body simultaneously burst into incomparably brilliant light, and endless energy of life rushed out, covering his body in an instant. Kill God. Rebellion. Holding the broken knife in his right hand, Xiao Chen integrated the 2 free hands into the knife technique, and slashed out fiercely. His eyes were extremely cold, and he blocked 9 terrifying thunder lights with his strong body and huge life energy, and rushed to less than 3 feet in front of the cursor Lu Ziliang in an instant. The cold blade slashed mercilessly, blood splashed, and a broken arm shot up into the sky, blood staining the sky red. Impossible. Lu Ziliang quickly backed away, stroking the broken arm and moaning in pain. Blood gushed out, and his face was distorted by the pain. Xiao Chen completely fought with his life, broke through the blockade of 9 thunder lights, and broke into Lu Ziliang's approach. Although blood was spilled from the corner of his mouth, he severely injured Lu Ziliang in the shortest time. Xiao Chen knew from the very beginning that there was a master hidden in the dark. He didn't want to face 2 strong men at the same time. It would be very dangerous to do so. Therefore, this time, he had to get rid of one of them first. Although Lu Ziliang hadn't been killed, his combat effectiveness had dropped by a notch. Li Daoyuan, the evil corpse from hell, also passed through 9 bull-thick thunder lights at this moment, and he couldn't see whether he was injured. At least his actions were not affected at the moment, and he rushed towards Xiao Chen directly. At this moment, Xiao Chen used the knife-dragging tactic, and pulled back with his backhand. The gorgeous knife light fell to the ground like a star, turning into a dazzling divine light, and slashed Li Daoyuan's neck obliquely. Li Daoyuan was completely dominated by his fighting consciousness. He keenly felt the tyranny of the knife, moved his body 2 feet away to avoid its sharp edge, and then pounced from the side. After Xiao Chen rushed through the thunder light, the immortal wings played to the limit, surpassing the speed of the magician and the spirit man, completely avoiding Li Daoyuan's attack again, and he went straight to the severely injured Lu Ziliang. Swipe. After images appeared in the sky, Lu Ziliang endured the severe pain, and kept changing his position to avoid it. He wanted to get closer to Li Daoyuan, but suffered heavy injuries by accident. He could only display 70% of his combat power, and dared not compete with Xiao Chen again. It is impossible for Xiao Chen to give him a chance. Faster than Lu Ziliang, also faster than Li Daoyuan, ignoring Li Daoyuan's pursuit from behind, Xiao Chen chased and killed Lu Ziliang like a god. Lu Ziliang is definitely a master among masters, few in his generation can match it, but unfortunately tonight, he completely did not expect Xiao Chen to fight desperately, passing through 9 bull-thick thunder lights to give him a fatal blow. In his opinion, Xiao Chen was desperately trying his best. He was a gambler. Lu Ziliang was very aggrieved by such a heavy injury, and he didn't have time to show his strongest combat power. However, Lu Ziliang didn't know that Xiao Chen's desperate efforts were not a gamble, because Xiao Chen definitely had that kind of capital. His exuberant vitality allowed his trauma to be suppressed to the lowest point, and his resilience was amazing. Although he vomited blood, Xiao Chen's combat power was not affected much, and the 8 major acupoints flowed out bright life essence at the same time, quickly repairing his injured body. This is an astonishing picture. Li Daoyuan pursues Xiao Chen pursues and kills Lu Ziliang, seems to be self-serving, completely ignoring other things. Chop! Xiao Chen yelled, and the suppressing demon style was integrated into the sword technique to chop out, directly shattering the light curtain formed by the spell. A black light flew past Lu Ziliang's neck, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and a large section fell down, a shallow wound appeared on his neck, and his head was almost beheaded. Kill! There was another loud shout, and the jet-black broken knife swept across the sky, and the knife was like a horse. The brilliance was dazzling. Lu Ziliang silently recited the incantation, and the overwhelming light shrouded it, resisting Xiao Chen's fierce bombardment. However, broken knife seemed to be invincible, splitting the endless bright light curtain with a destructive force, opening up a passage. Xiao Chen rushed into the light curtain and chopped Lu Ziliang in the blink of an eye. Lu Ziliang was so frightened that all his soles trembled, and he couldn't use his strength. After losing his arm, the severe pain made it difficult for him to concentrate on casting spells. His strength was not as good as before, and he couldn't fight Xiao Chen at all. In the Battle of Masters, the fight is for a first-line opportunity. Lu Ziliang's strength has retreated and he has lost his opportunity. How can he stop Xiao Chen? God-killing style, suppressing magic, reverse chaotic style. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, and the 3 Sanji Sanshou in the 4 major Sanshou were integrated into the knife technique at the same time. The broken knife was like a death scythe harvesting life. At this moment, it was extremely terrifying, and the black light seemed to tear the sky. With a fatal blow, he slashed out fiercely. The light curtain of the bodyguard completely collapsed. Lu Ziliang was desperate, his speed was not as good as the opponent's, and his strength was even worse now. It was impossible to resist this knife. Puff. With blood spattering, Xiao Chen cut Lu Ziliang's waist with a single blow. Impossible. Lu Ziliang let out a final desperate scream. He came to kill Xiao Chen. How could he die like this? He couldn't believe the facts before him. In the case of 2 masters attacking at the same time, the opponent actually dealt with him in this way and killed him. With unwillingness and disbelief, the light in Lu Ziliang's eyes gradually faded. Puff. The blood splattered again. Xiao Chen swung his knife and slashed down, splitting the 2 remnants into 4 pieces. Stopping at a high altitude, he turned around and glanced coldly at Li Daoyuan who was chasing him. Xiao Chen pointed his sword at the sky and killed him back. The killing ring has already been activated, and now the strikes are even more fierce. Xiao Chen opened and closed, fighting the evil corpses of hell. The black broken knife slashed horizontally and vertically, the knife energy was soaring, and the glaring knife light has formed a wave of energy, constantly erupting violently. Kill God. Suppressing demons. Crack. The 3 Sanshou merged into one. Xiao Chen poured that destructive power into the black broken knife, and slashed out with an indomitable momentum. I am invincible. He didn't leave half a step back, and completely blocked his own escape route. One blow must have a break, and there must be a result. The life and death battle of the ruthless man. Not only is he ruthless to the enemy, but he is also ruthless to himself, forcing himself to unleash the strongest strength in a desperate situation. Seal 10 directions with one knife. There was no way for Li Daoyuan to evade. The ghostly figure made incredible movements continuously in the black mist. His body seemed to be deformed, and the palms that were stronger than fine steel clamped the broken knife at an extremely tricky angle. But the combined power of the 3 Sanshou is unstoppable. In addition, Xiao Chen's 4th Sanshou, reverse chaos style, was also played at the same time, which was as strong as the body of the evil corpse in hell and could not bear it. Unable to hold the broken knife with both palms, the jet black blade pierced into the black mist, and slashed obliquely on Li Daoyuan's left shoulder with a clang. The blade fiercely split into it, but it failed to cut off the arm, and the broken blade was stuck inside. Xiao Chen was very shocked. What kind of state is Li Daoyuan's body in? It is really too tyrannical to combine several Sanshou without being able to cut it off. The god-killing style, the demon-suppressing style, the power is continuous, rolling out like a torrential river, and the broken knife is pressed down like a $1 million mountain. With continuous force, Xiao Chen just wants to remove one of the opponent's arms. Roar-a! The hell evil corpse made a sound for the first time, roared to the sky, the sound shook the sky, and danced wildly. The light from the bloody eyes became even colder. It struggled to twist its body, and then broke free. Li Daoyuan's arm did not fall off his body, although Xiao Chen opened a terrible wound, but there was no drop of blood splashing out at all. His body was completely corpse, the blood no longer flowed. Stepping in the void, as if stepping on the real ground, the sky trembled with Xiao Chen's footsteps. It was the surging vitality of the heaven and earth, and Xiao Chen's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Then, in an instant, the blade was so bright that Xiao Chen slashed out one after another, and all 18 consecutive slashes were aimed at Li Daoyuan. The 18 bright rays of light were like meteor showers piercing the sky. Those who looked up at the starry sky in Tiandi City were surprised to find that the light of these meteors was too gorgeous. Light up one side of the sky. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal clashes was endless, and Li Daoyuan's arm collided with the side of Xiao Chen's broken knife continuously. He diffuses 11 knives in a row, but the unparalleled light of the knife gradually suppressed him. The last 7 knives were like lightning bolts, unstoppable. Puff. Being hacked consecutively, all the 7 knives hit Li Daoyuan's body, but they didn't hit the same position, and were successfully dispersed by Li Daoyuan. A series of horrible wounds crisscrossed on the evil corpse, and the last 2 cuts were bloodstained. It was declared that the body of the hell evil corpse had been cut and completely disintegrated. Li Daoyuan was about to return to his original physical state. Xiao Chen was about to make a move again, but at this moment, he stepped on the multicolored auspicious clouds, soaring into the sky, and hugged Li Daoyuan, who was already unable to hold on. Wu Xingfeng. Xiao Chen shot 2 divine lights from his eyes, pointed his long sword towards the sky, looked at the former enemy, and then strode forward, advancing in the void. Xiao Chen, do you want to kill them all? Wu Xingfeng's expression was extremely cold, and he said, I really want to attack, but you have already been injured, and it is boring to defeat you like this. Xiao Chen didn't say much. He knew that Wu Xingfeng was not arrogant, and that the other party was indeed extremely powerful. Although Wu Xingfeng was defeated, the opponent has improved again. If he wants to divide life and death, he may have to go through a very painful battle. Xiao Chen will not forget the danger of the fierce battle last time. Kill. Backing off is impossible. Xiao Chen raised his knife and slashed at Wu Xingfeng's chest. Wu Xingfeng's eyes were like lightning, and the earth fist burst out, and the yellow light was like endless dust and smoke, sweeping towards Xiao Chen. When the knife and the fist intersected, making a deafening sound, as if a thunderbolt was torn apart in the sky. There are afterimages, thousands of auspicious colors, Xiao Chen's battle with Wu Xingfeng, stirring up endless waves of energy in the sky. The light of the sword was so intense that it seemed to form a mountain of swords, and there were sword lights everywhere. Wu Xingfeng's 5 elements divine fist became more condensed, and the earth shook with one punch. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have great supernatural powers that can accommodate all dharmas in the world. The magic power of the 5 elements will reappear the glory of ancient times. Flipping upside down, and then swinging his legs out, Xiao Chen swept his right leg out and collided with Wu Xingfeng's fierce fire fist. There was a bang, as if endless fires were burning in the sky, and the sky was full of divine flames. The two are still equal, the two are still rivals, and it is absolutely impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Wu Xingfeng has already pushed the awakened Li Daoyuan away, and went all out to fight Xiao Chen. The broken knife has been put away. Xiao Chen fights against Wu Xingfeng's 5 elements fist with his fist. The two masters in the sky fought fiercely, and 100 moves passed in the blink of an eye, but they still couldn't tell the winner, and the energy waves surged violently. Finally, Wu Xingfeng yelled, kill. 5 punches in a row. 1 punch is slower than 1 punch, but 1 punch is more powerful than 1 punch, like giant mountains constantly crashing forward. This is the 5 elements supernatural power that he has recently comprehended. There are too many mysteries in the unique knowledge that has been passed down from ancient times, waiting for future generations to understand. Xiao Chen tried his best and also punched 5 punches, Immortal Seal, Killing God, Reversing Chaos, Suppressing Demons, and Cracking. This is destined to be a boiling night. After the 5 punches, both of them spat out a few big mouthfuls of blood, and then retreated without making any further moves. After confronting each other for half an hour, Wu Xing retreated without looking back, and Xiao Chen didn't pursue him either. He silently adjusted his breath for half an hour, and then left in the sky. The second target, Yu Wenfeng. Flying at extreme speed, flying through the brightly lit buildings in the low sky, Xiao Chen appeared in a group of palaces, which turned out to be the closed moon shame flower palace. Yu Wenfeng is currently meditating in this imperial palace-like place of wind and moon. This is destined to be a sleepless night. If people know that Xiao Chen will continue to fight fiercely tonight, it will definitely cause an uproar. Crazy people, crazy action. Let's vote. If Cheng Shengyi is listed on the weekly recommended vote list on the homepage tomorrow, 2 chapters will be updated. A new week is about to begin. I haven't asked for a ticket for a long time. If you don't vote, the number of votes will really decrease, and book lovers will selectively forget to vote. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Advertisement. The rules of black magic, the history of the growth of teenagers screaming madly in Ban Yuezhou, also known as the legend of the YD magician. Do you want to sleep till you die? The Great Lord of Another World, ISBN 1,188,767 Yi hugs his wife and wife again. Chapter 171 I am invincible. Closed moon shame flower palace, a place of wind and moon like an imperial palace, with numerous palaces in a row, brightly lit, resplendent, carved beams and painted buildings, singing and dancing, the sound of the piano, the melodious jade flute, and the melodious sound make people drunk. This is a place where money is spent, where there are the most mellow wines, the most delicious food, the most graceful dancing postures, and the most melodious singing voices. There are many, most, here, of course, the top, most, is the beauty. Here are the wildest beauties, who are as vigorous and graceful as leopards, full of wildness. Here are the most fierce women, like unconquerable wild horses, who are unyielding. An innocent girl, a charming beauty, a stunningly talented woman, and a mature young woman with unrivaled elegance. This is a gentle town that would even make Buddha drunk. Xiao Chen stood quietly on top of a magnificent palace, looking up at the starry sky, as if isolated from the world below in a different space. Above is the cold night sky, below is the charming world of mortals. His heart is peaceful. If he feels something, if he realizes something, his heart is in front of the 9-day fairy tower, and he is in the world of mortals. Cultivation requires not only physical training, but also mental training. In the world of mortals, sometimes you have to do whatever you want, break all obstacles and constraints, and sometimes you have to stand in the clouds and look down at the world of mortals with a detached attitude, and watch all kinds of living beings with a mind that is out of this world. Body training, mind training, the direction of the sword, go forward indomitable. Xiao Chen had already adjusted his injured body to the best condition. He was as startled as a ghost, leaving an afterimage in the night sky. He walked into a courtyard without a sound. This is a place he is familiar with. It is the intoxicating residence that belongs to the rose garden of the Palace of Shameful Flowers in the Moon. The courtyard is full of roses, bursting with fragrance. Xiao Chen strode forward, and the superb piano skills of Bingqian were undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The warbler flies and the grass grows, the spring flowers bloom furiously, and a romantic girl laughs among the flowers. A vivid picture, accompanied by the sound of the piano, flows, as if it is in front of my eyes. Stop! Yuanfeng's voice came from the palace. The sound of the piano stopped, and Huowu also stopped dancing gracefully. At this moment, Yu Wenfeng was drinking alcohol alone with his upper body naked. His bronze-colored muscular body was like horned dragons coiled around him. He was strong and powerful, full of explosive power, and his skin shone with brilliance. This is a young man full of savagery. His eyes are like beasts, emitting a palpitating light, cold, bright and fierce. Yu Wenfeng turned around and shouted towards the outside of the hall, "Since you are here, come in." Xiao Chen pushed the door open, calm, sitting on a sable dragon chair. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and looked directly at Yu Wenfeng. "Ah, brother Xiao is here." Huowu, the curvaceous and exquisitely troubled beauty, came in gracefully with lotus steps, her small waist writhing like a water snake, and her words were very soft and sweet. "Lan come here quickly." Without her ordering, the clever little maids beside her hurriedly started delivering wine and delicacies on trays. Yu Wenfeng glanced at Xiao Chen coldly like a wild beast. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop sharply, and the frightened little maids kept shivering. He stood up and looked down at Xiao Chen, and said, "Do you want to make a move here? It's the same everywhere. Killing you is not a disgrace to my fist." Yu Wenfeng was so confident that he looked down on the world and looked down on his peers. 3 days ago, with such a gesture, he killed Xiao Chen at the gate of Tiandi City, full of wildness and devilishness. "I am invincible." Xiao Chen didn't want to say any more nonsense, so he stood up and walked out. The wild Yu Wenfeng, with long black hair and no wind, suddenly burst out with a terrifying fighting spirit. He said coldly, "Okay, this kind of mentality is not bad. For me, you must die. I am invincible. You have already been chosen by me. Even if you don't come tonight, I will go find you." Bingqian, who is rich in poetic charm, and Huowu, who is slender and graceful and extremely hot, looked at each other and followed them out of the palace. "Both of you are heroes. Tonight's battle is destined to stir up fame in the southern wilderness. There is a Ming Lake in my Palace of Shameful Flowers in the Moon. The two of you can fight there." Bingqian, dressed in white, fluttered gently with the night wind, leaving the dust like a beautiful fairy. Huowu was more straightforward. She twisted her soft waist and said with a giggle, "The famous battle in the southern desolation, how can there be no beauties when you have a heroic spirit? Sister Bingqian and I are willing to be on the bank of Minghu Lake, and use our Qinshao to help out. If you open the Shanggye tonight, I'm looking forward to it." Yu Wenfeng's face was full of evil and madness. "Hee, even if we really want to open the fragrance pavilion, it will only be opened for the winner. Okay, you guys wait to accompany me tonight." Yu Wenfeng's expression became more and more wild, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. He turned his head, stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and said, "In a fight tonight, there will be a beauty accompanying me, and the winner will have another great joy." The intoxicating fragrance moves with the wind, and Huowu's giggling laughter can be heard in the distance. It is infinitely charming and charming. The bright moon was in the sky. Beside the bright lake, Xiao Chen and Yu Wenfeng stood opposite each other. The moonlight is like smoke and mist, covering the clear small lake with a layer of hazy brilliance which is indescribably ethereal and agile. Nothing to say, no need to say more. Yu Wenfeng's upper body was naked, and his demon body, which was cast like steel, was full of tyrannical and unpredictable power. With one step, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. The speed was too fast. Punch. With a very random punch, it hit Xiao Chen's head fiercely. The ground was shaking, and the water of the lake suddenly had waves, and a wave of overwhelming energy exploded in an instant. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be like an immemorial magic mountain, and his whole body exuded unfathomable power. At this moment, he seemed to weigh more than 10,000 junctures, and the ground cracked with his random punch. The demon body left an afterimage, and it came directly in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not retreat but advanced, and blasted out the same punch. Boom! Two fists collided, like a 9-day thunder rushing down, the deafening sound pierced the sky, and the nearby palaces trembled. A dozen or so figures rushed towards here quickly, but immediately retreated silently under the wave of Bingchen and Huawu. Yu Wenfeng is as wild as a beast, as fierce as a dragon, and his demon body is as fast as lightning. He opens and closes and confronts Xiao Chen fiercely. The ground continued to burst into big cracks. Yu Wenfeng's power was too strong, every foot would shake the 10 directions. This was the wildest opponent Xiao Chen had ever met. This is a veritable ferocious beast. Boom! Yu Wenfeng's punching style is too strong, and every time he swings a punch, there will be a mighty red light, which is as terrifying as a wave of blood. Every time he moved, it was like a giant mountain trembling, but his speed was extremely fast. Unusually powerful and vigorous. The sound of the clang and clang sounded like swords clashing, followed by the sound of the flute. The sound of the flute sounded harmoniously, like gold and iron horses, as if there were thousands of troops galloping. The flute completely set off the atmosphere of this tense life and death battle. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, then stepped down from the sky, and took steps in the void. Each foot weighed more than 10,000 jun, and stepped fiercely on Yu Wenfeng's chest. This is the most ferocious sky-killing step in the cultivation world. Although it is a public move, few people can use it to the extreme. On the body of a real cultivation master, this is definitely a terrifying lore, and it will not be used easily, because people will die at every turn. One step at a time, step out, and the land will be torn apart. Xiao Chen took 3 steps, and the space was already distorted. Although the ground was still nearly 2 meters high, the ground continued to crumble, and the Ming Lake next to it seemed to be boiling, and the lake was violently surging. Stepping forward in the void, taking the 4th step, there are gusts of wind and thunder, as if gusts of angry wind are blowing in the sky, the thunder is rolling, and an unspeakable sense of oppression fills the shore of the lake. Roar-a! Yu Wenfeng was as wild as a dragon, and even raised his fist to directly bombard Xiao Chen's right foot. The fist was as heavy as a mountain, and the oppressive space twisted violently, as if it was about to collapse in a vague way. A violent punch collided with Xiao Chen's right foot fiercely, but Xiao Chen's eyes were like blades, and he also raised his own strength to the extreme, and he didn't flinch at all, because he didn't leave a way for himself to retreat. This battle was only advancing and not retreating. While the right foot bears the violent force, the left foot has already stepped out, and the 5th step is still firmly stepping towards Yu Wenfeng's chest. Yu Wenfeng has practiced in seclusion in the depths of the southern desolation for more than a year, and his own kung fu technique, the myriad beast magic art, has reached a new level, and he is full of strong confidence in himself. Still raised his fists to resist, violently shook. The sound of cracking kept coming out, and the earth seemed to be crushed by a giant mountain, and it kept cracking. Xiao Chenshin continued to step out with killing steps, the space was turbulent, and finally a slight crack appeared in the space. Yu Wenfeng shook his fists hard, and kept retreating. Finally, both legs sank into the cracked ground, and half of his body was blasted into the soil layer by Xiao Chen. It's not that his cultivation is not as good as Xiao Chen's, but that at this moment Xiao Chen's main attack was too fierce, and the sudden storm really made him quite passive. But after Xiao Chen's sky-killing step, Yu Wenfeng was like a dragon and a tiger. With a long drink, his black hair danced wildly, the surrounding ground quickly collapsed, he jumped up, and rushed towards Xiao Chen wildly. The sound of the zither is clanging, like an ancient battlefield descending on the lakeside. Millions of soldiers are charging, blood is spraying, bones are being crushed, generals are beheaded in front of the battle, gold and iron horses. The harmony of the zither and flute is very suitable for the occasion. Boom! Like a bright lake where a meteorite fell for a moment, following the big confrontation between the two masters, the lakeside was stirred up with a huge wave, and the white mist was especially hazy and ethereal under the moonlight. Yuan Fengsen was as cold as a demon, wild as a ferocious beast, leaving behind afterimages, and Xiao Chen had already entered the lake. They fought against the waves, and every time the lake could not bear their weight, they only needed to lightly tap on the lotus leaf, and they jumped up again. Almost flying battles. Walking on the waves under the night moon, the top powerhouses of the Southern Desolation youth generation will face off. Now that the fierce battle has come, both of them have fired real fire, the space around Yu Wenfeng gradually distorted and blurred, and a glaring bloody light enveloped him. It turned out to be a strange field. Full of bloody and brutal atmosphere, Yu Wenfeng danced wildly, like a bloody Shira. The field is generally a supernatural power that is gradually opened up by the strong in the realm of knowledge and storage. Only a very few people in the realm of metamorphosis can have this kind of opportunity to release their potential in advance. There is no doubt that the wild Yuanfang is definitely the top young strongman. Xiao Chen had also seen fields on other young masters before, so he wasn't too surprised. When Dugu Sword Demon was on Dragon Island a long time ago, the Iron Sword swung a mysterious field. In addition, Xiao Chen's own spiritual perception can also be regarded as the early release of the potential of the realm of recognition. No one is the only darling of the heavens, and everyone has different fortunes. When Xiao Chen achieves something in his cultivation, others also have extraordinary opportunities and make progress with their heads held high. In the end, everything still depends on their own tenacity and unremitting efforts. I am invincible. Yu Wenfeng, the wildest young man of the younger generation, indeed has enough self-confidence in cultivation, and can indeed look down on the younger generation. As soon as the bloody field came out, the bloody aura instantly changed the situation, the world turned pale, and everyone in the 10 directions was moved by it. Thousands of beast shadows emerged from behind, and he had already achieved great success in practicing the 10,000 beast demon art. During the year of retreat, he fought with fierce beasts all day long, and even beheaded some legendary ancient beast souls. 10,000 beast magic art to refining beast souls. Because of this, he cultivated a terrifying blood-colored field, a beast field. Xiao Chen, go to hell. In the field, Yu Wenfeng could no longer see the whole person, only the red field was beating violently like a blazing divine flame, and it was like 1,000 waves of blood surging. Inside were endless animal shadows, baring their teeth and claws, roaring up to the sky. As if capable of hurting a person's soul, an extremely terrifying force rushed towards Xiao Chen with the wild and moving Yuan wind. Under the moonlit night, Xiao Chen's figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were as bright as stars, emitting 2 sharp rays of light. He wasn't afraid, and a monstrous fighting intent burst out, an extremely powerful force burst out, the shaking lake turned upside down, and the killing intent was soaring. Meet the strong and get stronger. Encountering such an opponent with a strong field, Xiao Chen was like an awakened god of war, his whole body erupted with bright light, and the Big Dipper light curtain came out through his body, covering his body, like the ancient armor revived, full of tragic evil spirit. Whenever the bright battle armor covers a part of the body, there will be bursts of metallic clanging sounds, and finally the Beidou light curtain completely envelopes Xiao Chen. I did not get stuck on the recommendation list on the homepage, and it was still a little short, but I saw the support of my brothers, so even if I did not make it up, I will write the 2nd chapter tonight. Brothers, please continue to vote, both recommended and monthly. I'm going out to dinner now and coming back to write chapter 2. Chapter 172, Suppressing Beast Demons. The 2nd chapter is here. The Beidou light curtain is brilliant, like a golden battle armor, exuding an endless killing atmosphere. The Big Dipper light curtain, also called the conferred god light curtain by Xiao Chen, was once highly valued by him, but with the birth of the 4 great Sanshou, the Big Dipper light curtain was on the edge of Xiao Chen's combat skills. However, after the deification of the acupoints was further strengthened this time, the exuberant life essence continuously circulated in the moon-like acupoints of the 8 paths, and the Beidou light curtain seemed to be nourished, and it was several times stronger than before. Like a resurrected ancient armor, it can not only form a Beidou light shield, but also turn into a dazzling battle armor. After the conferred god light curtain was rejuvenated, this was the first time Xiao Chen faced the enemy in armor. He felt the power and fear of Yuanfang. This is a young master of magic that cannot be judged by common sense. The field that can only be produced by the realm of knowledge of Tibet cannot be competed by ordinary people. At this moment, Yu Wenfeng had already attacked, and the Crimson Beast domain erupted with palpitating fluctuations, a fierce and terrifying bloody aura rushed towards him, the sky was dyed red by heavy waves of blood, and the blood-red flames danced. The sound of tens of thousands of beasts galloping was deafening, and the sound waves of wild beasts roared, and the terrifying sound waves directly caused the lake to explode. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt a splitting headache, and the sound waves directly passed through his body and hurt his soul. In the end, the beta light curtain completely covered even Xiao Chen's head, leaving only a pair of eyes shining coldly. Boom! The sky is trembling, Yuan wind brings the field, the momentum is too amazing, a punch is thrown out, the space is completely distorted, the field can affect the space, and the strongest force erupts. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, and waved the killing god Sancho again and again. The crimson blood light was cut off continuously, and then he swooped down from the sky with his head and feet, striking strong. There is no intention of leaving the house. The field drives a strange force, and within the scope it covers, all external forces are resolved to the maximum extent, while the force exerted by oneself is continuously strengthened and magnified. Boom! The lake water boiled, endless blood radiated to the sky, thousands of beasts roared, the lake water was evaporated into endless white mist, and the entire lake surface was shrouded in mist. Xiao Chen was sent flying backwards by a huge force. Yuan walked on the wind, his body was like a blood shadow, as fast as wind and electricity. Go to hell! Yu Wenfeng is so violent, the magic art of 10,000 beasts moves the heavens and the earth, he in the blood light seems to be possessed by a demon god, communicating with the power of the heavens and the earth. The surging vitality of the heavens and the earth gathers from all directions, gathers because of the field, and becomes violent because of his punching. He swung his magic fists continuously, 13 punches were heavier than one punch, and the waves in Minghu Lake were so violent that he parted the surface of the lake, exposing the mud at the bottom of the lake, and 1/6 of the lake water was thrown up into the sky by him. Xiao Chen was startled, quickly adjusted, and went up against the blood-colored light, and went straight to Yu Wenfeng. It wasn't that he was reckless, but that he thought he could beat Yu Wenfeng, but he needed to find a breakthrough in the field within the shortest distance. Kill God, Town Demon, crack. The three Sancho fused together and concentrated in Xiao Chen's palms. An overwhelming force came one after another, like a stormy sea, or like a meteor piercing the sky. Endless divine light flooded the small lake, eclipsing the bright moon and stars in the sky. Overwhelming, Xiao Chen didn't hold back this time, and almost used all his strength. It's just that the Scarlet Beast realm is too evil, it seems to be a world of its own, with supreme laws inside, and it ignores such a majestic and powerful wave of energy. The huge waves of energy seemed to hit the void, and the crimson blood was jumping, surging and surging towards the sky. Yu Wenfeng went straight through the rough waves, and with every step he took, he appeared in another place on the lake surface out of thin air, and rushed to Xiao Chen's body quickly, and the chaos-calming style of the 10,000 beast magic art was launched, and there was a loud bang, blood-colored rays of light burst out, and the phantom of an ancient beast roared and rushed towards Xiao Chen. The sound of cracking came out. Although Xiao Chen tried his best to stop it, he was still sent flying out, spitting out a big mouthful of blood. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yu Wenfeng looked up to the sky and smiled arrogantly. He appeared from the blood-colored beast domain, and said coldly, I have already cultivated out of the field, why do you fight me? How do you fight with me? Killing you is not difficult. In front of my Scarlet Beast domain, all your power is like a mirror, and it is difficult to have any effect on me. Because it is impossible for you to tear my beast domain, you know do. The sound of the piano and howling became heavy, ding ding dong dong, whimpering and whimpering, drifting with the wind by the quiet lakeside. Xiao Chen wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, the light in his eyes became more intense, there was no trace of fear, and the invincible fighting spirit in his heart became stronger and stronger. He needed such an enemy tonight, and his blood boiled at this moment. Essentially, he was a madman, but he didn't show it on weekdays. Usually, people don't offend me and I don't offend others. This is his principle, and now his madness has been aroused. Xiao Chen stood on the surface of the lake, stepping on the waves, his whole body became more and more powerful, and finally a blazing light surged from his body, as if a huge sharp sword rushed into the sky. The whole person has been promoted to the most powerful fighting state. Kill God, Town Demon, crack, rebellion, the four major Sancho strikes at the same time, with only one target. That is Yu Wenfeng's throat. Despite being blocked by the blood mist, Xiao Chen's keen spiritual sense has firmly locked onto that point. In the god-killing style, thousands of tiny rays of light condense into tangible swords. The magic-suppressing style, as if the dark gate of hell was opened, and giant characters as old as gods were lined up in the air, suppressing forward. The cracking style seems to shatter the void, with cracks all over the air, as if a new space has been opened up alone. Reversing the chaotic style, using complicated and tangible techniques, created the imprint of the mysterious and difficult to understand, reversed the yin and yang, and the beams of light kept sweeping towards the red blood light, and they actually wanted to break through the Scarlet Beast domain in the opposite direction. The four major Sanshou all concentrated on Yu Wenfeng's throat, and the power that erupted was unimaginable. Majestic as the deep sea, unstoppable. Overwhelm all obstacles and smash all tangible qualities. Yu Wenfeng finally changed color, as if he had cultivated out of the field. He also felt an extremely dangerous sense of oppression, especially his throat, which had a small lump due to the chills. He retreated like a ghost, swift as a meteor, and disappeared in place in an instant. But Xiao Chen followed him like a shadow, and had already locked on him firmly. The four Sanshou fused together and burst out at the same time, pointing directly at his throat. Yu Wenfeng's expression changed again and again. He was as wild as a ferocious beast. He had practiced in the depths of the southern desolation for more than a year. He was with wild beasts all day long. He had a keen instinct like a beast, and he was most sensitive to danger. Swipe. The two kept shifting and changing positions, as if two lights and shadows were entangled in Minghu Lake. Boom. The combined power of the four Sanshou finally exploded. Yu Wenfeng protected his throat with one hand, and opened the Crimson Beast domain with the other to take this powerful blow. Both of them flew upside down, each spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. That's what I want, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Although he was injured, his eyes were brighter. He felt that the door that sealed the treasure of his body had been pushed open a gap, and the door of the seal was loosening. Yu Wenfeng stabilized his figure, without saying a word, and walked step by step on the lake. The speed was very slow, but it was extremely heavy. It seemed that there were many mountains descending from the lake. This was an unspeakable sense of oppression, which made people breathless. The Scarlet Beast realm is expanding, and the shadows of evil beasts rush out, encircling Xiao Chen and submerging Minghu Lake. Looking from afar, the place is filled with blood, and Xiao Chen is trapped in the scarlet field. Xiao Chen was not afraid, thinking that the moment the door of the treasure seal on his body was loosened just now, those 8 deified acupoints burst out with dazzling light. The Baihui acupoint on the top of the head, the Shangqiu acupoint on both ankles, the Zhongjing acupoint on both shoulders, the Laogong acupoint on both hands, and the Zongjing acupoint on the chest are connected together by several beams that can be penetrated by several light beams. They can no longer be felt but not seen as in the past. Now they can even be seen clearly with the naked eye. It was a series of golden lines, connecting the 8 great acupoints together, penetrating the head, limbs, chest and abdomen, forming a big character. The golden light came out through the body, and the Beidou light curtain became stronger and stronger, forming an almost real golden armor. The life essence was like a flood that broke a bank, roaring, rushing to Xiao Chen's body in an instant, and the energy that should have been consumed was filled in an instant, and became stronger. The blazing light completely submerged Xiao Chen. Although the Crimson Beast domain enveloped him, it couldn't get close to him. This is a wave of vitality as vast as the sea. Xiao Chen's body has received the purest baptism in just an instant, and has become even stronger. His eyes were shining brightly, and Xiao Chen was wearing a golden divine armor. His fingers were like knives, and he took a step forward. His figure appeared 8 feet away, and he took Yuanfeng directly, breaking through the restraining power of the Scarlet Beast domain. Impossible. Yu Wenfeng showed shock. Boom. The palm was like a knife, shaking continuously, and the spiral force rushed into Yuanfeng's body along with Yuanfeng's fist, breaking through the crimson blood glow on his body surface. Puff. Yu Wenfeng spurted 3 big mouthfuls of blood, and his body was blown away. He couldn't believe it, and said in shock, "Field, you just cultivated the field." He felt that this was the power of the field, which disintegrated his Scarlet Beast realm. What is the field? There is no invincible supernatural power in this world, only invincible people. Xiao Chen followed up and swung out the palm knife again, cutting Yu Wenfeng's chest and abdomen obliquely with the bright light of the knife. This is definitely a field. Yu Wenfeng recast the Scarlet Beast domain, and hit Xiao Chen's palm with his fist. Boom. There was a sound of cracking, and the sky was flooded with divine light. Yu Wenfeng and Xiao Chen vomited blood at the same time, but Yu Wenfeng took a step back, and Xiao Chen took a step forward. Only advance and never retreat. Xiao Chen has the potential to break the boat, and it can be said that his momentum is like a rainbow. The 8 deified acupoints are connected together by golden lines, as if forming a new circulation of the gods. The power is endless, imitating the real field. Although it is not a field, it is not weaker than a field. The essence hidden in the divine cave went back several times, but the imitated field did not disappear. It melted into the Beidou light curtain, and the golden armor erupted with the same effect as the Scarlet Beast field, affecting the surrounding space. It was difficult for other forces to blast in, but it could exert its own power to the maximum. In fact, Xiao Chen's greatest achievement is the golden lines produced in his body, which connect the 8 great acupoints. It's hard to say what changes will happen in the future. Holding the sword like a rainbow, Xiao Chen became more and more powerful. Xiao Chen hit the strong with the strong, opened and closed, and violently blasted and killed Yu Wenfeng. Yu Wenfeng has always been known for his strength and wildness, but now Xiao Chen is counter-attacking completely in his style, with tyrannical dominance and force. The two masters fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds in the blink of an eye, and Minghu was so angry that they fought. Yu Wenfeng was suppressed by Xiao Chensheng. This is an unspeakable sense of failure, because Xiao Chen is completely resisting strength with strength, attacking the strong with strength, and using Yu Wenfeng's strengths to suppress him. Crazy, crazier than you. Fierce, fiercer than you. Being defeated in one's strongest field is the most uncomfortable. Roar-a! Yu Wenfeng raised his head to the sky and roared angrily, soared into the air, and shook Xiao Chen's last 3 punches one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening sound and the dazzling light, the clear sound of bone shattering reached the ears of the two combatants. Yu Wenfeng flew upside down, his fists were trembling slightly, and 4 of his fingers were broken. And Xiao Chen's palm was also in great pain, a crack appeared in the metacarpal bone, and he could clearly sense the spasm of the flesh and blood at the wound. However, without any hesitation, he raised his cracked palm and slashed towards Yu Wenfeng like a knife. Have no choice. Anger. Yu Wenfeng's broken fist was trembling constantly. He tried hard to clench it tightly, but he couldn't get his fingers together. Finally, he raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, and fled towards the outside of the palace of shameful flowers like a fly, jumping past palaces after palaces like a ghost. Xiao Chen's killing intent had already surged, and he spread out his immortal wings, rushed over quickly, and soon caught up with Yu Wenfeng. Boom! With a palm knife, Yu Wenfeng's tall demon body was directly blown away by the energy wave, and blood spurted wildly. But he also fell outside the courtyard wall of the Palace of Shame on the Moon. Looking at the inland river in front of him, he rushed over without hesitation and plunged into the river. Almost at the same time, Xiao Chen also rushed into the river, but his keen spiritual sense couldn't find Yu Wenfeng's trace, and his spiritual sense, which he knew before he heard or saw, failed. Without stopping, Xiao Chen rushed out of the river, stood quietly in the sky, silently adjusted his breath, and repaired his injured body. It wasn't until half an hour passed that he opened his eyes again. Not far away, Huowu wriggled her exquisite and undulating graceful body, and came gracefully, and Bingchen, dressed in white and snow-covered, also stood in front of the gate of the Palace of Moonshame and Flowers. Brother Xiao, we are going to give the winner a big gift tonight. Huowu's expression was extremely charming, her big watery eyes stared at Xiao Chen without blinking, full of provocative charm. I'll write down today's big gift first, and I'll get it another day. After finishing speaking, Xiao Chen soared into the sky and flew towards the distant sky. Next, Dugu's sword demon. When Xiao Chen was gone for a long time, Yu Wenfeng struggled out of the mud at the bottom of the river hundreds of meters downstream. His body was covered in mud, he was like a wounded beast, his eyes gleamed fiercely, and then he let out an extremely angry roar. It's too aggrieved, the majestic Yuanfeng, who has even cultivated the field, the young strong man who is known as the invincible southern desolation, was forced by Xiao Chen to hide in the mud at the bottom of the river. What a big blow. I want to become stronger. I wanted to be stronger. Yu Wenfeng cried out in sorrow. At the same time, faint dragon roars came from the underground palace of the Palace of Shame on the Moon, and Yu Wenfeng's eyes were as cold as the light of a knife, looking at the majestic palace in the distance. Seeing that the world of longevity has been pushed up by the brothers, all kinds of votes are rising rapidly. Brothers, please continue to vote. If there is nothing wrong tomorrow, I will rise up and update the 2 chapters. Chapter 173 The Lonely Sword Demon. The night is like water, with little stars. Xiao Chen flew extremely fast over Tiandi City, his body brushed against several night birds and rushed past, and came to an ancient house in a deep courtyard. This is an ancient house with hundreds of years of history. The courtyard walls are made of gray-brown mountain stones. The tall stone walls look very rough, and the buildings inside are not particular at all. This is the only residence of the Dugu clan in Tiandi City. The population of Dugu's lineage is thin, and it has always been a single lineage. It was not until the generation of Dugu's sword demon that a historic turning point occurred. There were 3 children in the Dugu family, and they were all boys. When Dugu sword demon's elder brother was 15 years old, he ran away from home alone with an iron sword on his back, and there has been no news of him for 18 years. Dugu sword demon's second elder brother even left Nanwang at the age of 13. He crossed the Tianluo Empire alone as a young man, broke into the wider world in the north, and entered the vast land of legendary outstanding people. He has been away for 16 years and never returned to Nanwang. Dugu Sword Demon was lonely since he was a child. He was only 4 years old when his eldest brother entered the world alone, and he was only 6 years old when his second brother left home. The whole old house was lifeless, without a servant in it, let alone a playmate. Only his taciturn father sat alone in the sword pavilion. Since he was 5 years old, he had to take care of himself, not to mention his clothes, even his food. Lack of family care, no friendship, no trace of laughter, growing up in loneliness. When Dugu Sword Demon was 10 years old, after his father taught him all the sword formulas, just like his grandfather and great-grandfather, he never returned and disappeared without a trace. As for his mother, he had never seen her before. The 3 brothers were all brought back from outside by his father. Dugu Sword Demon's childhood was gloomy. He and his father were the only 2 in the huge castle, and after he was 10 years old, only an iron sword was left to support him. His childhood was so lonely. For him, Tai Jianjun surpassed his life. She was his only friend since he was a child, and Tai Jian was his other half of soul. The old castle is very dark, and the buildings made of boulders are very tall, blocking a large area of a soft moonlight, making this place look very gloomy. Inside the ancient wall, in front of a huge palace, a stalwart figure stood alone. A plain iron sword was stuck on the ground paved with bluestone. Dugu Sword Demon looked up at the starry sky and remained motionless, like a wooden sculpture made of clay. After a long time, he sat cross-legged on the ground, with his back facing the ancient and huge palace, pulled out the iron sword from the ground, placed it flat on his knees, stroked it over and over again, with such a focused expression. Dugu Sword Demon was very restless that night. The castle he had left for many years left him with many memories, full of gloom and loneliness. Childhood memories reappeared in my heart. When I was 2 years old, I fell to the ground, and my head was bleeding, and no one cared about it. When he was 3 years old, he fell into a bitterly cold glacier. After being fished out by his father, he was thrown into the cold castle sobbing alone without a word of warmth. At the age of 5, they can only eat by themselves, half raw goose meat with blood, and gobble it up after being extremely hungry. At the age of 6, he endured the pain of piercing the bone with an iron sword. When he was 7 years old, he was thrown into the wilderness, facing a group of wild wolves alone, and returned home covered in blood and mad. Of course, the most memory is loneliness, which has been with him for 22 years. A gloomy past, a lonely past. When Dugu Janma was very young, he always fantasized that one day a very kind and beautiful mother would appear by his side, and a lively and kind sister kept talking to him. It's just that all of this is wishful thinking. Only a cold iron sword has accompanied him for 22 years. Xiao Chen entered the sky above the castle, quietly scanned everything below, and soon found the lonely figure in the shadow of the huge palace. Vaguely, he saw 2 crystal-clear teardrops rolling down the cheeks of Dugu Sword Demon, which made Xiao Chen feel very surprised. Ruthless as Dugu Sword Demon, killing on Dragon Island, unexpectedly has such an unknown side. Ah! Suddenly, Dugu Sword Demon looked up to the sky and yelled, looking crazy. His black hair stood on end, an iron sword in his hand seemed to shatter the void, a mysterious field enveloped the shadow of the palace in an instant, and the whole palace shook violently. When the sky sends out murderous intentions, the stars change places. When the earth sends murderous intentions, dragons and snakes rise to land. When human beings send murderous intentions, the sky and the earth change. At this moment, Dugu Sword Demon regained his previous stern look, and his cold words echoed in the castle, "The sword is my only life." The sword asks the world and turns the world upside down. Xiao Chen descended slowly, stood in front of the huge ancient palace, and looked straight at Dugu Sword Demon. An iron sword, oppressing the southern wilderness, it is hard to find opponents of the same generation. Dugu Sword Demon's field has been put away, the iron sword violently plunges into the bluestone in front of him, staring at Xiao Chen coldly. Without any words, both of them understood each other's state of mind very well. Right now they are both in the stage of breaking through, and they are both in the critical period of rushing into the realm of knowing Tibet. I am invincible, this is their common mentality. In terms of strength, they have reached the extreme of the realm of transformation. All they have to do now is to cut off a ray of evil thoughts in their hearts, truly achieve a qualitative breakthrough, and open the door to the treasures of their bodies. Defeating all enemies is their common mentality in this environment. At this moment, there is no need to say anything, the only thing is to fight. Kai, the iron sword inserted on the ground trembled violently, and then suddenly flew into the sky automatically. At this moment, the originally dull iron sword was like a shocking rainbow, illuminating the entire night sky. It's too bright. The divine light was dazzling, it seemed to be alive, and it whirled in the sky, slashing towards Xiao Chen violently. The sword light was like a horse, and it was like thunderbolts falling in the sky. The thunder light was dazzling, and the blazing sword light intertwined into a web of death, which was extremely powerful. Xiao Chen shot 2 cold lights from his eyes, and said in surprise, Taoist sword control. What's the point of controlling swordsmanship? In front of the iron sword of my Dugu lineage, it's just a path. The Dugu sword golem was like a demon, standing in front of the huge palace, with an indifferent and aloof expression. Xiao Chen pulled out the jet-black broken knife, and slashed out 18 knives in a row. The light of the knife was brilliant like meteors falling to the ground, and the illuminated castle was brightly lit. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal clashing was endless, broken knives collided with iron swords, and sparks burst out. All of this was as fast as lightning. Xiao Chen's body had already turned into a faint light, and the broken knife and iron sword tore out rays of light that soared into the sky, like huge waterfalls flowing backwards. It was the time when the energy of the sword and the light of the sword danced across the sky all day long, majestic and powerful. The ground is crumbling and the castle is shaking. The 33rd sword was struck, and the iron sword flew away, returning to Dugu's sword demon's hands. The moment he grasped the iron sword, Dugu's sword demon seemed to be infused with a second soul, and his whole body suddenly seemed to grow several times taller, giving people an extremely weird feeling, as if a giant suddenly appeared there out of thin air, giving people an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Woo! The cold light appeared, Dugu's sword demon stepped forward, and the iron sword made a piercing whistling sound under his swing. It was because the speed was too fast, and the sound of piercing through the sky was like a ghost whistling. The thick sword light roared like a galloping and roaring galaxy, unstoppable, almost splitting this space. The 3 pavilions not far away were instantly shattered by the overflowing strands of sword energy. The dazzling sword light was too tyrannical, and its power was unimaginable. It trembled violently, as if it might tear the void at any time. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with coldness. Holding the knife in both hands, he rose into the air, and then slashed away facing the sword light. Clang! The collision of the sword light and the knife light was like an iron sword colliding with a broken knife. It was a clear sound of metal clashing, even with a metal vibrato. The dazzling light erupted in the air, making it impossible to open the eyes at all. The intense energy swept across the sky, violently like a stormy sea, and even the earth was continuously cracked by the shock. It's like the sky is shaking. Xiao Chen passed across the sky, and the broken knife continued to slash Dugu's sword demon obliquely, pointing directly at his waist and abdomen. Fist against Yu Wenfeng, against Dugu's sword demon. If you don't have a sword, you must use a knife. The broken knife is like a rainbow, sweeping down obliquely, dazzling. Dugu's sword demon raised his sword obliquely, and the iron sword rested on the broken knife. An unusually weird spiral force shook upwards. Xiao Chen felt his entire arm was struck by lightning. A blazing light enveloped his entire arm along the iron sword, and the broken knife almost flew out of his hand. When the body protecting chi burst out suddenly, and the light on the broken knife became even more dazzling. Xiao Chen forced back the powerful spiral force, and at the moment it soared into the sky, he dragged the knife with a backhand and slashed at Dugu's sword demon's neck. A ray of black light swept across, but it only hit the afterimage. Dugu's sword demon raised his iron sword to the sky, standing still on the bluestone ground, but the surrounding space was distorted, and then there was darkness, his figure disappeared, and the iron sword swung out of the field. Standing high above the sky, Xiao Chen swooped down. At the same time, the conferred godlike curtain turned into a battle armor and covered his body. The divine flames danced, not a field, but not weaker than a field. Xiao Chen has already been able to perform the god-killing style, the chaotic style, the cracking style, and the magic-suppressing style very smoothly in battle, and now he can integrate it into the sword technique without deliberate effort. Swooping straight down, the broken knife pointed directly at the Baihui acupoint on Dugu's sword demon's head. The brilliant light of the knife, as if it were boundless as the vast sea, fell all over the sky, and with a dull sound, the earth began to rumble and sink. A radius of 10 feet was shrouded by the light of the sword, and it all collapsed, sinking a full meter or two. Dugu's sword demon stood motionless in the sunken huge pit. Just now he slashed 9 swords in a row, defeating all the sword lights that rushed towards his body. Iron sword is invincible. He didn't want to waste any more energy, and in the end he only turned slightly sideways, not wanting to make any unnecessary movements, and swung his sword directly towards the sky. When dazzling light Huge impact, deafening sound. The broken knife in Xiao Chen's hand collided fiercely with the iron sword in Dugu Sword Demon's hand. The lower half of Dugu Sword Demon's body was hit by the violent force and sank into the ground on the blue stone slab. Hey! Dugu Sword Demon let out a cold snort, and the ground around him completely cracked. He jumped up, faced the 2 feet that were stepping on him, and raised his sword to chop. Xiao Chen's body was as light as a shock. He moved sideways quickly, and then rushed up, stepping on the iron sword with both feet. The backhand slashed down, fast and ruthless, steady and sharp. The sword light was like a comet falling to the ground, illuminating the entire castle, making people unable to open their eyes. Dugu Sword Demon stomped on the ground with both feet, shaking the ground like a mountain. A series of big cracks split from the ground in all directions, and the 2 huge palaces in front of him suddenly collapsed. He quickly sank into the ground and sent Xiao Chen flying. In the billowing smoke and dust, Dugu Sword Demon walked out of the huge pit step by step, staring at Xiao Chen coldly. His field didn't work, which made him almost suffer a dark loss. Staring at Xiao Chen's light armor, he nodded wordlessly. The fastest in the world. In just 4 words, it seems to have infinite magic power. It is said that among the sword formulas of Dugu's lineage, there is the fastest sword in the world. With a loud shout, Dugu Sword Demon disappeared suddenly. Xiao Chen couldn't catch his shadow at all, but his keen spiritual sense knew where the danger was, so he quickly slashed out with the iron sword in his hand. When can withstand that sharp sword light? However, the matter did not stop there. The Dugu Sword Demon disappeared completely, and on the ruins formed by the shattered ancient temple, there was only the sword light soaring to the sky, and at this moment, the entire castle was full of sword energy. The fastest sword in the world strikes again and again. Cold light is everywhere, no one is seen, only the blazing sword light is stirring. The sound of cracking kept coming out, the earth was sinking, one after another sword energy completely split the ruins. The rays of light soaring into the sky were extremely dazzling. From a distance, the castle of the Dugu family seemed to have thousands of rays of light penetrating the starry sky, and it seemed like a blazing sky fire landed here. The sword light is too dense, the domineering sword demon, the terrifying sword technique. Sure, there is one more chapter tonight, keep writing. Chapter 174 Pastor's Spear Flowing with Divine Blood. Chapter 22, Xiao Chen was completely relying on his spiritual sense to draw the knife, and wherever he felt that there was danger, the knife would slash in that direction. The blazing blade light and the bright sword light intertwined to form waves of energy, raging in the night sky, completely covering up the starlight and moonlight in the sky. The murderous aura is soaring here, and the edge is dazzling. Among the tens of thousands of sword chi, the heaviest in the world. The word, heaviest in the world, was uttered from the mouth of Dugu Sword Demon. It is said that the Dugu family has the heaviest sword technique in the world. The world's fastest swordsmanship converges, and the figure of Dugu's Sword Demon flashes, and the iron sword slowly descends like a giant mountain. It is clearly visible to people, but it cannot be avoided. The heaviest thing in the world, one sword can seal all directions. Boom! The invisible field is too heavy, the ground is cracked, and the nearby temples are constantly shattered. A huge beam of light seems to rush straight into Xiaohan. This is the sword light of the heaviest sword. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely dignified. He didn't dare to be careless. His mind slowly calmed down. His heart was empty. Everything disappeared before his eyes. Even the Dugu Sword Demon disappeared. Only the slowly pushed sword remained in his eyes. Slowly, Xiao Chen finally pushed out the broken knife in his hand. It wasn't the 4 Great Sanshou, nor the seal of immortality. It can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. It is the instinct of fighting in this specific environment. Based on intuition, this will be the most powerful knife. Both of them moved very slowly. The iron sword and the long knife slowly collided together. At this critical moment of life and death, the two seem to stay out of the matter. Don't be surprised by favor or disgrace, just watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court. If you have no intention of going or staying, look at the sky with clouds and clouds. There is quite such an artistic conception. The two were not in a hurry, without the slightest anxiety, without any uneasiness, with normal hearts and calm expressions. The heaviest sword in the world and Xiao Chen's sword in the ethereal state finally met. At this moment, an unspeakable sense of oppression instantly enveloped the 10 directions, and the sword light shot straight into the sky. It was extraordinarily bright in the night sky, and everyone in the Tiandi city area saw the strangeness of the heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if thunder was exploding from outside the sky. The soaring sword light and sword energy are no different from the real thunder light, as if it penetrated the heaven and the earth. If the two huge beams of light hadn't all rushed to the sky, the Dugu family would have been razed to the ground. Despite this, many buildings collapsed, and even the ancient and tall walls showed huge cracks, a shocking blow. Both Xiao Chen and Dugu's sword demon were blown away. They coughed up blood continuously, like fallen dead leaves, sluggish, and fell into a pool of blood. However, everyone's eyes were exceptionally bright, jumping up almost at the same time. Broken knife against iron sword, Xiao Chen and Dugu's sword demon rushed together. The sound of clanging was endless. Xiao Chen once again immersed himself in that kind of mysterious realm, completely abandoned the four major sanshou, and instinctively drew the knife. The bright light of the knife pierced the night sky, like a roaring river, raging rampantly in the sky. Dugu's sword demon is equally brave. He swayed the invincible ancient sword art passed down from his ancestors. The sword intent wielded by the iron sword is no longer limited to Dugu's sword intent. The sword light is bright, the cold light is dazzling, and thousands of rays of light bloom in the night sky, gorgeous and magnificent. But equally terrifying and horrifying, each sword sweep is enough to tear apart a huge palace and wipe out all obstacles. The fierce battle continued. In the sea of Aa's swords and swords, Xiao Chen and Dugu's sword demon fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, unable to tell the winner. Xiao Chen was immersed in that profound realm, and the saber intent he swayed directly was not weaker than the four great sanshou. This was the release of fighting instinct, the sublimation of martial intent in his heart, and the transformation and radicalization of his own fighting ability. It's not that the saber intent in this profound realm is better than the four major sanshou, it's just that the saber intent in this situation exerts its greatest power and is most suitable for the current fierce battle. There is no invincible profound art, everything depends on the person who uses the supernatural powers. The battlefield is changing rapidly. Only by using the appropriate moves can the greatest power be exerted. The simplest move may also become a deadly move. Evenly matched. The field is ineffective against the conferred godlike curtain, and what the two of them are fighting for is the true cultivation of the realm of transformation. Dugu's sword demon has a resolute character and unrivaled power. His sword overwhelms the southern wilderness, and it is rare to meet a rival. This is inseparable from his childhood experience. The sword is its life. The two had been fighting fiercely for an hour, and they were covered in blood. When the knife and the sword were swiped, in addition to the thundering sound, the rolling sword energy, and the sword light, there was also a huge pressure, and the capillaries in the skin of the two were crushed. I don't know how many mouthfuls of blood spit out from the mouth. It's just that both of them are tenacious people, no one will be shaken by this, a situation of endless death. When the swords collided, the broken knife and the iron sword flew out of the hands of Xiao Chen and Dugu's sword demon at the same time, their hand bones were fractured at the same time, and their injuries were equally serious. The divine light in Xiao Chen's eyes was brilliant, and there were two bright rays of divine light shot out. In his opinion, the Dugu family is good at swords, and now that the iron sword is out of hand, it will be like getting rid of Dugu's sword demon's sharp teeth. Exuberant vitality surged to the fractured right palm, and then in the sound of click, click, the metacarpal bone was connected. Of course, it was impossible to be intact immediately, but it was enough for him to make a move, slashing at Dugu's sword demon like an electric glow. The palm of Dugu's sword demon made a similar sound, and it continued at the same time, striking out with the injured palm, without any loss of combat power. My body is my sword. Dugu's sword demon sneered, I don't have a sword in my hand, but I have a sword in my heart. Everything in the world, every plant and every tree, can be my magic weapon. Speaking of this, Dugu's sword demon speeded up strangely, his body was incredibly fast in an instant, and then he put his hands together and rushed towards Xiao Chen. At this moment Xiao Chen was shocked, because he found an illusion in front of him. The whole body of Dugu's sword demon turned into a divine sword, slashing towards him with radiant divine light. It is absolutely impossible for Dugu's sword demon to transform into a divine sword. This can only be said to be the early manifestation of his future supernatural powers. This is just the prototype of future supernatural powers, causing some kind of illusion, but it is enough to illustrate the horror of sword demon at this moment. It has to be said that Xiao Chen is indeed very talented in fighting. The more he was in such a dangerous situation, the more calm he became, his mind quickly calmed down, and he was promoted to an ethereal state in an instant. Everything in the world disappeared before his eyes, only the invincible sword in front of him appeared in his eyes alone. Everything in the world seems to have slowed down, including the sword of Dugu that came from chopping. Xiao Chen was terribly calm and motionless, only when the divine sword came to his body, he swiped out with his left hand lightly, a very elegant stroke of the sword, completely different from the previous wide-open and domineering moves, as if a banished immortal was swaying a magic spell, extremely ethereal and extremely elegant. The mysterious and unpredictable palm knife is completely an instinct, and the sword is unearthly and refined. When the palm knife collided with the divine sword transformed from Dugu's sword demon's body, and the two were sent flying at the same time. Dugu's sword demon wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Not only is the body a sword, but everything in this world is my divine sword. Kill, 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 kill." The shattered ruins, the pieces of rubble, the foundation stones, the broken rafters, all floated up, and then emitted a heavy murderous aura, all of which had turned into sword lights and shot towards Xiao Chen. Everything in the world, every plant and every tree, is a magic weapon. If it was another Zhuchongtian master, after an hour of fierce fighting, with such a tyrannical power, I am afraid that he would never have the strength to fight again. However, Xiao Chen is still terrifyingly calm, his heart is ethereal, his body is as cold as a blade, his body moves with his heart, and his spiritual consciousness dominates his body. Ethereal state of mind, ignoring everything, watching the flowers bloom and fade, listening to the rain hitting the plantains, forgetting all the honor and disgrace in the world. It was a strange state of mind, his heart seemed to have flown out of the battlefield, and his soul seemed to be standing in the misty clouds, looking down on all this calmly with a heart beyond the world. But the body is moving, very smooth movements, mysterious techniques, ethereal sword handling, and elegant body skills, like nectar falling in a lonely desert, like morning glow rising in an open field. Everything is so dynamic, everything is so harmonious, everything is just right. The sword is elegant and ethereal, not letting go of any piece of rubble, boulders, broken rafters. All the tangible things that turned into the sword body were accurately cut and swept away. The prosperity of the great thousand world passed away, leaving only the infinite silence. Xiao Chen's mentality is also like this at this moment, surprisingly calm and indifferent, as if he is outside the situation. But it broke through, completely smashed this grass, every tree, and thousands of divine swords formed by the world and everything. Dugu's sword demon waved his hand and drew the iron sword into his hand. He looked at Xiao Chen coldly, feeling that this would be the most dangerous battle in his life, and he strongly felt the threat of death. After Xiao Chen broke the Wan Jian, he stood facing the wind, his long hair calmly looked at the Dugu sword demon in front of him. Kill. Dugu sword demon prepares for the final blow, success or failure is once again in one fell swoop. The field from which the iron sword was swung fell down, and Xiao Chen's conferred godlight curtain shone out, resisting the field of the sword. Dugu sword demon's thick black hair stood upside down, and on the iron sword, a heavy sword glow rushed towards Xiao Chen like a stormy sea. Xiao Chen is still in the ethereal state, holding the knife to draw the blazing sword light that rushes in. Although he is in a dangerous situation, he seems calm and unhurried. He vaguely feels that this state is the threshold of the realm of recognition and storage. Suddenly, an extremely bad premonition rushed into Xiao Chen's heart. Even in this mysterious and wonderful environment, his calm mood could hardly be calmed down, and the shadow of death came to mind. Xiao Chen didn't even think about it, his body flew away sideways, as graceful as an exiled immortal. However, it is still too late. A divine spear, extremely red, exuded a blazing divine light, as if there were endless bright red blood burning around it, dyeing half of the sky red, turning into a blood light and flying towards it. Puff! Although Xiao Chen avoided the vital point of his chest, he was pierced through his left rib from behind by the blood-dripping spear, and was driven by a huge force to fly hundreds of meters away, and then he was nailed to the ground fiercely. Blood spattered, staining the ground red. After the blood-colored divine spear, which was beating violently, was nailed to the ground, it trembled violently for a while before calming down. Xiao Chen was nailed to the ground. The ancient spear of Pasteur! Dugu sword demon exclaimed, and then turned to look into the darkness not far away. A young man with brown hair walked slowly from the darkness with heavy steps. His body was very strong, his muscles were bulging like a horned dragon, his bronze arms were bare, and a sneer appeared on his razor-sharpened face. You guessed it right, this is the ancient spear of Pasteur, the ancient spear that once killed the gods. The brown-haired young man said coldly as he walked, it was stained with the blood of more than one god, and the blood has not dried up until now, and has been flowing on the ancient spear. The ancient divine spear of Pasteur that nailed Xiao Chen to the ground was really a strange divine spear. It was made of unknown material, but it was red all over. It was engraved with ancient divine inscriptions, and there were streaks of blood flowing. The most frightening thing is that there is really blood dripping from the spear body continuously, shining with a bewitching blood-colored light, the ancient spear of Pasteur flowing with divine blood, the blood drops will never dry up. Why did you attack from behind? Dugu Sword Demon didn't appreciate it. Because he must die, and he must not be allowed to survive tonight. I will kill the devil with the fingerprint of the spear. I've only heard that the spear has killed gods, but I've never heard that it has killed demons. Could it be that Xiao Chen is a god? Dugu Sword Demon sarcastically said, attacking the brown-haired young man in front of him behind his back, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. He planted the iron sword on the ground, and then stood on guard coldly. Anyway, he is going to die. Tonight, my brother and I will split up to find him, but his speed is too fast, and he has fought several battles in a row. I have not found him until now. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front. Do you still have an elder brother, so you won't be lonely if you go to hell together? Xiao Chen's hands were covered with blood. He didn't know whether it was the blood of the gods or his own. He pulled out the ancient spear of Pasteur from the ground with all his strength, and then stood up slowly. The spear passed through his ribs and trembled with his movements. You haven't died yet. The brown-haired young man was surprised, then his expression turned cold, and he said, then I will personally send you to die. It's a pity that I didn't kill me with one blow, and you won't have another chance. Xiao Chen stood up, with two cold lights shooting out of his eyes, and his voice was cold and piercing, like a magic voice from hell. You, and your brother will die. I want a monthly pass. A new month has begun. Brothers have a new monthly pass. Please vote for it. I have been breaking out continuously for the past 2 days. Please give me more motivation. I will continue to do 2 changes tomorrow. Chapter 175 The Oneness of Heaven and Man. Pasteur's ancient spear was as red as blood, and had killed gods, not just one. The blood of the gods can never be washed away. It is the legendary ancient spear of killing gods. Now, suddenly appearing here, everything seems so unusual. The brown-haired young man was not tall, but he was very strong. His left arm was naked outside his clothes, and his bronze-colored muscles were bulging, making him look very explosive. There was a sneer on his not-so-handsome face, and 2 cold lights shot out from his eyes, staring at Xiao Chen who was walking slowly. At this moment, Xiao Chen's battle clothes were stained with blood, and his tall and straight body was completely stained red with blood. Pasteur's ancient spear pierced through his left rib, and 2 of his ribs were broken, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the wound. But he didn't seem to feel the pain, and walked slowly and powerfully, letting the red ancient spear tremble continuously. The ancient divine script engraved on the blood-colored spear body, and the strange red light emitted made his knife-like fortitude look even more determined. Under the long eyebrows that entered the temples, a pair of eyes were as cold as blades, and an invisible momentum was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as a huge sea. The overwhelming killing intent locked on the brown-haired youth in front of him. Boom, boom, ... With every step, the ground trembled slightly. Xiao Chen moved slowly like a huge mountain, and a heavy momentum oppressed people who couldn't breathe. Gradually, the complexion of the brown-haired young man changed suddenly. He was surprised to find that Xiao Chen's footsteps had an unspeakable magic power, which was synchronized with his heartbeat. In the end, the heart rate coincided with the footsteps. Boom, boom, ... This is a kind of sound-killing skill. Xiao Chen has already made a move at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to have integrated into this world, felt the pulse of the earth, and became one with it. The sound of footsteps penetrated into the earth, guiding the majestic energy contained in the earth to rise out of the surface. Very rhythmic footsteps sounded, slow but heavy and powerful. When one step fell, the entire space was shaken. The brown-haired man suddenly surged with blood, his face was as red as blood, and his heart seemed to be jumping out of his throat. At this moment, his heart seemed to be controlled, as if being held in the hands of someone, crushed by a powerful force. One with heaven and earth. Xiao Chen seems to have merged into the Tao realm, and realized the Tao of heaven and earth. Integrate into heaven and earth, feel the imprint of Tao, and achieve the unity of heaven and man. At this moment, all of Xiao Chen's movements seemed so natural and harmonious, as if he was waving the world. His body and spirit merged into a strange field. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped down hard, much heavier than before. Puff! The brown-haired young man's face was extremely flushed, his eyes almost popped out. He opened his mouth to spray a mouthful of blood, his body shook violently in an instant, and almost fell directly into the dust. Boom! Although Xiao Chen was seriously injured, his aura reached an unprecedented height at this moment. Standing in this world, it seemed that he really joined the way. Ah! The brown-haired young man roared, wanting to get rid of this unspeakable sense of oppression. If this continues, his heart will burst. The beating of the heart is completely dominated by the sound of footsteps, and it is necessary to break through this situation. Boom, 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 boom. At this time, Xiao Chen took 5 steps forward in a row, each step getting heavier and heavier, united with the pulse of the earth. The brown-haired young man couldn't take it anymore. He tried his best, roared to the sky, trying to break the unbearable pulse with sound waves. However, these 5 steps seem to be as heavy as a giant mountain, and the pressure is irresistible. Aha! Hey! The brown-haired youth spat out a sort of blood, and flew out as if his body had been hit by a giant mountain. Xiao Chen's body was pierced with a blood-red divine spear, and as he walked step by step, an unimaginable force surged in this space, and every movement of his drove the power of this world. Boom! The brown-haired young man who fell on the ruins punched the ground violently, and then spurted 3 mouthfuls of blood. His body flew upside down as if struck by lightning. Finally, he broke through the unspeakable sense of oppression and escaped from the space that seemed to be the domain of gods. He was wounded before he actually made a move, and there was an undisguised coldness in his eyes. He stared at Xiao Chen fiercely like a beast, and said coldly, "You were pierced by Pastor's ancient spear and suffered serious injuries. Do you still have the ability to make a second, third, and fourth attack? It's enough to kill you." Ha! Ha ha! The brown-haired young man laughed angrily, and said, "I was too careless just now and fell into your fighting rhythm. Now I see what you can do to me." Dugu Sword Demon held his iron sword and stood far away, as if the matter had nothing to do with him, with an indifferent demeanor. Xiao Chen walked forward slowly. The Scarlet Pasteur ancient spear has not been pulled out of the body, not because he didn't want to pull it out, but because he didn't dare to pull it out. He was afraid that the moment he pulled it out, his energy and spirit would also be pulled out. This divine spear hurt him too badly. His left rib was pierced, his ribs were broken, his tendons were damaged, and his cultivation was greatly affected. If it wasn't for the strong energy, he might have been crushed by the great impact of the ancient spear at the beginning. There are many legends about Pastor's ancient spear. According to ancient legends, this red-blooded ancient spear is a fetish of a small tribe in the West. The small tribe has a very long past, and every generation has a natural demigod. Legend has it that they are the descendants of the ancient Zan clan whose strength is comparable to the gods. The ancient god spear is one of the weapons handed down by the Zan clan. You must know that the Zan clan killed many gods back then. It can be said that the origin of Pastor's ancient spear is extraordinary, but it is difficult for the brown-haired youth to exert its power. Haha, you really are at the end of your strength. If I'm not wrong, you don't even dare to pull out the spear now. The brown-haired young man sneered loudly. Xiao Chen was indeed seriously injured, but his spiritual consciousness became stronger and stronger. Although his body was severely injured, his aura was as blazing as a rainbow that runs through the sun. Thank you for sending me the ancient spear of killing gods. The spear of Pasteur will become my trophy, and you will surely die under this spear. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, stepped in front of the brown-haired young man, and slashed down with a palm knife. At the same time, the other stabilized Pastor's ancient spear so that it could not tremble, and stabbed at the brown-haired youth. There was no wind in the palm of the knife, and it was light and fluttering as if there was no effort, only a faint light flashed, and there was no sound of wind and thunder piercing the sky. The ancient god spear was the exact opposite. Its blood-colored light was extremely dazzling, and the blood-colored light shot out several meters away, brushing past the brown-haired and blue body that was dodging quickly, almost piercing it. Remember, the person who killed you is called Malika. After the brown-haired youth finished drinking, he rushed forward like a ghost, and went straight for Pastor's ancient spear, trying to hold the pole of the divine spear, so as to pick Xiao Chen up. But how could Xiao Chen give him this chance? There were no extra movements. In fact, he didn't dare to make 2 violent movements. His left foot slid backwards, turned half a step, his right foot took a step forward, and his left hand held the scarlet blood spear engraved with ancient divine inscriptions passing through his left rib. It is bright red, extremely dazzling, and its blazing edge is cold and oppressive. Xiao Chen, who was pierced by the ancient spear, even used the ancient Pasteur spear as his own weapon, blocking all the way forward for the brown-haired young Malika. Hey! Malika sneered coldly, and punched towards the blood curtain. He was originally a master of the 9 heavens. Although he was injured by Xiao Chen's initial footsteps, his powerful combat power was not affected much, and he was directly shocked. There was a cold smile on his face. He just wanted to touch him head-on, and he expected that Xiao Chen, who had been severely injured, would not be able to bear it. It's just that he was a little disappointed. Xiao Chen's movements were like flowing clouds and flowing water, and he moved a few meters away lightly, and swept it with Pastor's ancient spear from the side. There is no need to deliberate, Xiao Chen is completely free to immerse himself in the ethereal state of the fierce battle with the Dugu sword demon. A gust of saber air flows like starlight, and shrouds Xiao Chen like a misty mist. At this moment, his whole body seems to have turned into a peerless sword out of its sheath. Invincible in his eyes, there was only one target, like a scarecrow, which did not cause him too much emotional fluctuation. That was the target he wanted to kill, just a target. His eyes were cold and frightening. After Xiao Chen immersed himself in this mysterious state, his fighting instinct was raised to the highest point. Everything was so agile, he was no longer violent or domineering, but his murderous aura continued unabated. Puff! Xiao Chen turned sideways, with flowing clouds and flying sleeves, and after the blood-stained battle clothes fluttered across, he cut off his right palm violently and collided fiercely with Malika twice. The brown-haired young man Malika couldn't believe that Xiao Chen dared to confront him head-on, but in fact he knew that he was wrong. Xiao Chen in this state was too terrifying. The two blows made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and his right palm almost shattered. The dawn of the realm of recognition of Tibet. Xiao Chen is definitely about to touch the realm of knowing Tibet. This is the conclusion drawn by Malika. Xiao Chen must be killed, right now, right now. He couldn't delay any longer, or this enemy would be his nightmare in the future. Fierce battle, fierce battle. Xiao Chen's vitality is as vigorous as before, as if he has not been affected in the slightest. His mind is as calm as water, his eyes are as cold as ice, and his body is as strong as a knife. Although he was severely injured, it was as if he had stepped into a new realm. All of Xiao Chen's movements were extremely wonderful, as if they were made by nature, standing in this world, united with the Tao. There was a clear whistle from a distance, and a figure came to Dugu Castle in the blink of an eye like lightning, and then leapt over the tall stone wall of Dugu's house. A brown-haired young man rushed towards Xiao Chen. But at this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly shot two terrifying divine lights. His left hand released the ancient pasteur spear that pierced through him, and both hands turned into palm knives and slashed at Malika. Malika's eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. His brother arrived. Xiao Chen was dead. It seemed that his brother didn't need to take action anymore, because at this moment, he actually grabbed the ancient pasteur spear that penetrated Xiao Chen's body, held it firmly, and then picked Xiao Chen up violently, with a cruel smile on his face. But Malika's smile froze quickly, and Xiao Chen, who was provoked, was as heavy as the ancient magic mountain, and his arms were about to break under the pressure. Xiao Chen's hands were already firmly holding the blood-red spear shaft, and it fell down fiercely. The spear tip had already passed through Xiao Chen's body and rushed forward, and at this moment it touched his abdomen unstoppably. At this moment, Malika is full of fear. Dare to hurt my brother. There was a shout not far away, and Malika's elder brother Yulanmu had already rushed over, his eyes tearing apart. At this moment, everything in the world has already disappeared in Xiao Chen's eyes, and there is only one belief in his heart, that is to let the spear point penetrate Malika's body. The majestic and unimaginable power descends mightily, although the state of mind is peaceful and ethereal, but the power accumulated in Xiao Chen's body is like the Milky Way falling 9 days, torrential and unstoppable. Yulanmu screamed bitterly, "Brother! Even though his speed is very fast, it is still not as fast as Pastor's ancient spear." The blood-red divine spear pierced inch by inch, and then pierced Malika's body with a pop. Malika was terrified. He didn't expect that Xiao Chen, who had already been hit hard, turned out to be so terrifying, and he was still not something he could compete with. In terms of strength, he can't stop him at all, and in terms of momentum, he is also far behind. He is not Xiao Chen's opponent at all, even if the opponent is seriously injured. Blood sprayed, and the red blood spear pasteur pierced Malika's abdomen. Xiao Chen stood on the ground, danced wildly, endured the severe pain, and raised his head to the sky with a long cry. The blood spear passed through his left rib, and then he held it in his hands, violently picking Malika up. Use actual actions to show that the update has doubled compared to before. I am actively taking action, but brothers don't have enough monthly tickets. Give me some warm responses. Please encourage me with monthly tickets, otherwise I feel unmotivated. I'm going to write the second chapter now. Check back to see the results of your actions. Chapter 176, Ancient Battle Triple Seal. Xiao Chen picked Malika in the midair, and the blood sprayed, not only made Yulanmu, who had just arrived, burst into tears, but also made Dugu Sword Demon, who was watching the battle from a distance, shoot out 2 divine lights, arousing a fierce fighting spirit while holding the iron sword. Malika was in excruciating pain. His abdomen was completely pierced, and because Xiao Chen's strength was too tyrannical, he directly shattered the stomach in his abdomen. He is a cultivator of the nine heavens realm with deep vitality, and it is impossible to die in a short time, so it is simply a kind of torture, a purgatory-like suffering. The screams echoed continuously in the ancient house of Dugu's family. Malika was sweating all over his body, half of his body was stained red with blood, and his expression was sluggish. Yu Lanmu is very tall, his appearance is similar to that of Malika, although he is not handsome, but he has a wildness. His cold eyes glared at Xiao Chen, and shouted, "Let him go." For such words, Xiao Chen will not respond at all, it is meaningless. He freed one hand and held the ancient spear of Pasteur with one hand to provoke Malika. The other hand touched his body a few times to stop the blood gurgling from the wound. "Let go of my brother." Stubbornly repeating his own opinion, although in the eyes of such experts, waiting is nonsense, because no one will change their mind because of this, but Yu Lanmu has no choice but to do so. This is his own brother, he already wants to compromise. "Say, why do you want to kill me? If you want to challenge me, you can't attack me from behind." "Why?" Speaking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes became extremely fierce, and he wanted to penetrate into Yu Lanmu's heart. "There is no reason, Pastor's ancient spear guides us to kill demons." "Don't lie to me," Xiao Chen snorted coldly, then shook the red blood spear, which made Malika scream in pain again and again, and continued coldly, "The ancient spear has killed gods, but it has never pierced through demons. Am I a god? Why do you want to assassinate me behind your back?" Seeing Malika being brutally ravaged, Yu Lanmu couldn't maintain a calm expression, and said with a very complicated expression, "It's our fault, I sincerely apologize to you here, please let go of my brother." "Say." There was only one word, and then Xiao Chen shook the ancient spear again, and Malika immediately bled profusely and screamed in pain. "My younger brother wanted to marry Yan Qingchang, but was told by the elders of the undead sect in Tiandi City that she had already been betrothed to you." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then sighed helplessly, "Fuck it. Can this also lead to murder? It's too wronged, can it be considered and made into a fact? Otherwise, I always feel that it is not worth the spear. What's more, it can't be so simple, right?" Xiao Chen didn't believe this was the only reason. "When Hoffman was drinking with my younger brother, he said that if I got rid of you, I would be grateful." Yu Lanmu bit out the culprit without hesitation. "Hoffman of the Reagan family? Yes. This scum really doesn't seem to be able to stay." The murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes was undisguised, and now his enmity with the Reagan family is getting deeper and deeper. After beheading the 4 Tibetan masters, he knows that people in this family must hate him to death, but they dare not act rashly because of the terrifying existence in the deepest part of the southern wilderness. "What else?" Xiao Chen glanced at Yu Lanmu coldly, and said, "I don't believe it's just these 2 reasons, they can't really convince me." Yu Lanmu had already given up all his strength, stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and said, "When my younger brother holds the ancient spear of Pasteur, he can have a kind of spiritual perception that is almost like a prophecy. He feels that you will be our enemy in the future. If we don't get rid of you now, there will be endless troubles in the future. After all, you want to kill me yourself." Xiao Chen sneered, and said, "He can see the future when he holds Pastor's ancient spear. This is completely nonsense, it's just a reason to get rid of me. If he can see the future, why didn't he expect to be picked and killed here? He can't even grasp his own future, so why should he say that he has seen the future?" HMPH. Yu Lanmu snorted coldly, if it wasn't because of Morika's restraint, he wouldn't have swallowed his anger so much. "I think such a divine spear is beyond the control of your brother's current state. Why would the elders in your family let you bring it out casually?" At this moment, Malika endured the severe pain and said weakly, "Brother, I can't survive, my internal organs have been completely crushed by a spear." "What?" Yu Lanmu's eyes stood up at that time, and it was like a bolt from the blue to get such news after talking so much. "You can't blame me," Xiao Chen said calmly, "it's just that life and death are facing each other, who dares to hold back? He came to kill me, and now I kill him, it's not wronged. I will never die with you." Yu Lanmu was furious, there was no need to say any more. His body was like a ghost, and he approached Xiao Chen silently, slamming his palm, thunder burst, and the light shone. Pastor's ancient spear was shaken by Xiao Chen, turning into a curtain of red blood, roaring like waves of blood, the sound was deafening. Yu Lanmu's mouth was full of teeth that were about to be gnawed. Xiao Chen actually picked up his younger brother to meet the enemy like that, his younger brother's body burst apart in front of his eyes. "Ah!" He roared wildly, and stepped back, his whole body trembling violently, staring at Xiao Chen with serious eyes, and said coldly, "You are so ruthless, you are so cruel." "Cruel? I did everything above board. How do you feel about your younger brother sneaking up on me with the ancient pasteur spear that killed the gods?" Xiao Chen looked very calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing, and said, "If you feel cruel, don't enter the cultivation world. Cultivation itself is a sad song. When you kill someone, you must have the consciousness of being killed." Yu Lanmu was almost berserk, his long brown hair stood on end, his eyes were already blood red, and he said viciously, "I want to use your heart and liver to sacrifice to Malika. To tell you the truth, I am the one who has a premonition with the ancient pasteur spear in my hand, and I want to kill you. Now, you must die." "Why do you kill me? Can you kill me? Your brother has already said similar things. It seems that your end is destined to be the same as his." Xiao Chen doesn't need to say harsh words, it is meaningless, everything depends on actions. At this moment, he has a strong self-confidence. Although he is seriously injured, he has already touched the edge of the realm of knowledge and storage, and his combat ability has improved a bit. Unless he is facing a strong Dugu sword demon who is also about to enter the realm of knowledge and possession, he will hardly be threatened. Boom! Yu Lanmu rushed over like a beast, his eyes were red, and he wanted to fight for Pastor's ancient spear. The divine flame danced on the blood spear, Xiao Chen held it in his hand and stroked it lightly, the mysterious trajectory brought out a murderous aura soaring to the sky. The blood was soaring to the sky, and there was a murderous aura. The blood curtain enveloped every inch of space in a radius of 10 feet, and the blood-colored energy wave was like a turbulent wave crashing on the shore, and it seemed like chaotic rocks pierced through the sky. "Break!" Yu Lanmu yelled, 3 seals of ancient warfare. 3 rays of divine light swept across the sky, directly sweeping away the bloody curtain. Yu Lanmu looked ferocious, and shouted almost frantically. "Feng Tian, manner, seal people." The 3 divine lights swept away all obstacles, even Pastor's ancient spear was immobilized. Sealing the sky, sealing the essence of the sky, the sun and the moon, and other auras. No matter how difficult it is to fluctuate, the vitality around Xiao Chen was completely imprisoned and could no longer be absorbed. The fiefdom, the pulsation of the land, the power of the fiefdom mother god is on the ground, unable to rise up, completely frozen, and also unable to let Xiao Chen borrow strength. Sealing people, directly trapping Xiao Chen himself, a beam of light is full of majestic and unpredictable power, and the endless purple light drowns Xiao Chen. The triple seal of ancient warfare is one of the combat techniques of the ancient warrior clan whose strength is comparable to that of the gods. It is a strange combat technique that manipulates the power of heaven and earth, but it is impossible for those who are not pure warrior clan to exert their true power. Yu Lanmu's master came from a small tribe in the west. According to legend, the people in that tribe were descendants of the Zan clan, so they knew some ancient combat skills of the Zan clan. Yu Lanmu's talent is good. Although he hasn't entered the realm of knowing Tibet, he has already unlocked some body treasures. In addition, his master forcibly instilled him, so that he can easily use the 3 seals of ancient warfare. Immediately, Xiao Chen was fixed. In the distance, Dugu sword demon shot 2 cold lights from his eyes, watching all this without blinking. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like a clay sculpture in wood carving, his tall and straight body stood there motionless, the ancient pasteur spear in his hand was shining with a strange red light, and the ancient divine inscriptions engraved on it flowed like light, as if it was alive, and it seemed to be beating vaguely, and there was even more divine blood flowing slowly on it. Yu Lanmu seemed to have collapsed, using his own strength to seal the power of heaven and earth in the surrounding space, and also to imprison Xiao Chen, it was too exhausting. After completing these, he didn't have much strength left. Hee. Yu Lanmu smiled coldly, slowly moved his body to Xiao Chen's, and said, "Where's your confidence? In front of my 3 seals of ancient wars, everything is as vulnerable as a chicken and a dog." Break. With his soft shout, the force of sealing people violently impacted, Xiao Chen sprayed a big mouthful of blood at that time, and the dazzling purple light surrounded him, as if he was about to be crushed. Clang! Yu Lanmu pulled out a long sword, and stabbed fiercely at Xiao Chen's chest. Puff! 2 streaks of blood splattered at the same time, the long sword stopped as soon as it sank into Xiao Chen's body, and blood gushed out. But Pastor's ancient spear had already passed through Yu Lanmu's heart, and he felt a chill. Impossible, Yu Lanmu murmured with disbelief on his face, this is absolutely impossible. You are too superstitious about your so-called 3 seals of ancient wars. If my body hadn't been damaged too badly, you wouldn't be able to seal me for a moment. EAA have already touched the real realm of recognizing Tibet. The endless purple light dissipated, Xiao Chen broke free from the confinement, picked Yulanmu up with Pastor's ancient spear, and then collapsed in midair. Thank you for perfecting me. Only after the bone-piercing winter can spring be prosperous. It is you two brothers who made me so close to the realm of knowing Tibet, and I can touch it with my hands. Xiao Chen's voice was very low. After speaking, he dragged his seriously injured body, turned his head and took a deep look at Dugu Sword Demon, and then strode towards the outside of Dugu Castle. Tonight, the wounds he suffered were too serious. His hand bones were broken by the Dugu Sword Demon, his left rib was pierced by Malika with a pasteur spear, his chest was pierced by Yulanmu with a long sword, and there were terrible internal injuries and cracks appeared in his internal organs. A cold voice came from behind. Go well, don't be killed halfway. Xiao Chen didn't look back, and directly spread out the immortal wings and soared into the sky. He was actually waiting for Dugu Sword Demon to make a move, but he was very relieved by the other party's reaction. There was no one present, and the figure of Dugu Sword Demon looked very lonely, holding the iron sword and walking forward, swinging the sword slowly on the ruins, as slowly as he wanted. Over and over again, until hundreds of times later, he seemed to have realized something, and then lightly drew his sword towards the ground. As a result, without a sound, the corpse on the ground seemed to evaporate, and disappeared without a trace with the breeze. Xiao Chen spread out the wings of immortality, held the ancient spear of Pasteur, and walked against the sky. Now, it is impossible for him to fight anymore, the injury is too serious. It does not depend on how many battles, but on the effect of the battle. The goal has been achieved, the door of the treasure in the body has been opened, now it depends on how he digs out the treasure. It was already late at night, and when it landed in the courtyard, the little snow-white beast Kiki and the little stubborn dragon appeared like lightning. In addition, the little white-shelled tortoise also sneakily appeared, and secretly looked at him from a gazebo. Xiao Chen reached into his bosom, took out a colorful phoenix feather, and set it on the highest rockery in the courtyard with shaking hands. The phoenix feather might be his life-saving talisman tonight, and it should come in handy. Come on, give me some motivation. I am used to one update, and now it is tiring to update like this. Chapter 177 Opening the Body Treasure. Pastor's ancient battle spear flowing with divine blood was inserted into the bluestone ground in front of Xiao Chen. The blood of God continued to drip, and then turned into little blood-red light and disappeared into the air. A rush of killing intent from the ancient warriors overflowed from time to time. Undoubtedly, the might of Pastor's ancient war spear, which once killed gods, is unimaginable, but the two Yulanmu brothers couldn't exert its due might at all. Such an ancient spear is really buried in their hands. Xiao Chen had reason to believe that such an ancient battle spear was beyond their control, and their master or family elders should be in Tiandi City. And it seems that there may be a big move, otherwise, why would they come here with a god-killing weapon? At this moment, Xiao Chen didn't want to think too much about it. He sat cross-legged quietly in the courtyard, slowly sinking into a mysterious state. Hundreds of millions of stars are falling down, and the sky seems to be approaching. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed bright rays of light. That is the disappearing meteor, that is the fallen life, that is the shattered dream. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense seemed to soar up to the ninth heaven, his spiritual consciousness was traveling through space, as if he had entered the vast starry sky, and his spiritual consciousness was condensing, as if turning into a bright star in the bright starry sky. He seems to have been promoted to the stars. This is a strange feeling. It seems that each star corresponds to a life. Are the stars really closely related to the life on the earth? Certainly not, but because everything is causally connected. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness seemed to break through the fog in the starry sky, and gradually rushed towards a treasure with divine light. That's right, he suddenly realized, what kind of starry sky is this? This is his sea of AA consciousness, and he is infinitely approaching the sealed treasure. Does the sea of AA human consciousness correspond to the universe? Why is it so similar to the heaven and earth, the stars and the universe? Is everyone an independent little sky? It seems so, really too much alike. Doesn't it mean that everyone is heaven and earth? Xiao Chen was full of thoughts in his mind, traveling in the sea of AA consciousness, rushing to the Big Dipper, leaping to Emperor's Way, overlooking the entire sky, looking up at the vast sea of AA stars. He felt so small here. Is this the depths of the sea of AA consciousness where the human body is sealed? Had to be sealed, it's so vast it's easy to lose yourself here. From this point of view, human potential is truly endless, and for the outer universe, the inner sea of AA consciousness can correspond to it one by one. How big the heart is, how big the world is, everything in the world is in my heart. Xiao Chen looked up at the starry sky with a trace of inexplicable emotion. The gate of the treasure is embedded in this sea of AA stars, facing such a magnificent and vast sky. He no longer feels small, because all these are contained, accommodated, and controlled by his heart. A palace towered majestically in the sea of AA stars. Xiao Chen rushed straight and pushed towards the gate. Kiki dozed off boredly, her furry head pointing to the ground from time to time. It was obvious that she was already sleepy. The little stubborn dragon was lying quietly in a flower bed, his eyes shining like two pearls in the darkness. As for the white-shelled tortoise, it has a shape that makes people spurt blood. Although it has a tortoise shell, its movements are particularly dexterous. Its two tortoise legs are very long, bouncing up and down, and it seems to be very leisurely. One tortoise arm is under the head, and the other tortoise claw is holding a Ganoderma lucidum that it doesn't know where it stole. This doesn't look like a turtle at all, and looks like a thief, no different from a cunning person. Tonight, the moon is soft and the stars are bright. The breeze was blowing gently, and bursts of fragrance swayed from the flowers and plants. A slight sound of air breaking came from outside the courtyard, and the sleepy-eyed Kiki woke up immediately, her bright big eyes widened, staring straight ahead without blinking. With two soft swishing sounds, two figures jumped over the courtyard wall and jumped into the courtyard. Just as the little stubborn dragon was about to make a move, Xiao Chen moved first. The scarlet blood spear inserted on the ground suddenly burst into dazzling blood, and the murderous aura rose to the sky. With a clank, Pastor's ancient battle spear broke out from the bluestone ground, and then turned into a shocking rainbow, leaving behind a blood-red afterimage of the beam. With a poof, it pierced through the two people who had just entered the courtyard. Blood sprayed, and Pastor's ancient spear pierced through the two of them, then turned into a rainbow of blood and flew back, and plunged into the bluestone ground in front of Xiao Chen with a clang. You Jianshu. The two showed incredulous expressions, their eyes widened before they died, trying to catch something. After all, they are cultivators of the 4th level of transformation, although they are far from being able to compare with Xiao Chen of the 9th level, but, a face-to-face, just a face-to-face. They were ruthlessly killed, which made them a little unbelievable. Could it be that Xiao Chen has really broken into the realm of knowing Tibet? This is their last question before they die. Although Xiao Chen is opening the treasures of his body, he can still clearly feel everything in his heart. The formula for killing the two people was inspired by the Dugu sword demon. If his consciousness is strong enough, all tangible things nearby will turn into his own weapons. This is the powerful power of his spiritual consciousness. His spiritual consciousness is absorbing the essence of his body's treasures, becoming more and more condensed and powerful. Xiao Chen knew that his night battle against the 9 Heavens Masters must have alarmed many people. Some people could guess that he wanted to break through the level, and didn't want him to be promoted to the realm of knowledge of Tibet. If possible, they would directly kill him at a critical moment. The breeze was blowing, and the smell of blood was covered by the scent of flowers. Xiao Chen was very calm from the beginning to the end. There is no immortality on the road to eternal life. This is a terrible road to practice. I don't know how many people will die on the way. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharper than before, and he entered the tall and majestic palace of the Sea of AA spiritual consciousness, and he felt that subtle changes were taking place in himself. The speed of the blood flow became faster, and in a trance, he heard bursts of rumbling sounds coming from his own blood vessels. It was the sound of blood flowing past, and it was clearly transmitted to the Sea of AA heart. There was also the sound of the beating heart, the trembling of the internal organs. At this moment, he felt streams of divine light rushing out from the treasure door, flowing into his flesh and blood. This is metamorphosis, this is sublimation, this is evolution. This is a vivid process of breaking the shackles of the human body, surpassing oneself, and stepping into a new world. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense became more and more acute. He saw a goldfish wagging its tail in the lotus pond, stirring up a few fine grains of sand at the bottom of the pond. He saw a night orchid blooming gently in the flower bed, and the pollen in the stamen rustled down. He saw a night bird draw a beautiful track in the sky, and caught a mosquito. The mosquito's leg was stained with a little bit of blood. Although it is far away and those scenes are very small, everything around him is in his mind, so clear and vivid, as if the tiny world is right in front of his eyes. Diligent. The power of the treasure is on. It is about to step into the threshold of recognizing Tibet. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of the vine in the courtyard, as if it had transformed there out of thin air, so abrupt. There was no life wave coming out, no aura rippling. If it wasn't for the dark figure there, it would be impossible for people to judge that there was a person standing there. The little stubborn dragon pushed forward slowly, and Kiki was also on guard cautiously. The two holy beasts felt the danger. Suddenly, two beams of radiant light erupted from under the vine trellis, and they shot directly at the rockery in the courtyard. Looking at the five-colored divine feather nailed to the strange stone, an old man's voice came out, "The colorful divine feather, the phoenix family." The strong pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, and the courtyard was silent, as if everything had been frozen by an unpredictable force. After a while, the mountain-like pressure suddenly disappeared, and the black shadow under the grape trellis disappeared from the courtyard as if it had never appeared before. The breeze flows, and the fragrance of flowers and plants ripples along with it. Swipe. 3 figures jumped into the courtyard and surrounded Xiao Chen in 3 directions. Kai. The divine light flickered, Kiki shot, and the 7-colored light curtain shrouded forward like a whirlwind, covering all the 3 people who had just entered. The little stubborn dragon shook his head and tail, and rushed over like a silver light. Aha! Hey! There was a scream, and the 3 of them were torn apart by the little stubborn dragon. Coming. The time of danger is coming. Xiao Chen knew that those who got the news would take action from now on. The blood mist was floating, and without a sound, on the small white marble stone arch bridge in the courtyard, there was an extra person in shadow, and beside him was a dragon king. A green dragon king with a flashing blue light and extraordinary miraculous powers stared at the little stubborn dragon with a fighting spirit. Isn't this Lu Mu's azure dragon king? Why did it appear here? The person in the shadows must not be Lu Mu, the aura is completely different. Ha ha eh! A long laugh came, and another figure rushed into the courtyard. The person who came was a middle-aged man, and the powerful coercion emitted by him immediately shattered the gazebo next to him. Roar! With a deep beast roar, a golden ape jumped into the courtyard from another direction. It was only over 1 meter high, but it looked very strong and fierce. The golden fur on its body was shining and dazzling. There were 2 cold lights in the cold eyes, and it looked at Kiki ferociously, without blinking for a moment. Silently, a black shadow appeared beside it, its whole body was shrouded in hazy mist, and its true face could not be seen. Swipe. A few more people leapt in from the courtyard. Brothers, the monthly pass is here, and I will write the 2nd chapter. Chapter 178 Descendants of the Gods. The last few people who climbed in didn't say a word, they came straight to Xiao Chen, their shots were ruthless, and they were lure when they came up, and the few sword lights were particularly eye-catching in the night sky. Xiao Chen couldn't sit still any longer, and stood up, holding the Basti ancient spear, stepped forward with 1 step, and swept out with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. Puff! Several blood flowers splashed out, and 4 corpses were overturned in the courtyard. They were all about 30 years old, and their throats seemed to have been cut by a knife blade, torn apart by the red blood spear. The cultivation bases of the 4 cultivators are all around the 6th level, which is nothing to Xiao Chen, and they are obviously sent to interfere with Xiao Chen's breakthrough. Roar! With a roar, the Azure Dragon King flew over, targeting the little stubborn dragon. The cyan light flashed like a raging fire, and its eyes were cold and heartless, as if it had long forgotten the former acquaintance Xiao Chen in front of it. The little stubborn dragon shook his head proudly, jumped up with a roar, and rushed over. Brush! The person in the shadows flew away like a frightened bird, and disappeared in a flash, as if they only wanted to send the Azure Dragon King here. The Azure Dragon King roared in a low voice, and a pair of dragon eyes unexpectedly glowed with blood. The 2 Dragon Kings fought fiercely together, and a series of cyan light continued to sweep out, and the Azure Dragon King had obviously activated a lot of Dragon Clan supernatural powers. Over the past year, its strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and it is no longer like it was in Long Island. Moreover, it has also transformed into the tail of the ancestor dragon. And the little stubborn dragon didn't sweep out a ray of light, it was completely fighting with the unique Dragon Clan's ancient combat skills. It was like a seasoned cultivator, and every step it took was extremely mysterious, which made people have to marvel. It was the most effective footwork. And its attack is also extremely fierce, its claws, tail, head, and horns move together, and every part of its body is a sharp weapon, killing people invisible. Fighting against the Azure Dragon, even though it was facing a series of dragon magic that swept down one after another, it did not lose the wind at all, and firmly suppressed the Azure Dragon King. The ancient battle skills of the Dragon Clan are superior. KK retreated to Xiao Chen's side, her big black eyes cautiously scanned the surroundings. There were only 2 groups of enemies left on the scene. One was the rough-looking middle-aged man, whose strength must be in the realm of knowledge, otherwise it would be impossible for the energy fluctuations emitted by him to shatter a gazebo as soon as he appeared. The other person should be a young man, even though she was in the black mist, she covered her shadow with the strong fluctuations of her spiritual consciousness and the energy mist coming out of her body. But Xiao Chen could still see her outline. At this moment, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he had already realized that this was a very beautiful woman. It's just that the other party deliberately concealed it, so they couldn't really see the hazy appearance clearly. The golden-haired ape beside the mysterious woman is very handsome, but his eyes are too fierce, forcing Kiki coldly, as if he wants to swallow Kiki. Yeah, the little snow-white beast was annoyed, muttered in displeasure, and unceremoniously swung its claws. The seven-colored light curtain quickly enveloped the 1-meter-high golden ape like a colorful cloud. In an instant, the golden light shone brightly, and the ape's body seemed to be metallized, and endless divine flames jumped out. It let out a low growl, and also swung an animal claw. The golden light turned into a light blade, and slashed towards the colorful glow. Puff! There was a dull sound in the air, and the colorful light curtain was temporarily blocked by the golden light blade. This made KK really angry. Her big bright eyes burst into two divine lights. She no longer had a lively and mischievous look, but was instantly solemn and serious, and the little animal claws pushed forward vigorously. The seven-color light surged in an instant, suppressing the golden light all at once, and then fell towards the golden ape cover. Xiao Chen was very surprised. Although KK had the upper hand, he could see the strength and fear of the golden ape, and he was able to resist KK for a short time. This was something that had never happened before. You must know that demigods and below have always been slapped 100 times in front of KK. As long as the colorful light falls, no one can resist it. What kind of holy beast is this? There is such a power, and its supernatural power is really extremely powerful. Ah! The golden ape raised its head to the sky and screamed, its body covered in golden light, and it forcibly resisted the colorful light curtain that was about to fall on its head, making it impossible to touch it for the time being. With a soft sigh, the mysterious and beautiful woman said, "Can you stop the little snow-white beast? I don't mean any malicious intentions. I just want to test the strength of gold." The voice is like the sounds of nature, very pleasant to the ear. Under normal circumstances, this should be a peerless beauty. It's just that she is too sensitive tonight. Who can say that she is really not an enemy? Even if she is a woman of extraordinary beauty, she is still a pink skeleton in front of Xiao Chen at this moment. He is not moved at all, and everyone who comes here is temporarily positioned as an enemy by him. Xiao Chen ignored the words of the mysterious woman. Brush! The seven-color light shroud fell down, covering the golden god ape in an instant, imprisoning it inside, making it unable to move at all. Then KK waved the furry little animal claws, and grabbed the golden god ape into the air from a distance. The colorful light firmly imprisoned it, and then smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The smoke and dust filled the air. The golden ape jumped up and down, screaming in anger. The golden hair all over stood on end, and it looked even more fierce. Strips of golden light rushed out of its body, like sword auras. Don't touch the gold! The mysterious woman stopped the furious god ape, stretched out a jade hand that bullied Shuang Saishui, and gently comforted it. Only then did the god ape calm down slowly. But Kiki didn't appreciate it, and waved her little paw angrily, about to strike again. Xiao Chen hastily stopped him. As long as the mysterious woman stopped making moves, he would not want to kill again. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing beside said with a sneer, "I thought there was only a rare dragon king beside you, but I didn't expect that the little white beast pet is so powerful. I really underestimated you." Yeah, Kiki felt underestimated, and yelled angrily, as if to say, "How old are you?" Then she swung the little beast's claws, and with a whimper, the colorful light firmly fixed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an incredulous look on his face. He saw the power of the little snow-white beast, but he didn't think it could stop him, a master of the Tibetan realm. Now, it's too late to regret. How is this possible? It's just so small. This is the lament in the hearts of masters who recognize Tibet. Boom! Kiki smashed the Tibetan master to the ground at once, then imprisoned him with colorful light again, raised it to midair and smashed it down again. Even the Iron Man would be smashed to pieces. After dozens of strokes, the middle-aged man was already spurting blood from his nose and mouth. Xiao Chen made Kiki stop, and asked the middle-aged man, "Which family do you belong to? I'll only ask this once, and if you don't tell me, you'll kill me." He was very straightforward, without being muddled at all. HMPH. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Xiao Chen stopped talking nonsense, walked directly in front of the seven-color light curtain, waved the ancient Pasteur spear that had killed the gods in his hand, and pierced into his chest with a poof, and a stream of blood sprayed out. It didn't hit the heart, but it was almost fatal. "Don't kill me. I belong to the Reagan family and Hoffman's uncle. 2 of the dead bodies in the courtyard belong to our family." In the face of the threat of death, The middle-aged man lost his arrogance. He not only revealed his identity happily, but also gave out unnecessary information. Puff! Xiao Chen shook his hand and pierced his heart with a spear. The middle-aged man let out a scream, and then the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he said to himself, "You are so ruthless. I have already said it, and you still kill me. I said, I only ask you once, I don't want to talk nonsense. I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. I will kill you, I will do what I said." Xiao Chen directly shattered it with the spear, and then said to himself, "The enmity with your family is settled." On the other side, the little stubborn dragon and the Azure Dragon King also decided the outcome. The little stubborn dragon defeated the Azure Dragon King with ancient dragon fighting skills, tore off a large piece of flesh and blood, and finally shot a divine light from its horns, directly knocking down the Azure Dragon King. The dragon magic was only used once in a battle, and the little stubborn dragon was indeed extremely arrogant. "KK, hold it, don't let it escape," Xiao Chen shouted. Kiki waved a divine light, instantly enveloped the Azure Dragon King and imprisoned him. Xiao Chen knew something must have happened to Lu Mu, and instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the Azure Dragon King, so he had to keep it and look for clues in the future. The courtyard fell silent. The mysterious woman's very pleasant voice sounded, "Your Dragon King seems to be different from other Dragon Kings." But she cared more about KK, sighed softly, and said, "This cute little snow-white beast is also amazing, it even defeated Jinzi." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but KK was very dissatisfied. She curled her mouth, and then glanced at Shen Yuan with her big black eyes, as if she didn't care. This kind of demeanor immediately angered the divine ape. If it hadn't been held back by the mysterious woman, it would have fought desperately with the little snow-white beast. "If you knew the origin of gold, you wouldn't be so contemptuous." The mysterious woman seemed to like Kiki very much, and said softly, "It is the descendant of the god." Hearing this, Kiki didn't care at all, but Xiao Chen was very surprised and asked, "There is a god island floating in the depths of the southern wasteland. The descendants of the gods you mentioned are one of the 2 young holy beasts that are not in the ruins of the gods." "Yes, gold is one of them." Xiao Chen couldn't help admiring the woman. She actually subdued a descendant of a god. You must know that there were many elders fighting for it at that time. As if seeing his doubts, the woman explained, "It was taken over by my elders. The other end is a race different from gold, which was taken away by others." "You want to come here to test Jinzi's strength tonight?" Xiao Chen asked. The mysterious woman was very frank, with a pleasant voice, and said, "My news is very well informed. I have real information on the island. I know that there is a small snow-white beast with great powers, so I want to take gold to compete with it." These words made KK very useful. She showed a rare expression of embarrassment, and blinked her bright big eyes vigorously. Based on the current strength of the little snow-white beast, it is enough to be ranked in the top 10 among all the young holy beasts in the longevity continent. The mysterious woman had a very high opinion of the little snow-white beast, but KK was not happy about it, so it was only in the top 10. If it is said to be the first, it is almost the same. Kiki proudly puffed out her chest. As a result, the smiling Xiao Chen rubbed his head vigorously, and it immediately let out a dissatisfied babbling sound. Xiao Chen was indeed very happy. Du Kiki, the descendant of the god of God, was defeated. The potential of the little beast is infinite. Maybe it is really a strange beast that can match the length of the ancestor dragon. "Xiao Chen, are you willing to go to the north with me? I can give you a fortune," the mysterious woman said, seeming very solemn. "Wealth is earned by yourself, not given by others." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I am used to being free and undisciplined, and I don't want to be restrained by others." He has already seen that the identity of the mysterious woman is unusual, and he does not want to be involved with a super powerful group or country. It's just that this is just his temporary thoughts, who can say what will happen in the future? The mysterious woman nodded, and retreated silently with the gold. Only a few corpses were left in the courtyard, and then calm was restored again. Xiao Chen stood holding the ancient spear of Pasteur, and the blood of the gods flowed continuously in his hands. The divine inscriptions on the ancient spear emitted a strange light, which complemented the stars in the sky. The white-shelled tortoise on the gazebo stared at the divine characters unblinkingly with wide-eyed eyes, then shook its head and showed a thoughtful expression. Under the starry sky, Xiao Chen's whole body glowed with bursts of brilliance, his bones creaked, broken bones continued, flesh and blood squirmed, and his body was undergoing a transformation. A real transformation towards the field of Tibetan recognition. Endless brilliance enveloped him. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with sacred aura, and the stars in the sky seemed to dim. Cough. The old man coughed, and a black shadow appeared under the grape trellis. The person said to himself, I'm back again, the shelter of the Phoenix clan. I don't believe that they are really so powerful that they can find out everything that happened tonight. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire courtyard, and the Bao Hui on Xiao Chen's body was suppressed and dimmed. Whoosh whoosh. 3 figures jumped into the courtyard. It turned out to be Qin Guangwang and the 3 of them, and then an old man with white hair and childlike face came in. It was the old spirit man who took the 3 skeletons away. He smiled and said to the shadow under the grape trellis, do you really not believe in the ability of the Phoenix clan? If you do something tonight, everything that happened will be clearly recorded. Sooner or later, the Phoenix girl will come to you to settle the account. I am very unwilling. Your children and grandchildren are too domineering and lack discipline. Otherwise, why would 5 more Tibetan masters die? They don't know right from wrong, and they don't know what's good. The old man smiled kindly, and he continued, of course this kid is too much. He's ruthless. He should be punished. The black shadow under the grape trellis turned his head, and said coldly to Xiao Chen, are you really from the deepest part of the southern wilderness? Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent, and he said neither humble nor overbearing. The existence in the deepest part of the southern wilderness once gave me a few pointers, and there is no such thing as a deep relationship. Hearing these words, the black shadow under the grape arbor turned around and left, rose into the air like a wisp of light smoke, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hee. The kind old spirit man walked over with a smile, patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, and then turned and left with the 3 skeletons. King Qin Guang, King Yan Luo, and King Reincarnation all made gestures to Xiao Chen, which meant that they would come to him after learning great supernatural powers, and then waved goodbye to Kiki and Xiao Stubborn Dragon. The person under the grape trellis went back and forth, but this time he really left. Xiao Chen knew that tonight was finally safe. Cultivators who have transformed themselves into mortal beings and realize the state of Tibet may not know what the 5-colored divine feather on the rockery represents, but the one under the grape trellis just now must know. The stars are shining brightly tonight, and Xiao Chen is bathed in the divine glow of transformation, just standing in the courtyard all night holding the ancient spear of Pasteur. This night was destined to be an unusual night. Many people in the city must have known about Xiao Chen's challenge to several Zhouzhangtian masters overnight. Must make some circles boil. Sure enough, Fatty Zhu came running early the next morning, yelling. Brother, you are too strong. You are too strong. You have been tossing all night, leaving many families in the city sleepless. You are too strong. The fat man was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and he turned it over and said, you are too strong. Then the beautiful Hai Yuntian also ran over. When he saw the ancient spear of Pasteur, his beautiful eyes almost popped out in shock, and he exclaimed indecently, this is the ancient spear of Pasteur. There will be an important banquet tomorrow. This is an invitation card for you. I will take you to see the scenery tomorrow night. The fat man rambled on. Anyway, this early in the morning, he was already approaching menopause. You two can help me with one thing first. Xiao Chen said, auction off this ancient Pasteur spear for me. Are you crazy? Hai Yuntian and Fatty were stunned at the same time. The battle is finally over in this chapter. The writing is too devoted, as if I really participated in the battle after battle. It seems that Xiao Chen is not relaxed after the battle, but I am relaxed. With such dedication, many updates have been made. Brothers, Lita S encourage you to return the monthly pass. If you have a guaranteed monthly pass, please drop it. Let me see the response of the brothers. Chapter 179 The Storm. Ever since meeting Xiao Chen, Yan Qingcheng has been very unlucky. First, she was caught as a female slave, and she was in a mess. Afterwards, she was forced to practice the Dafa of the Devil Seed God. In name, Xiao Chen was her cauldron, but in fact she was controlled by Xiao Chen, and since then she has been unable to attack him at all. Whenever Yan Qingcheng thinks of these things, although Yan Qingcheng does not have the intention to kill, her teeth itch from hatred. In the past, she also had bright and lofty ideals, but now she only has one urgent wish, to practice the Dafa of the Demon Seed God as soon as possible, and get rid of the embarrassing relationship with Xiao Chenjian. Seeing this former number 1 enemy, his cultivation gradually deepened. Yan Qingcheng felt a sense of powerlessness. She had already heard about Xiao Chen's crazy actions last night. In order to break through the 9 heavens, she challenged young masters everywhere, and fought several life and death battles overnight, defeating powerful enemies in a row. Although no definite information has been obtained yet, Yan Qingcheng has a vague feeling that this hateful guy in front of him is likely to pass the level successfully. If that's the case, it will be even more difficult for her to get rid of Xiao Chen. If Dafa wants to get rid of the shackles of the cauldron, the first thing is to surpass the cauldron. Thank you. Xiao Chen took the invitation and smiled at Yan Qingcheng. I invite you to dinner another day. HMPH. Yan Qingcheng snorted coldly, glanced at him with autumn-like eyes, twisted her soft fairy body, turned around and left, and said in a cold voice with a hint of sarcasm, "You don't want to invite me to the Hall of Shameful Flowers for dinner, do you?" Hee. Xiao Chen didn't care, and said with a sincere expression, "We're all one family, it doesn't matter where we go." Yan Qing's slender and beautiful body paused, turned around angrily, and said, "Who is a family with you?" Xiao Chen said very plainly, "Your elders personally told people that you have been betrothed to me. For this reason, someone used Pasteur, a god-killing weapon, to sneak attack on me. I was almost crushed by that ancient soldier of the Zan clan. All these things happened, and you still want to deny it, or is it because you suddenly want to change your mind?" Yan Qingcheng was extremely angry, and said, "I have never heard of it at all, you should play a scoundrel at least, or don't blame Bushiman for being rude. Well, I will go to the undead gate with you now and ask your elders for an explanation. If you don't really want to marry a daughter, why are you plotting against me like this?" Xiao Chen didn't blush at all, and he was confident. If Yan Qingcheng's cultivation base is advanced, she really wants to give Xiao Chen a few blows, but finally she snorts angrily, unfolds her immortal wings, and runs away without looking back. "Hurry up," Fatty Zug said while wiping his saliva. "What's there to chase after? After a few days I'll be free and go directly to the Immortal Gate to pick up my wife." Xiao Chen answered very simply, but with a careless look. The voice was clearly caught by Yan Qingcheng in the sky. Hearing this, Yan Qingcheng, who was peerless and handsome, turned on one side and almost fell from the sky. "Xiao Chen, go to die, and go to your eternal dream." "Is it a dream? You will know when you go to your door in a few days." Looking at the beautiful figure who fled away, Fatty Zug was full of envy, and said, "It is worth dying to marry a beauty who is as famous as Hai Yunzu." Boom. Next to him, Hai Yuntian kicked the fat man away. "Fatty man, you are really not a thing, you have been obsessing with my sister for so many years. Vulgar. This is a secret love, do you understand?" The fat man fell into the dust and defended himself, with a righteous look, not blushing at all. In the afternoon, Zhengtong auction house's auction for Pasteur, an ancient warrior from the Zan clan, finally came to an end. The transaction price was 800,000 gold coins. The moment he got the news, Fatty Zug immediately jumped up and shouted, "Operation in the dark, definitely in the dark." The fat man patted his thigh and said affirmatively, "According to the momentum at noon, it is not too difficult to break through 1 million gold coins, let alone 1.5 million gold coins. How could it be possible that the 800,000 gold coins were sold? There must be a big shady scene." Hai Yuntian was also very angry. He had been to the scene and understood the situation, and he knew that this price was really low compared to the true value of Pasteur's ancient spear itself. As a result, when the person sent out to find out the inside story came back, the two of them immediately fell silent. Because the Zug family and the Hai family are suspected of being in the dark. Several big families in Tiandi City jointly made a move, and they were involved in a secret operation. The strong deterrent force made other high-priced bidders reluctantly choose to give up. In Tiandi City, the old immortals of several major families jointly bid for the ancient spear of Pasteur, and planned to study this fierce weapon handed down from the ancient warrior clan together. After all, the price of Pasteur's ancient spear is too high, even the big family is dizzy, and finally played such a trick. Fatty Zug and Hai Yuntian were a little embarrassed, after all, this involved their respective families. Xiao Chen was not too angry, many things in this world cannot be taken seriously, otherwise he would die ugly. However, the old immortals of several big families sold Xiao Chen's face, and sent someone to spread the word that there is no need to worry about the beams formed by Xiao Chen, the rightful owner of Pasteur's ancient spear will be taken over by a few old immortals. Before reaching that height, Xiao Chen couldn't understand how the elders would solve problems. Relatively speaking, this result is not bad. To get 800,000 gold coins out of thin air, no matter where they are placed, this is really a huge amount of wealth that is astonishing. However, Xiao Chen knew that the huge amount of gold coins would soon be spent like running water, because he wanted to buy the essence of heaven and earth. This time, he will no longer buy ordinary old ginseng Ganoderma, he entrusts Fatty with full authority, and buys those rare treasures if he wants to buy them. When Xiao Chen talked about how to spend the money, although the money did not belong to the fat man, he felt extremely heartbroken, and kept muttering, "What a prodigal son." There are so many big families with strong financial resources in the southern wilderness, and I have never seen any of them crazy about buying natural materials and earthly treasures. There is no doubt that in Fatty's eyes, Xiao Chen is a veritable prodigal son. In Hai Yuntian's eyes, Xiao Chen is a mad cultivator who has lost his temper and is hopeless. Are you sure there is such a legendary rare treasure? After all, the amount of gold coins is huge, and Xiao Chen is also afraid that it will be in vain. As long as you, a prodigal, are really willing to spend money, the goods will never be fake. In Tiandi City, there are at least 5 or 6 rare spiritual objects. Where is the southern desolation? The Wanli territory is a pure land where the essence of heaven and earth grows. Of course, there will be peerless treasures. The few plants I mentioned are all treasures in the store, and each plant is worth 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. Quote. Preliminary prediction. 80 gold coins can almost make Xiao Chen deify 3 acupoints, and he needs to be careful in his calculations, and only if he buys the right rare spirit essence. I'll leave this matter to you. I'm not afraid to spend money, but make sure it's a rare treasure. Ordinary spirit essences of heaven and earth have little effect on Xiao Chen. He needs a superb product like dragon ginseng, but it is hard to come by. Okay, in the next 2 days, I'll help you cut down the price of that 9th grade lotus plant. It was the first time for the fat man to control so many gold coins. Although it was not his own, he felt that his waist was very hard for a while. In the evening, there was a great commotion in Tiandi City, and Pastor's ancient spear was snatched away. The buyer's representative was smashed into a mass of flesh on the spot. Almost everyone had no time to react. A black light wrapped in a scarlet blood spear and fled away. The hustle and bustle was unbearable, and many masters were dispatched, but they couldn't catch up with the black light. It wasn't until late at night that there were rumors that the original owner of Pastor's ancient spear had taken action, snatched away the red blood spear, and left the city of Tiandi. This night, just like yesterday, there was a lot of noise. Of course, the protagonist of this night is no longer Xiao Chen, but the super strong man from the small western tribe. According to gossip, an old man of a certain big family was severely wounded by the owner of Pastor's ancient spear, and he vomited blood profusely. Although many masters chased it all the way, it was a pity that Pastor's ancient spear could not be retrieved. That night, many people were sleepless. However, Xiao Chen slept soundly. He had already obtained a huge amount of gold coins, and even the commission that needed to be paid to the auction house was paid in advance by several big families. The loss of the ancient soldiers of the Zan clan has nothing to do with him. The real lord made a move on the buyer to divert his hatred. For him, this was really good news. On the second day, this incident was widely known in Tiandi City, and several big families lost face, but there was nothing they could do about it. It is impossible to leave the southern wilderness and pursue the west. It is said that although the small tribe is small, it is the descendant of the Zan clan. Although the blood has long been impure, it is not easy to provoke. Interesting, haha, this is a great irony. Many people took pleasure in other people's misfortune, but also many people deeply regretted that it was indeed a pity that a god-killing soldier could not stay in the southern wilderness. On the evening of the second day, the important banquet that the fat man spoke of began. The location, the mansion of the Monde family. The beast fighting contest is about to begin. The Monde family, Zug family, and Hai family are the owners of the 3 major beast palaces in Tiandi City. The Monde family controls the Beast King Beast Palace, the Zug family controls the Xuanwang Beast Palace, and the Hai family controls the Primordial Beast Palace. They will host the beast fight competition. Before the game, a banquet was held here, and many celebrities and important participants were invited. Starlight flickered at night, and the Mander family's castle was magnificent, like a mountain under the night, giving people a sense of oppression. Please show your invitation card. The leader of the welcoming guard standing in front of the castle meticulously checked each guest's invitation card. When Xiao Chen, Fatty, and Hai Yuntian came, they happened to meet Hoffman and Li Dongbo going in. When Hoffman saw Xiao Chen, his eyes were red, and he turned his head and stared fiercely. There was an endless stream of people coming and going from the Monde family's castle, and they were naturally some influential nobles and super cultivators, and of course ladies, young ladies and other female relatives were indispensable. The spacious hall is resplendent and resplendent. Hundreds of people attended the banquet without any crowding. The light from the crystal chandeliers made the hall extremely gorgeous. Many nobles and cultivators gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, clinking glasses frequently and chatting enthusiastically. In front of him was a young man with a tall and straight body and an extremely handsome appearance. His long water blue hair seemed to be flowing with brilliance. Even standing in the crowd, he looked so different, with an indescribable temperament on his body. Obviously, he is a very popular person, and there are many people around him, most of whom are women, plump young women, and beautiful girls, surrounding him. However, although these yin-yang and yan-yan behave elegantly, the passion in their eyes does not match their identities. Did you see it? This is the pervert from the Monde family, Kanasi's elder brother. Hai Yuntian introduced to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen has heard people call Kanasi's big brother like this more than once. This is a handsome young man, but he is called a pervert during his cultivation. One can imagine how powerful and terrifying he is. I once saw him at the gate of Tiandi City, and that time several masters from the 9 heavens attacked Xiao Chen, but the blue-haired young man did not attack that time, so Xiao Chen could not figure out his strength. You bastard, how dare you come to my house? A blue-haired girl with bright eyes and good looks came to Xiao Chen angrily, shaking her beautiful long hair. Why can't I come? I was invited. When Xiao Chen saw Kanas, he couldn't help remembering the last time he saw the hazy jade body in the hot spring fairyland, and a smile appeared on his face. Kanasi's big watery eyes suddenly filled with anger, and she guessed what the other party was thinking from Xiao Chen's expression. You stinky bastard is too nasty. As she said that, she turned her head and shouted at the blue-haired young man who was as handsome as Jade. Brother, come here, this guy is bullying me. Hearing this, the blue-haired young man smiled at the girls beside him, and walked towards Xiao Chen and the others. Not far away, both Hoffman and Li Dongbo showed gloating smiles. On the other side, Hai Yunzu and the other beauties from the southern wilderness also turned their heads and paid attention to this place. Brothers, call for monthly support. Chapter 180 Love Lan Nuo. In the resplendent hall, the crystal lamps swayed in a dreamlike brilliance, and the aristocrats and celebrities toasted frequently. Some acquaintances in this direction are paying attention to Xiao Chen, Kanas and her perverted elder brother, including Luo Guao, Hoffman, Li Dongbo, Zhu Kun, Hai Yunzu, Yan Qingcheng and others. The blue-haired handsome man was very chic, he smiled and apologized to the girls around him, and walked towards Xiao Chen and the others. What's the pervert's name? Xiao Chen asked Hai Yuntian, unaware that Kanas was staring at him. His name is Qilao. Hai Yuntian coughed, as if reminding Xiao Chen that if he called his elder brother a pervert in front of Kanas, he would risk a beautiful girl's madness. You are the pervert, and your whole family is the pervert. The baby girl of the Monde family glared at Xiao Chen with big jewel-like eyes, and kept cursing in her mouth. Of course her voice was very low. After all, this was a banquet held at their home, and she didn't want to cause too much trouble. Zilao came over with a faint smile and raised his glass to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also raised his glass with a smile, but still whispered to Hai Yuntian, it doesn't look like a pervert. Looking at Kanas, and then at the pervert who was almost in front of him, Hai Yuntian smiled awkwardly. And Kanas Ruyu's forehead was already covered with black lines. She grabbed Zilao and said coquettishly, brother, he bullied me and called you a pervert. Zilao is extraordinary in appearance, tall and straight, fit and visible, but not the kind with bulging muscles. She has long hair with aqua blue brilliance, her eyes are as bright as stars, and she has a special elegance, which can be noticed at a glance even if she is standing in a vast crowd. It has to be said that some people are tall and powerful, and they do have a manner and temperament that are different from ordinary people. There is no doubt that Zilao belongs to this kind of person. He smiled slightly, gently scratched Kanas's delicate and lovely nose, and said, isn't that what others call me? You must be the one who willfully mess around again. Brother. Kanasi shook Zilao's arm and said coquettishly, this guy is very bad. He injured brother Lumuda, blackmailed cousin Rogo, and bullied me in the hot spring fairyland. You must teach him for me. The blue-haired beautiful girl Kanasi's watery eyes were wide open, she was biting her red lips hard, her white teeth were shining brightly, and her delicate chong nose was wrinkled, looking a little cute. If it wasn't for being younger, apart from Yan Qingcheng and Hai Yunzu, this third pearl would be added to the beauties of the southern wilderness. Zilao is not abnormal at all, at least he looks very generous and gives people a good impression. This is Xiao Chen's intuitive impression. This is Brother Xiao, right? Brother Xiao's name these days has made my ears almost calloused. I have long admired the name of Brother Zilao, it is a pleasure to meet you. Seeing the amicable expressions of the two, Kanasi muttered dissatisfiedly, brother, you didn't help me. Zilao fondled his younger sister's radiant and smooth blue hair, and said, okay, don't be naughty, I have something to talk to Brother Xiao, you go over there and greet your good sisters. Brother, Kanasi muttered dissatisfiedly, and angrily left with her soft body twisting. Not far away, Hoffman, Li Dongbo and others were also very disappointed. They thought that the pervert of the Monde family would ask Xiao Chen to go out to fight, but they didn't expect the two to be polite and harmonious. Walking to the side of Hai Yunzu and the beauties from the southern wilderness, Kanasi said angrily, "That guy is really hateful, Sister Yunzu, just now Xiao Chen actually said that your figure is too long." Hee. Before Hai Yunzu could speak, someone beside him made fun of her, and said, "Kanas, you've been exhausted just now. You came here to win allies, even if that guy has no vision, he wouldn't say that Hai Yunzu's slender and perfect figure is not good." Several women laughed lightly. "Brother Xiao, shall we go out for a walk?" Zilao issued an invitation. The moonlight is soft and clear. Behind the castle is a garden, where the rich and fragrant fragrance of flowers floats in the night. "Brother Xiao, are you from the human world? Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Chila stood on a small stone arch bridge, looking at the sparkling spring, and said, "I have no malicious intentions, I want to ask you about someone." "Oh, who is it?" Xiao Chen walked under the moonlit night, walked across the small stone arch bridge, flew up to an observatory, looked up at the infinite starry sky, and his mind seemed to return to the human world. A fairy like a dream. When Zilao said this, a strange look appeared on his face, his mind seemed a little intoxicated, and he said softly, "Her name is Lan Nuo, I want to know her past." Under the bright and clear moonlight, Zilao, who is as handsome as a jade, has such a demeanor, if the young women and noble ladies in the hall see it, they will definitely be jealous and fascinated. Xiao Chen was a little surprised that Zilao had met Lan Nuo. He asked calmly, "When and where did you meet her?" "A year ago, I was lucky enough to meet once in Tiandi City, but it has disappeared since then, like a fairy in the Nine Heavens Palace." After a hasty look, "There is no more news." Zilao said with limited emotion and loss, "I know that a woman like her can never really belong to a person, even a god is not worthy of her." Zilao, who was called a pervert on the way of cultivation, has always been a chic and calm posture in front of everyone. His expression at this moment is quite different from his usual, and there is even a trace of regret and loss, and his sadness is undisguised. Lan Nuo, an outstanding man from the Yanhuang Kyushu, a man of extraordinary beauty, a genius of the heavens. At the age of 20, he asked the world with his sword, and it was rare to meet a rival. Xiao Chen spoke calmly. Looking up at the starry sky, his eyes seemed to have traveled back to the human world, and said, "In the same year, I practiced the legendary Shenyan. Unleash unlimited vitality, walk out of the ice cave, remain youthful forever, and succeed in breaking the death test. It seems like a snap of the fingers, frozen for 13 years, the years are affectionate, and the beauty is not old." It is said that the human world is extremely lacking in aura, but she was able to shatter the void in such a short period of time. She really is a woman with a heavenly posture. Zilao said with emotion, "Now that she has entered the world of immortality, it can be said that the sea is as wide as a fish can leap, and the sky is as high as a bird can fly. I don't know how high she can reach, but I believe that within 10 years, she will not be afraid of the gods of this world. Maybe, it doesn't take 10 years, 3 years, 2 years, or even 1 year. This is the truth. How many people have escaped the shackles and entered the longevity realm for thousands of years in the human world? That is countable. Anyone who breaks the void must be an outstanding person through the ages. Today, many famous and powerful forces in the longevity world, the founders of the sect are all from the world. Whenever he thinks of these, Xiao Chen has doubts in his heart. Since the human world lacks aura, why are there so many earth-shattering characters? Even in the world of longevity, those people still look down on all living beings. How should they position themselves in the human world? Perhaps, in the infinitely long past, the human world was also a holy land of outstanding people, and the spiritual root is still there. Is there any more? I want to know more. Zilao stood on the small stone arch bridge, staring at the luminous roses in front of him. The colorful flowers were blooming, and the intoxicating fragrance was flowing. No, Lan Nuo is a mysterious woman. Facing a woman like Lan Nuo, Brother Xiao, have you never been tempted? Before reaching the same height, I don't want to expect extravagantly. My future needs to be developed step by step. Xiao Chen was very quiet and didn't want to talk about this issue. Lazio smiled, and then his temperament changed in an instant. The trace of loss completely disappeared, and he returned to a chic and calm look, saying, "Actually, I really want to fight with you, but today's time is not suitable. How about a round of civil war?" Xiao Chen was on the observatory and turned to face Lazio. Battle of spiritual consciousness. Speaking of this, Lazio's long aqua blue hair suddenly danced backwards, and his eyes were instantly fierce, shooting out two cold lights like sword lights. A pressure originating from the spirit, like a ferocious beast in the ancient times, crushed towards Xiao Chen, violent and tragic. In a trance, it seems that thousands of souls are wailing, and it seems that there are thousands of waves roaring, and the momentum is extremely huge. Xiao Chen understood Qilao's perverted name in an instant. He has a gentle appearance but a combative heart. When the fighting spirit erupts, he is as wild as a beast, fierce and powerful, almost perverted. In terms of cultivation of spiritual consciousness, Zilao is no longer in the realm of transformation, his spiritual consciousness is condensed like a substantive sword, irresistible. Xiao Chen is as calm as a mountain, and his spiritual consciousness is like a vast sea, vast and calm. Let him have 1,000 swords and thousands of waves, all of them are like hundreds of rivers entering the sea, unfathomable and immeasurable. The secret battle between the two caused the forest of flowers and trees in the middle to collapse immediately, and then turned into flying ash without a sound. It seemed that there had never been any vegetation there, and there was only dust on the ground. Boom! The white marble stone arch bridge cracked and collapsed, and Zilao flew upside down, his face pale. The observatory was also cracked and crumbling. Xiao Chen's face was also covered with sweat. He soared into the sky and flew onto a pavilion. Then a blazing divine light erupted between the two. It was the power of divine consciousness. Dazzling. Let the stars and the moon in the sky be eclipsed. The mental fluctuations are as vast as the sea. This can be described as an extremely dangerous battle. If there is a slight mistake, the spiritual consciousness will be shattered and wiped out, and he will become a living dead from then on. It took half an hour for everything to calm down. There was no longer any obstacle between the two. The pavilion turned into dust, the lotus pond dried up and cracked, and the flat ground paved with white marble sank to a depth of 10 meters without sound. The room between the two is a huge gully. Recognition of Tibet. Zilao looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen didn't respond, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Your divine consciousness has broken into the realm of knowledge and storage. Of course my spiritual consciousness is strong, because I am a spirit man." In the distance, the young masters of several big families shook their heads. Hoffman said regretfully, "Unfortunately, why not continue? Damn, is that bastard really that strong? I really want to kill him." The perverts of the Monde family don't seem to be taking advantage of it, which seems a bit unbelievable. Li Dongbo also sighed, and said, "It's really shocking. Why didn't anyone take care of him? The rumors can't be true, right? The existence in the deepest part of the southern wilderness has some friendship with him." "So what's the matter with friendship?" Hoffman's eyes flickered fiercely, and he said, "If you want to play him to death, there is still a way, and it won't cause dissatisfaction in the depths of the southern wilderness. Also, don't brag about it." There was a sneer from the side, and a young son said, "I heard from my old man that your old man wanted to make a move, but in the end he went and retreated." Crackling, Hoffman gritted his teeth, and he said ruthlessly, "5 masters of Tibetan knowledge have died in my family. This account must not be uncovered in vain. Sooner or later, I will find someone to punish him." On the other side, Yan Qingcheng, Hai Yuntian, Zhu Gliang, Hai Yunzu, Kanas and others also watched the battle of spiritual consciousness just now. Fatty Zug joked, "Baby girl of the Monde family, your eldest brother seems to be out of shape today, and he is ashamed of his reputation as an invincible pervert. Fatty, don't provoke me. Believe it or not, I'll beat you all over the place." Kanasi glared at the fat man angrily. However, because of her sweet appearance, she is full of water and spirit. Even if she pretends to be fierce, she is also very cute. "That's right, Kanas, is your elder brother letting water on purpose? How could he not be able to beat Xiao Chen? The girl next to him could be said to blindly worship Zilao." Nympho. After a cold cry, a tall and burly figure walked towards the hall with an iron sword in his arms. "You give me." Kanasi covered the word. "Stop," behind the girl. "You don't want to die, do you know who he is?" "Who is that bastard?" The girl was very angry. Several other young women and ladies were also very angry. "He is the Dugu sword demon. At a banquet 2 years ago, the eldest lady of the Liu family ordered her around, and that guy directly swung his sword and beheaded the woman." Kanasi said in a low voice. "Ah, it's him." Apparently all the women knew who Dugu sword demon was, so they all kept silent. "Brothers, the monthly pass is not strong enough, please vote for support. Now, I am going to write the 2nd chapter. I hope to see the change of the monthly pass when the 2nd chapter is uploaded. More encouragement will motivate me.